Chapter 97. 3 deafening gunshots roused all the disciples of the inner yard, and they quickly gathered around. "Junior brother, Yi is buried. Quick, quick, dig him out." All the disciples worked together, carrying the bricks and carrying the beam. In a short while, they carried out the dusty Yi Xingqian. Fortunately, he had undergone muscle-building training, or else he would have fainted long ago. "Senior brother," suddenly Su Xiaoma exclaimed, "it's the sect leader!" "What?" Li Qingyang hurriedly jumped to the ruins and saw the sect leader's leg exposed, his whole body buried in the rubble. "Dig! Dig!" Everyone continued to move the bricks, and soon they also carried out the dusty Jun Changshao. He grimaced in pain and said, "Waste, waste, gently!" What's going on? What else could he do? He pulled the trigger of the Type 88 sniper rifle and fired 3 shots outside. Although he killed the 3 assassins one by one and completed the side mission, the huge recoil almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. This was with the support of a leg stand. If he were to shoot, he would have been sent flying from the disciples' room to the cliff behind. Mother **her, it's so strong. Jun Changshao secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had enough strength. If he was in the meridian opening stage, the recoil would have caused him to die. Although his whole body was weak from the recoil, he was glad that he completed the side mission and was rewarded with 100 contribution points. Now his contribution points to the sect were 180. He had earned back the contribution points from buying the Type 88 sniper rifle, and only wasted 3 bullets and 5 contribution points. There was still another disciple's room. The recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle was indeed strong. However, under the muscle-building training, Jun Changshao only needed to rest for a night, and his stiff body relaxed. He swung his arm, walked out of the sect, and came to the mountain forest. Of the 3 assassins last night, one had his head blown off, and the other 2 had their chests pierced. The reason why not all of them had their heads blown off was because after Jun Changshao blew off the first one's head, he found it too bloody and cruel, so he changed the 8x scope to automatic chest lock. Needless to say, the first assassin had his head blown off. As for the other 2 assassins, their wounds were as big as a fist. Jun Changshao looked back along the shooting trajectory and saw that the rocks in the distance had been blown to smithereens. His mouth twitched as he said, "I wasn't firing a sniper rifle. I was firing an artillery shell." Shwa. He squatted down, and after searching for a while, he found 3 spatial rings on the bodies of the 3 assassins. He then used the exquisite fire to incinerate the corpses. Inside the spatial rings of the 3 assassins, there was only one movement skill called Ghost Leap Steps, which cost less than 100 taels of silver. Jun Changshao took it and gave the rings to Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Xiao Ziji. "Thank you, sect leader." The 3 of them put on the rings and cupped their fists. "Qingyang," Jun Changshao said, "gather the disciples. I have something to announce." Yes. It didn't take long for the 100 disciples to gather and line up neatly on the training field. Jun Changshao walked out. After an impassioned speech, he began to let them receive 4 types of elixirs, 1 for each type. The effect of this healing elixir is that no matter how serious the injury is, as long as you take it, you will be healed immediately. As for the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir, after taking it, the strength of your physical body will... Jun Changshao introduced the effects of the elixirs one by one. The disciples holding the 4 types of elixirs all widened their eyes. "It's so magical?" Yi Xingqian was also very surprised. Although he didn't know much about alchemy in his previous life, he had eaten many high-quality elixirs. A healing elixir that could instantly heal injuries was definitely unheard of. As for strengthening the physical body and increasing the speed of cultivation, he had seen it before. However, those were all high-quality elixirs. How could a 9th-rate sect have them? And to make it so that everyone could have one, Yi Xingqian had doubts. But when he saw the disciples swallow the body-shaping elixirs, He also opened his mouth and threw the elixir into his mouth. When the elixir took effect and he felt the transformation of his blood and meridians, his expression changed again and again. Bang! Li Fei, level 7 meridian opening. Strength of 1,100 Jin. Bang! Zhang Wei, level 6 meridian opening. Strength of 930 Jin. Bang! The Iron Bone disciples who had taken the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir were tested one by one under the witness of the second senior brother. Yi Xingchen, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth. These youths had ordinary aptitudes, but each of them had displayed a strength stronger than their level. It was simply unbelievable. Normally, one level would increase their strength by 100 Jin. For a level 5 meridian opening, being able to display a strength of 700 Jin was already considered an innate god of strength. After the Iron Bone disciples who had taken the body-shaping elixir, after a round of testing, their strength was generally 150 to 300 Jin higher than their original level. If it was a group of high-grade spiritual roots, it would be understandable. In reality, only a small portion of them had middle-grade spiritual roots. Most of them had low-grade spiritual roots. This also meant that the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir could forcefully increase the strength of Iron Bone disciples regardless of the grade of their spiritual roots. Not bad, not bad. After receiving the test results, Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Qingyang, don't let them relax. Continue to cultivate and strive to enter level 12 meridian opening as soon as possible." Yes. In the morning, with the accompaniment of divine music, Lu Wansher's top-notch meals, and the spirit formation room, the Iron Bone disciples were very happy and diligent in their cultivation. They knew that the reason they could become stronger day by day was all because of the sect leader's nurturing. In order to repay him, they could only continuously improve themselves. Gradually, there were disciples who successfully opened their meridians with the help of the Spirit Formation Room and the Spirit Formation Room. Calculating the time, it had been almost 2 months since they had arrived at Iron Bone. How was the progress of their martial arts? In the beginning, their average cultivation was only at level 2 or 3. Now, they had risen to level 7 meridian opening and could open a new meridian every few days. Jun Changshao sat on a wooden chair in the main hall and muttered, "In less than a month, the disciples should be able to enter level 12 meridian opening." Sect leader Su Xiaomao ran in excitedly, unable to hide his excitement. Disciple has broken through to martial disciple. Successfully condensing a cyclone in his dantian and breaking through to martial disciple was also because of the cyclone pill. After a while, Tianqi also came to report, sect leader, disciple has broken through to martial disciple. Jun Changshao said, "Not bad, not bad." Including him, Iron Bone already had 5 martial disciples. This was rare in a 9th-rate sect. After cultivating for 4 hours, Jun Changshao opened the status panel again and looked at the shop where the sniper rifle had been refreshed. Soon, he saw a martial technique called self-chop. He clicked on the details. Item, self-chop description. Originally, it was only half a martial technique. Later, it was modified by a mysterious almighty person and became a complete technique. Effect, gather spiritual energy in the palm and form a crescent-shaped flowing light chop. Advantage, after being modified by a mysterious almighty person, it is easy to learn. It is powerful and consumes less spiritual energy. It is suitable for long-distance combat. Disadvantage, can only be cultivated by martial disciples. Price, 10 contribution points. Rank, early middle rank, only early middle rank. Jun Changshao immediately lost interest. After all, the body metamorphose scripture that had been refreshed was early divine rank. The system said, to be called a mysterious almighty person, he must be an extremely powerful existence. A martial technique that was personally modified, although the rank is low, It must have endless, wonderful uses. The host is recommended to purchase 5 stars. Is that so? Jun Chang Xiao clicked on the purchase button. After all, 10 points wasn't expensive. Ding! The host has spent 10 contribution points and obtained Self-Chop X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 177500. Ding! Detected that the host has purchased a spiritual energy martial technique from the shop, automatically matching it with the Sect's martial technique. Chapter 98. Automatically matched with spiritual force type martial arts. Jun Changxiao's mind moved and opened the complete system panel. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao. Sect level, 9th rate. Sect construction, level 2. Sect function, medicine refining pavilion. Sect cultivation method, Yi Jing Jing divine grade early stage. Self/middle grade early stage. Sect member 102500. Sect contribution points 177,500. Sect achievement points 0 out of 500. Sect mission none. Sect main mission within 100 years. Omitted here. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "This kind of martial arts can also be cultivated by disciples." While speaking, he clicked on the Sect's cultivation method, chose self/martial arts, and directly copied 1,000 books. Ding! Host has spent 10 contribution points. Copied self/secret manual X 1000 has been transferred to the spatial ring. Jun Changxiao took out a book and read it and said in surprise, "It is indeed easy to understand." While speaking, he began to circulate according to the meridian circulation diagram on the secret manual, and in less than 10 minutes he felt spiritual force gathering in his palm. Walking out of the main hall, he stood on the martial arts field and waved his hand in the air. Xiao! Spiritual force erupted from his palm, forming a crescent shape, and swept across the ground, and finally exploded on the wooden stake that was erected a few days ago. Bang! The wooden stake exploded on the spot, and the shocked disciples all turned their heads to look. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaoma leaned over with his mouth open and said in surprise, "Sect leader, what kind of move is this?" Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "A spiritual force type martial arts." Spiritual force type martial arts? Su Xiaoma suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his understanding, only those that gather spiritual force to attack are called spiritual force type martial arts, and they're very rare on the market. And the price is also extremely expensive. Here, Jun Changxiao threw a self/book, patted his shoulder, and said, "Take it and cultivate if you can't learn it, then destroy your own meridians." Saying that, he turned around and returned to the main hall. Su Xiaoma caught the secret manual and saw the words "I chop" written on the cover. His eyes suddenly became hot and he said loudly, "I will definitely succeed in practicing it." After returning to the main hall, Jun Changxiao called Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and Tian Qi over. He gave each of them a copy of Self/ and told them to cultivate it. Spiritual energy type martial skill? Oh my God, this is not easy to find. Sect leader is too good to us. When Lu Qianqian saw the words early middle rank, she didn't have any plans to cultivate it. However, after flipping it open, she found that the incantation was easy to understand, so she began to try cultivating it. After the Ironbone disciples learned about the spiritual force martial skill, they trained even harder because the sect leader had announced that anyone who became a martial disciple would be able to obtain it. Work hard, work even harder. The cultivation of Ironbone was getting more and more intense, and the strength of the disciples was also getting stronger every day. As for the wandering swordsman Ma Yongning, he was released after being locked up for 5 days. However, he refused to leave the sect no matter what. Why didn't he leave? because after being locked up for a few days, he had already been deeply impressed by Lu Wansher's cooking skills. He hugged his knife and begged for mercy on the stairs of the cafeteria. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Jun Changshao said. Ma Yongning was half lying down, with a "I'm so shameless" look. He said, "Sect leader Jun, let's write off our grudges. As long as you let me stay and eat Lady Lu's food every day, I'll do anything." Jun Changshao, "Damn it, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't have given him food." Sect leader Lu Wansher blinked her eyes and said, "The cafeteria still lacks someone to wash the dishes. Why don't we let him stay and do the chores?" "Sure." Ma Yongning stood up with a whoosh, showing his rough hands, and said with incomparable pride, "This pair of hands was born to wash dishes." Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Dudu is busy in the cafeteria every day. It's time to find some helpers to share the chores." Xiao Mu, "Yes. Pull the 2 assassins over as well. Let them do chores in the cafeteria. If they don't cooperate, then there's only one word. Beat them up ruthlessly." "Yes." Su Xiaomao went to the prison. On the way, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Those 2 words are long enough." Just like that, Ma Yongning and the 2 assassins started to work in the cafeteria. Moreover, they were willing to do it because Lu Wansher's cooking was too delicious. In ancient times, there was an unyielding king who could commit treason with a bowl of fried rice. Today, there were cold-blooded and heartless assassins who could lower their heads after eating a few dishes. The disciples were tirelessly cultivating. Jun Changshao began to think about drizzle building, saying, "The 3 assassins sent to kill me haven't returned yet. The other party will definitely make a move. Should he eliminate them?" No. Jun Changshao dispelled the idea, because they came to assassinate him 3 times in a row and triggered 2 side missions. This assassin organization was just giving him rice. If he eliminated them, wouldn't it be the same as running out of food? The system said, "The host is thinking too much." Nonsense. Jun Changshao said, "If I don't think too much, how am I going to survive in the cruel falling star continent?" The iron-boned disciples wholeheartedly immersed themselves in cultivation. Jun Changshao didn't stay idle either. He would either walk around the cultivation room or comprehend the body metamorphosed scripture in the inner court. During this period of time, the Azure Sun County was in an uproar. This was because the AI clan of Huyang City announced to the public that they had newly developed a healing pill that could quickly recover from injuries. How fast? The slogan was as follows: "As long as you still have a breath of life, as long as you are reluctant to part with the mortal world, consuming a healing pill would allow you to quickly recover in a few breaths. Your waist, kidney, you and him." Wasn't it too exaggerated? This was the first reaction of the martial artists in the Azure Sun County when they heard the news. However, when they thought about how the AI clan had been in the business of alchemy for generations, they probably wouldn't spread rumors and ruin their hard-earned reputation. 3 days later, the AI clan will hold a healing pill auction in Huyang City. It is said that only 9 pills will be auctioned. Many clans and sects are rushing over. Let's go and take a look. In a short period of time, cultivators from the Azure Sun County swarmed into Huyang City from all directions. The number of people was even greater than the number of spectators at the tournament. From this, one could see how alluring the healing pill was. Of course, many clans and sects were doubtful. The AI clan also understood that they had to prove the healing effects of the healing pill. Thus, when the auction started, they pulled out the young master of the Sun City's Song clan, who had been bedridden for many years. It's the second young master of the Song clan. The second genius of the Azure Sun County, who was only second to Xiao Ziji, was attacked by a low-rank 5 vicious beast while cultivating in the wilderness. In the end, his entire body was paralyzed. This is truly heartbreaking. Could it be that the AI clan invited him here to prove the healing effects of the healing pill? The second young master of the Song clan has been bedridden for so long. Can a single healing pill really cure him? Everyone discussed fervently. Everyone. AI Shang walked out and said, "In order to prove the healing effects of the AI clan's newly developed healing pill, we have reached an agreement with the Song clan's clan head yesterday. We will buy one for 30,000 silver taels. Everyone can bear witness to whether it can cure the second young master of the Song clan." As he spoke, he passed the pill to the Song clan head. Everyone turned to look at him. The Song clan head's hands trembled as he held onto the pill. Yesterday, the AI clan had repeatedly assured him that the pill was effective. It was inevitable that he would be agitated. "Father," the second young master of the Song clan was half lying on the chair. With a pale face, he said, "Let the child consume it. Even if it's poison, it doesn't matter." As a genius second only to Xiao Ziji, due to being bedridden and unable to move, he had already lost all hope. If he could move, he would have ended his life long ago. The Song clan head walked over and personally fed the pill to his son. Tears streamed down his face as he prayed for a miracle to happen. A miracle came. After consuming the pill, the hands of the second young master of the Song clan trembled slightly. Then, under everyone's gaze, he straightened his back and finally stood up with great effort. Chapter 99. I'm standing up. Father! I'm standing up. I'm standing up. The second young master of the Song clan was ecstatic. Tears gathered in his eyes, and his legs started to tremble. He gradually adapted to the long-awaited support. 3 years, more than 1,000 days, he had spent it all in bed. For a martial artist, a genius with extraordinary aptitude, this was definitely a torture worse than death. Today, the second young master of the Song clan stood up. He once again felt the weight of the earth and felt that his body belonged to him. What made him even more excited was that after his meridians were reconnected, his cultivation was still at the 7th stage of the meridian opening realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! He clenched his fists, and 7 circles of light surrounded him. Excitement, excitement, all kinds of emotions filled his heart. The second young master of the Song clan could no longer control himself. Tears flowed down his cheeks. A man does not cry easily. It was only because he was not too excited. Seeing his son stand up, his pale face regained some color, and a gathering of spiritual energy. The old master of the Song clan's hands trembled, and his eyes were filled with tears. The martial artists in the auction hall widened their eyes in disbelief. The young master of the Song clan, who had been paralyzed in bed for 3 years, ate a healing pill, and not only stood up, his cultivation was still intact. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. AI Shang sighed in relief. At first, he was worried that the healing pill could not cure people who had been ill for a long time. Now that the young master of the Song clan had proven it, the following auction would definitely be not bad. Very popular, super popular. All the major clans and sects witnessed the heaven-defying pill. Their eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Everyone. AI Shang walked to the auction stage and said loudly, "The healing pill developed by the AI clan is suitable for martial disciples and meridian opening realm cultivators. As for the effect, I believe all of you have seen it. Let's begin the auction. Only suitable for martial disciples and meridian opening realm cultivators?" Many martial artists' eyes were filled with regret. But thinking about it, if there was no restriction, no matter how serious the injury, it would be too terrifying. They had to buy it. The wealthy clans and sects made up their minds. Looking forward, AI Shang said loudly, "The starting price of the first healing pill is 10,000 taels, 20,000 taels, 30,000 taels, 35,000 taels, 40,000 taels." As soon as the auction began, all the major clans and sects began to bid fiercely. As for those martial artists who did not have enough money, they could only shut up. After a round of fierce bidding, the first healing pill was won by the 6th-stream True Essence sect for a price of 100,000 taels. This was a sky-high price. The reason why the Genuine sect was so desperate was not because they had too much money, but because one of their direct disciples had been seriously injured, like the Song family's young master for many years. These days, all the clans and sects had a few patients. Can you guarantee that you won't get hurt for the rest of your life? When the true origin Sect won the healing pill at the price of 100,000 taels, many martial artists realized that this kind of pill that could quickly heal injuries was destined to become a luxury item that they could only sigh at. Yes, luxury goods. Because for the next 7 healing pills that were auctioned off, the families and sects that had deep financial resources and profound backgrounds fought to the death, and the final price was all 100,000 yuan. The last one was sold for 120,000 taels. A single healing pill was actually worth 12 spirit stones. This was absolutely shocking. However, after the auction ended, things didn't end there. News of the AI clan's recovery pellet, swiftly healing the Song clan's second son, swept through the Azure Sun County like a storm. Really? The Song clan's young master had been paralyzed for 3 years. They searched for countless famous doctors, but still couldn't cure him. Is this a rumor? I went to Sun City the day before yesterday and saw the Song clan's young master playing on the streets as if he was flying. He didn't look like a patient who had been paralyzed for 3 years. If the Song clan's second young master's recovery was still doubtful, then not long after, the severely injured direct disciple of the sixth-stream true essence, Sect, came down the mountain and completely convinced them. For a time, the news of the recovery pellet caused a huge commotion and even spread to the outer counties. All the families with patients rushed to Huyang City. However, when they arrived at the AI clan, the reply they received from the AI clan's patriarch was, "This kind of miraculous healing pill is really difficult to refine. Please wait for news of the auction and come back to purchase it in the future." Many families left helplessly. The clans and sects with genius patients chose to stay in Huyang City and wait for the day when the AI clan's recovery pellet would be sold again. Then, did anyone have any evil thoughts? Yes, but they forcefully dispelled them. After all, the AI clan was an old and famous pellet family. They didn't have much power on the surface, but they had a lot of connections. Offending the AI clan was equivalent to offending the Jianghu. See you in the Jianghu, that's right. If you offend me, I'll write you to death. Clan leader. One day, Su Xiaoma said, the AI clan's patriarch is here to visit Huyang City. Jun Changshao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and smiled. Invite the AI clan's patriarch into the main hall. Yes. Su Xiaoma left. Jun Changshao touched his nose out of habit and said, "Looks like the AI clan's patriarch has already sold the recovery pellet." AI Shang's visit was expected, but he didn't expect him to come in just a few days. In the main hall of the sect, Jun Changshao walked out and cupped his hands. "The AI clan's patriarch has come to visit. Your presence brings light to my iron-bone sect." As the leader of a sect, there was no lack of pleasantries, let alone a business partner. AI Shang hurriedly got up and cupped his hands in greeting. "I haven't seen you for a few days, but clan leader Jun's cultivation has improved a lot." After some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. "Clan leader Jun, the 9 recovery pellets have been sold." "How much?" 850,000 taels. Clan leader Jun's face looked calm, but he was roaring in his heart. "My mother must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. I only asked for 10,000 taels." Clan leader Jun. AI Shang placed a stack of banknotes on the table and smiled. "This is 200,000 taels. Consider it a bonus. Please accept it." He's worthy of being called a businessman. He's very particular. Jun Changshao waved his hand and put the banknotes into his space ring. He smiled and said, "I didn't find the wrong long-term partner." "Long-term partner?" AI Shang was overjoyed. "Clan leader Jun, could it be that you still have recovery pellets?" Jun Changshao rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "Isn't this the reason why the AI clan's patriarch came to visit?" AI Shang was quite embarrassed when his thoughts were pointed out, but he still cupped his hands and said, "It's my honor and the AI clan's honor to be able to obtain clan leader Jun's trust." As a businessman, money was the most important thing. Recovery pellets could bring in huge profits, so he naturally spared no effort in flattering clan leader Jun Changshao said. "The AI clan's patriarch's words are too serious. You and I are now the most sincere partners." He put the bottle of recovery pellets on the table and said, "I still have 10 recovery pellets here. The AI clan's patriarch can take them and sell them. As for the price, give me 1,000,000 taels." AI Shang said straightforwardly. Jun Changshao heard this and swallowed back the 500,000 taels. He despised himself intensely in his heart. "Jun Changshao, look at yourself," he said straightforwardly. "Deal." The AI clan's patriarch hurriedly took out 1,000,000 taels of banknotes and a contract. After signing the contract, the deal was done. But before leaving, Jun Changshao reminded him, "AI clan's patriarch, I don't want to show my face in public. That's why I'm cooperating with the AI clan. I hope you can understand." I understand. Understand what? He understood that the Ironbone clan's patriarch didn't want others to know that this heaven-defying recovery pellet was made by him. After the AI clan's patriarch left, Li Qingyang came to see him and said, "Clan leader, when will junior marshal brother Ye's collapsed room be rebuilt?" Jun Changshao casually threw a stack of banknotes and said, "Rebuild my ass. Just rebuild the inner courtyard according to the imperial palace's forbidden grounds. Also expand the outer courtyard." Li Qingyang held the thick stack of banknotes and counted them slightly. He exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Chapter 100. Li Qingyang, who was holding 100,000 taels of silver, was stunned on the spot. Coming from a family, he did not have much concept of money, but he knew that this amount was huge. Using it to rebuild the iron bone could only be said to be extravagant. Li Qingyang hurried back to his room, picked up a brush and ink, and started to draft the reconstruction plan. The inner yard needed to be rebuilt, and the outer yard needed to be expanded. This was a huge project, and he had to seriously plan it. After a night of designing, the sketch was done. The iron bone main hall in the outer yard did not change, and it was still at the northernmost side. The rest of the buildings were all changed. The training field was enlarged, and more buildings were added. The inner yard also changed a lot. Not only did they add greenery, but they also added a lot of rooms, enough to accommodate 1,000 disciples. Of course, Li Qingyang also considered Lu Wanshi, and specially divided the vegetable field and the livestock pen. With enough funds, this reconstruction was definitely a bold and decisive one. Once it was completed, it would be a brand new Iron Bone Zheng Sect. Not bad. After looking at the sketch, Jun Changshao was very satisfied. Li Qingyang pointed at a few blank areas on the sketch and said, "I've decided to build a wing here first. After it's completed, everyone can move in first, and then we can rebuild the other areas. This way, we won't have to live in the outer yard." Jun Chang smiled and said, "You've considered everything thoroughly." He gave the task of rebuilding the sect to Li Qingyang because he valued his steady and cautious personality. Simply put, he was suitable to be the head butler. Li Qingyang would definitely be the internal affairs elder if he wanted to divide the elders' positions. "Sect master, when will we start the reconstruction?" 3 days later. "Yes." Li Qingyang left. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "After the reconstruction of the sect is completed, we'll open the mountain gate to recruit disciples. Once we have 500 people, we'll trigger the sect mission." When the sect was upgraded to level 2, he did not recruit disciples immediately because he wanted to strengthen this batch of disciples first. AI Shang took 10 beginner healing pills and returned to the AI family. However, they were not in a hurry to auction it off. Instead, they were waiting for the news to spread so that more forces would know about it. Previously, he had sold 9 healing pills for 850,000. Now he had spent 1 million to buy 10 from Jun Changshao. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a loss. Otherwise, AI Shang had absolute confidence that the price of the 10 recovery pellets would exceed 1 million taels in the second auction. If a businessman couldn't raise the price of a heaven-defying pill to a higher price, then he wouldn't be worthy of the word businessman. Of course, at the same time, AI Shang was also pondering. If the news of the healing pills were to spread, it would alarm the major powers and sections. How would he explain himself? 3 days later, a large number of craftsmen entered the Ironbone factory and began to expand the inner courtyard. Because it was built in another area, it did not affect the disciples' residence and rest. They could continue to cultivate as usual. Sect leader. One day, Li Qingyang came to report, last night, another 9 disciples opened their 10th meridian. Other than junior brother Shao, junior brother Yi, and junior sister Lu, the other disciples have all reached the 10th stage of the meridian opening realm. Not bad, not bad, Jun Changshao said with satisfaction. Calculating the time, this batch of disciples had just been recruited for 2 months. To reach the 10th stage from the 2nd or 3rd stage was quite fast. Let them continue to work hard. Those who break through to the martial disciple realm will be given the self/manual, Jun Changshao said. Yes. Li Qingyang left. Jun Changshao stood up and went to the training room. Xiao Ziji was in the muscle building room. There were still 2 hours left. Creak! At this moment, the door of another muscle building room opened. Yi Xingqian, who had been beaten black and blue, slid out and panted heavily. Ever since his room collapsed, he had been cultivating in the training room. His strength was not inferior to Xiao Ziji's. Needless to say, he had made great progress. His originally weak body had become much stronger. As for his realm, he had broken through from the 1st stage to the 3rd stage. His explosive strength had reached 800 jin. Normally, with Yi Xingqian's physical aptitude, it would be considered good if he could exert 400 jin. The extra 400 jin was due to the I Jin Jing, the Taishan Sutra, the muscle building room, and the body shaping pill. Jun Changshao could also see that he had changed a lot during this time, so he smiled and said, "Now, do you still feel wronged by joining the Ironbone sect?" Yi Xingqian was silent. Previously, he must have been brooding over the fact that he was forced to join the Ironbone sect despite being a reborn martial emperor. Now he was, that's right, it was really good. Shua! Jun Changshao went into the muscle building room. After 2 hours of sculpting, Xiao Ziji was waving the testing machine again and again. The strength on it was constantly changing. 3,000 jin. 3,200 jin. Bang! When the last punch was thrown, the strength was fixed at 2,500 jin. Without opening his meridians, just by tempering his body, his strength had reached the level of a 3rd stage martial disciple. It was really inconceivable. However, Xiao Ziji did not feel happy at all. Instead, he lowered his arms in dejection. Jun Changshao walked over and said, "What are you thinking about?" "Sect master." Xiao Ziji paused and said bitterly, "During this period of cultivation, my body has reached its limit. It will be very difficult for it to improve." Jun Changshao said, "A martial artist's true strength lies not only in their body, but also in many other aspects such as weapons and equipment. Come with me." He brought Xiao Ziji to the back of the mountain and took out the QBU 88 sniper rifle. He placed it on the ground and said, "Try to fire a shot." "Can I?" Xiao Ziji was stunned. Jun Changshao said, "If your body can handle it, this sniper rifle is yours." The system reminded, although this disciple can use the sniper rifle, the magically modified 8x scope function can only be triggered by the host. "So F*** up?" Jun Changshao frowned. In his mind, Xiao Ziji could not open his meridians and could not condense his spirit energy. He would train him to be a sniper. After all, his body was strong, so it should not be a problem for him to bear the recoil. But now the magically modified 8x scope, self-aiming, X-ray vision, and other functions could not be triggered by this disciple. How could he achieve 100% accuracy? Phew! Xiao Ziji let out a long sigh of relief. He walked to the front of the QBU 88 sniper rifle, obviously wanting to try it out. Jun Changshao personally taught him how to hold the gun, and how to get close to the 8x scope. He also explained the range, firing speed, and wind speed. He said, "Do you understand?" "Understood. That small rock a few hundred feet in front of you, break it." As he spoke, Jun Changshao had already moved far away, afraid that the recoil from the shot would implicate him. Shua! Xiao Ziji crouched down, holding the gun with one hand. The end of the gun was pressed against his shoulder. One of his eyes leaned against the lens, and after checking, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle spat out fire. Like a cannonball, a stream of light shot out. It accurately hit a small rock more than 500 meters away and blew it to pieces. So accurate. Jun Changshao opened his eyes wide. When he retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Ziji, he found that the gun was still there and the ground under the support was sunken. That guy had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Where is he? Sect Master. More than 10 meters behind him, Xiao Ziji was paralyzed on a tree branch. His mouth was foaming, and he weakly said, "Disciple! Disciple is here!" Chapter 101. The recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle is really strong. Xiao Ziji fired a shot. Even with the support of his leg, he was still sent flying for more than 10 meters. However, there were two things that surprised Jun Changshao. First, this kid was very accurate. Second, after resting for a while, he stood up as if nothing had happened. My cultivation is higher than his, but I had to rest for most of the night before I could adjust. The system explained. That's because the host fired 3 shots in a row. The recoil is very strong, but he only fired 1 shot. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao suddenly realized. No matter what, Xiao Ziji's shooting talent and his strong body made him even more determined to train him into a sniper. "I've sinned," Jun Changshao said. "This Type 88 sniper rifle is yours. When you have time, try to get a feel for it." "Yes." Xiao Ziji picked up the gun, although he remembered the recoil and felt a chill down his spine. But when he saw the broken stone, his eyes were burning. Men love guns, it is their nature. Even men from another world are no exception. Following this, Xiao Ziji would take out 2 hours every day to lie on the grass, stones, and trees in the back mountain. One of his eyes would lean on the lens, aiming at something in the distance. He did not fire the gun because the head said that there were only 6 bullets left in the gun. In order to better adapt to the recoil, Xiao Ziji would also stand on the martial arts field and let his senior brothers hit him with thick logs. "Junior brother, are you ready?" "Ta." Xiao Ziji stepped forward, his upper body exposed. He patted his right shoulder where the gun was and said, "Senior brothers, come!" "Go," Su Xiaoma ordered. 10 disciples holding the logs fiercely hit him, but with a bang sound he was sent flying. The muscle sculpting machine is based on science to refine the body and maximize the muscle enhancement. This method is quite extreme. Shua! Xiao Ziji climbed up and returned to his previous position. He once again got into a horse stance and endured the pain. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. Again. Again. On the steps of the main hall, as he watched Xiao Ziji fall and stand up again and again, Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, junior brother Xiao wants to become stronger too much." Jun Changshao leaned his arms against the stone railing and said, Qingyang, although your junior brother has become the champion of the Sect's martial arts competition and proved himself with his strength, he still has to surpass his former fiancée. Li Qingyang said in a deep voice, Sect leader, as far as I know, junior martial brother Zhao's fiancée is called Morong Xe. She is a direct descendant of the Morong clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianhai County. Tianhai County? Jun Chang Xiao had a vague impression of it. It seemed to be a county with a large population. He asked, Is the Morong family very strong? Li Qingyang was silent for a while, then said, If we were to calculate according to the ranking of the sects, the Morong family of Tianhai County is at least not weaker than the Tsang Mountain sect. Jun Chang Xiao said in surprise, So strong? Li Qingyang said, Morong Xian has the best spiritual root. She was accepted as a direct disciple by the 11th elder of the second-rate sect, the Lily Holy sect. Jun Chang Xiao didn't care about the best spiritual root. What he cared about was the Lily Holy sect. This name was really meaningful. He joked, Is there a gay sect? Gay sect? Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, I have never heard of it. Jun Chang Xiao went back to the topic and said, A family comparable to a 5th-rate sect and a disciple of a 2nd-rate sect. This Morong Xian is really not simple. However, he touched his chin and said, Since she is so outstanding, why is she engaged to Zue Ji? They were engaged before they were born. Li Qingyang said. Jun Chang Xiao said, No wonder. Looking at Xiao Ziji, who was training, he murmured, It will be very difficult for my disciple to surpass the woman who abandoned him. Only difficult is challenging. Only then can he prove his ability to train his disciple. Morong Xian of the Morong family, just you wait. One day, I will make you understand how stupid it was to break the engagement. The craftsmen in the inner courtyard were building in full swing. The disciples were also cultivating. 7 days passed peacefully. Iron Bone welcomed a historic moment. Except for Xiao Ziji, Lu Wanshi, and Yi Xingxin, all the other disciples broke through to the 12th stage. Tian Qi, Li Fei, Zhang Wei, and the others became martial disciples. The number of disciples increased from 5 to 10. Under normal circumstances, a 9th-rate sect having 3 to 5 martial disciples was not bad. Iron Bone had 10, which was undoubtedly very powerful. Strange. Jun Chang Xiao opened the data panel and saw that the sect was still a 9th-rate sect. He was puzzled and said, The sect has 9 martial disciples, and the rest are all at the 12th stage. Why haven't they upgraded? The system said, The promotion of the sect is not decided by the system. It needs to be certified by the relevant department of the Falling Star continent. Which department? You can ask the disciples. Jun Chang Xiao called Li Qingyang over. Li Qingyang said, Sect leader, as far as I know, if you want the sect to enter the 8th rate, you need to go to the sect certification hall to be certified. Sect certification hall? Where is it? Qingyang City. What kind of certification is it? Li Qingyang thought for a while and said, uncertainly, It seems to be bringing disciples who meet the requirements to be certified. So troublesome. I'm too lazy to go. Jun Chang Xiao dismissed the idea of going for certification. In his opinion, as long as the sect was strong, it didn't matter if it was considered a 9th-rate sect. In the weeds at the back of the mountain, Xiao Ziji was covered in weeds. Only his eyes were exposed. He was lying motionless. Shwa! After a long time, a relatively large wild boar walked out about 600 meters ahead. Xiao Ziji lowered his head slightly. One of his eyes was on the lens. He locked onto the wild boar's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Xiao Ziji held the gun and was knocked back 2 meters. As for the wild boar, its head was accurately shot and its body fell to the ground. Su Xiaomao ran over and lifted it up. Junior brother Xiao, your marksmanship is really accurate. Who? Xiao Ziji stood up. He held the gun in one hand and rubbed his numb right shoulder with the other. A bright smile appeared on his face. After 7 days of training in the molding room and extreme body tempering, he was no longer hanging from a tree branch because of the recoil like the first time he fired the gun. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and walked out. Xiao Ziji lay motionless on the ground for 4 hours. When the prey appeared, he quickly shot it in the head. He was definitely a natural sniper. This was the advantage of being a genius. Even if he was not good in martial arts, he could still perform well in other things. I have sinned, Jun Changshao said. When the sentry tower is built, the heavy responsibility of protecting the sect will be handed over to you. This guy gave the Type 88 sniper rifle to Xiao Ziji and let him become a sniper. He hoped that he could protect the sect and not let others get close. Although there was a sect protection array, it was still 1 contribution point per day. It was impossible to burn it over a long period of time. If a sniper was placed at the sentry tower, he could instantly kill any suspicious person or assassin. That would be very comfortable. Yes, Xiao Ziji said. But, he said weakly, Sect leader, there are only 5 bullets left. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, Yes, there are a little less bullets. We have to go to Qingyang City to buy some cores. Qingyang, inform the disciples who broke through to martial disciple to follow me to Qingyang City's Sect Certification Center tomorrow. Since he was going to Qingyang City, he had to get certified on the way. Chapter 102. The next day, Jun Changshao brought Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others to Green Sun City. Xiao Ziji also followed along. The Type 88 sniper rifle on his back was wrapped in black cloth, giving off a mysterious feeling. Snipers have to pay attention to their surroundings at all times. You can't relax at all. Jun Changshao said, N. Xiao Ziji was on high alert all the way. Even if there was a wild rabbit running through the grass, he would be able to catch it immediately. He had already accepted the position of a sniper, but he lacked bullets for shooting practice. Talent was important, but to be able to not miss a single shot, he still needed bullets to feel. A few hours later, the group arrived at Green Sun City. As soon as they entered, they attracted the attention of the people in the city. The contempt and ridicule in their eyes were naturally replaced by respect and reverence. During this period of time, Iron Bone's performance had already been recognized. Just as Jun Changshao said, ordinary people liked to follow the trend. When you were weak, they would want to kick you. When you were strong, they would want to kneel down and lick your boots. Where is the sect certification? In the south of the city. Walking along the wide street to the south of the city, Jun Changshao brought his disciples to a building with the word Sect Certification Hall. Why is Iron Bone here? Are they going to get their sect certified? Although sect leader Jun defeated Longblade Sect's sect leader in the grievance arena, his personal strength is not enough. His disciples have to be strong to pass the certification. The Sect Certification Hall has a cooperative relationship with the 100 Races Alliance. Iron Bone has left the alliance, so it will be difficult for them to get certified. Hearing the discussions of the passers-by, Jun Changshao frowned and thought, the certification hall has a cooperative relationship with the 100 Races Alliance. They will definitely make things difficult for them. As expected, after entering the certification hall and reporting their sect's name, the deacon said indifferently, according to the sect certification rules, you must show the 100 Races Alliance's certificate to be certified. Pa, Su Xiaoma slammed the table and said angrily, we're already here. Why don't you just verify it? Why do you still need a certificate? The deacon said indifferently, this is the sect certification hall, the fair and just authority of the Starfall continent. Sect Master Jun, please tell your disciples to be more respectful. Fair and just. If Jun Changshao didn't care about his status as the sect leader, he would have already taken out the records of the Grand Historian and smashed him in the face. Can't it be verified without a certificate? He asked calmly. The deacon said indifferently, If there is a proof of recommendation from a fifth-rate sect or above, it can also be verified. Of course, a low-level sect like Ironbone that hasn't even joined the 100 Races Alliance wouldn't be recommended by a major sect. So it's best that you return to where you came from. F***CK. Li Fei couldn't help but slap the table and say, "If you F***King say inferior again, do you believe that I won't kick you to death?" Most of the disciples who joined the Ironbone sect came from poor backgrounds, except for a few who had some status. They were so angry that they were humiliated, especially by their own sect, that they would definitely swear. The deacon cupped his hands and sneered. "What? Ironbone sect wants to cause trouble in the certification hall." Jun Changshao signaled the angry disciples to calm down and said, "I would like to ask, what are the requirements to be verified as an 8th-rate sect?" The deacon glanced at the Ironbone sect disciples who thought they were a bunch of country bumpkins and said indifferently, 5 martial disciples and 5 channel opening stage 12 disciples. Jun Changshao understood and said goodbye. Watching the Ironbone sect disciples leave, the deacon said in disdain, "He left the 100 Sects Alliance and still wants to be verified. Is this guy stupid? Sect Master, that guy is purposely making things difficult for Ironbone." Su Xiaoma gritted his teeth and said as they walked out of the certification hall, "If he doesn't want to verify, then so be it. He even F***king humiliated us." Tian Qi was so angry that his body was trembling. Li Qingyang said calmly, "The certification hall is related to the 100 Sects Alliance. If we want to raise the level of our sect, we can only do it in another province." "It doesn't matter," Jun Changshao said. They came to Green Sun City to buy bullets, so the certification was just on the way. Since the other party was purposely making things difficult, they could just not verify it. After all, it was enough for the sect to qualify as an 8th-rate sect. Sect Master Jun. At this moment, a deep and vigorous voice came from afar. Jun Changshao turned around and looked. He said in shock, "Elder Ma?" "That's right. The person who came was Tsongshan Sect's Elder Ma. From the aura he emitted, it was obvious that he had broken through to Wuzong. He had been stuck at the peak of Martial Master for a long time. 2 months ago, Jun Changshao gave him some guidance, allowing him to finally break through. Elder Ma stopped in front of Jun Changshao and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thanks to Sect Master Jun's guidance, this old man was able to enter Wuzong. Wuzong? Li Qingyang and the others' eyes were filled with envy and respect. In Qingyang County, those who had reached the level of Martial Master were the top experts. Wuzong was undoubtedly an existence that they looked up to. Jun Changshao said modestly, "Elder Ma is confused by the situation. As long as you solve the puzzle, even without Jun, you can easily enter a higher level." Elder Ma's eyes were filled with admiration. When the 100 Sect recruited him, he felt that this kid was full of nonsense. Now it seemed that he was a humble little guy. "What's wrong?" Looking at the Sect certification hall, Elder Ma said, "Sect Master Jun wants to certify the Sect's level." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Elder Ma glanced at the disciples of Ironbone behind him. Seeing the aura they exuded, he cupped his hands and smiled. "Congratulations on your sect's promotion to the 8th rate." Jun Changshao shook his head and said helplessly, "If they don't certify, what's there to celebrate?" "Not certifying." Elder Ma was surprised. "What do you mean?" The Sect certification hall was the authority of the Falling Star continent. Any sect could be certified. It was his first time hearing that they didn't certify. Jun Changshao told him everything. After Elder Ma heard, he said in a deep voice, "The 100 Sect Alliance is just a private organization. To think that they can get the Sect certification hall to certify. This is the biggest joke in the world. Sect Master Jun, let's go." He made an inviting gesture and said, "This old man will bring your sect to be certified." Jun Changshao brought his disciples into the hall again. The deacon stood up and said with a black face, "Sect Master Jun, Why are you here again? To certify the sect. Jun Changshao said. The deacon rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, I've already said it clearly. If you want to be certified, you either need to show the 100 Sect Alliance's certification or have a fifth rate. Deacon Zhao? Before he finished, he was interrupted by Elder Ma, who walked in. I represent the Blue Mountain Sect to recommend the Ironbone clan. This should be in accordance with the certification rules, right? Elder Ma. Seeing the Blue Mountain Sect elder walk in, Deacon Zhao hurriedly walked out of the counter and smiled politely. How come you have time to come to the certification hall? His face changed so quickly. Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and the others cast disdainful glances at this kind of obsequious person. Elder Ma said indifferently, Deacon Zhao, if I remember correctly, you've been a deacon for 10 years. Yes. Deacon Zhao smiled. Exactly 10 years. Elder Ma's eyes turned cold. Deacon Zhao is also a senior. I would like to ask if the certification hall authorized the certification hall to provide a local private organization certification? Deacon Zhao's face changed. He only represented the Azure Sun County's Sect Certification Hall. Working with the 100 Sect Alliance to gain benefits was a personal action. The higher-ups definitely didn't know. Jun Changshao said, hearing Elder Ma's words, I can't help but suspect that Deacon Zhao and the 100 Sect Alliance have some dirty deal. Chapter 103. Deacon Zhao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He no longer had the arrogance and coldness from before. If news of him making an agreement with the 100 Sect Alliance and receiving benefits were to spread to the headquarters, losing his deacon position would be a small matter, but being held accountable would be a big matter. Deacon Zhao quickly realized that the arrival of the Gray Mountain Sect elder had something to do with Jun Changshao, so he hurriedly smiled. Sect leader Jun, this Zhao will now certify you and Ironbone. No. Jun Changshao said, my Ironbone is only a low-grade sect. We don't have the 100 Sect Alliance's certification. How can we be qualified to certify a sect? Deacon Zhao's face turned ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. Elder Ma coldly said, as the person in charge of the Sect Certification Center, shouldn't you abide by the rules of fairness? You need the 100 Sect Alliance to provide a certification. This is too absurd. The last 5 words were sonorous and forceful, shaking Deacon Zhao's heart to the point that his legs started to spin. This was an elder of the 5 flowing Gray Mountain Sect, not to mention the headquarters. Even if it was a branch, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Seeing this fellow's pale face, Jun Changshao thought to himself, if I don't step on you like a dog, how can I face my angry disciples? Pa! Suddenly, Deacon Zhao raised his hand and really slapped his own face, smiling flatteringly. Sect leader Jun, my head was squashed by the door just now. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. This works too. Li Qingyang and the rest's mouths twitched. If he was still as arrogant as before, perhaps they would respect him a little. But now that he had turned into a dog wagging its tail, it was disgusting to look at him. Deacon Zhao, you're too gentle, Jun Changshao lightly said. Pa! Deacon Zhao slapped his own face again, this time with a lot of strength. A bright red palm print appeared on the right side of his face. He endured the burning pain and forced himself to smile. Sect Master Jun, are you satisfied now? Not satisfied. Jun Changshao replied. Pa! Deacon Zhao was also a ruthless person. He slapped both sides of his face, and because he used too much strength, his nose started to bleed. Sect leader Jun, his face was slightly sinister as he smiled and said, Are you satisfied? Since the other party was fighting with such sincerity, Jun Changshao didn't want to go against him. So he said indifferently, let's go through the procedure and get certified. Please. Deacon Zhao endured the pain, bringing him and the rest of the Ironbone disciples to the back of the sect in the middle of the courtyard in the middle of the Sect Alliance. Sect Master Jun, these are the cultivation testing stones. Please verify them one by one. If you meet the requirements, your sect can be upgraded. What requirements? 5 disciples have reached a strength value of more than 2,300 gene. Oh, Jun Changshao understood. This so-called cultivation testing stone was actually the same as the strength testing machine sold in the store. Li Fei, go and take the test. Sect, Li Fei was the first to walk over. He scratched his head and asked, Sect leader, should we use our fists or our feet? Deacon, 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 deacon. Deacon, deacon to deacon. Understood. Li Fei raised his foot and suddenly kicked over. This action was similar to playing a happy football. Boom, he kicked the testing stone. Elder Ma, who had followed along, inwardly commented, his chassis is solid and he didn't use any spiritual power. He should have trained hard. The strength of this kick must have reached the required level. Suddenly, he stopped thinking and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because a number was gradually appearing on the testing stone. The content was 3,000 genes. Deacon Zhao was also dumbfounded. As the person in charge of the sect certification hall in Qingyang City, he had seen many disciples test their strength. But this was the first time he had seen someone who could kick a force of 3,000 gene with just his physical body. AI. Li Fei shook his head. I'm not used to it. Little Mo, yes. Su Xiaoma walked up and gave a kick as well, exerting a force of 3,500 kilograms. Then he shrugged and said helplessly, as expected, I'm not used to it. The corners of Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao's mouths twitched. The 2 disciples each gave a kick. The purest physical strength was comparable to a second-grade martial disciple. This was simply inconceivable. Next up was Lu Qianchan. She gently hit the testing stone with her jade-like palm, displaying a force of 2,000 genes. It was obvious that she didn't use her full strength. Li Qingyang walked up and poured spiritual power into his fist. He suddenly punched the testing stone, and the strength displayed was 5,000 genes. Boom! Tianqi also punched the testing stone. He didn't use any spiritual power, and the force of his punch was 3,200 genes. Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao's eyes opened wider and wider. These iron-bone disciples were only first-grade martial disciples, but each of them could exert a force of more than 3,000 genes. This was simply terrifying. Deacon Zhao, Jun Changshao said, our 5 disciples all meet the requirements. Can we be certified as an 8th-rate sect? Deacon Zhao came back to his senses and hurriedly said politely, according to the certification rules, your sect still needs 5 disciples who have reached the 12th stage of the channel opening realm. Oh, Jun Changshao waved his hand. Zhang Wei and the other 3 disciples who had broken through to the martial disciple realm were tested in order. The result was that, without exception, all of them had strength of more than 3,000 genes. Other than Lu Qianchan and Li Qingyang, the other iron-bone disciples were all middle-grade spiritual roots. Naturally, it was also because of their training and the body-shaping pill that they were able to produce a strength value that was close to the standard. Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao felt a little dizzy. A few disciples who could produce a strength value of a second-grade martial disciple could be explained by innate divine power. So many disciples produced a strength value of 3,000 genes. Could it be that they all had innate divine power? It wasn't innate, but acquired. Sect leader Jun. Elder Ma looked at Xiao Ziji and said, is your disciple not going to be tested? Jun Changshao said, Zue Ji, go up and punch for Elder Ma to see. Yes. Xiao Ziji handed the sniper rifle wrapped in cloth to Su Xiaomu. He stepped in front of the testing stone, took a deep breath, and punched it. His strength value was 4,600 genes. Elder Ma's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. His eyes were filled with shock. This kid's body didn't emit any spiritual energy. He was able to produce a strength value of 5,000 genes with pure physical strength. This was absolutely terrifying. Zueji? Deacon Zhao thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that he's Xiao Ziji, the Xiao family's direct descendant who won the martial arts competition?" Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Please remove the Xiao family's direct descendant and change it to Ironbone disciples." "Thank you." "Understood, understood," Deacon Zhao hurriedly said. Elder Ma exclaimed, "So he's the champion of the martial arts competition that just ended. No wonder he's so strong." He had also heard about the Ironbone disciples monopolizing the top 4 spots in the martial arts competition in Tsang Mountain Sect. He had even discussed it with the sect leader and the higher-ups. Sect leader Jun, Elder Ma cupped his hands and said, "These people have all become dragons among men under your guidance." This was the truth and not flattery. After all, a group of disciples with average aptitudes could be trained to such a level by the Ironbone sect leader. Even Tsang Mountain Sect would find it difficult to do so. Not only Tsang Mountain Sect, but even if it was a higher-level sect, it would be impossible to train a group of people with average aptitudes to become first-grade martial disciples and have a higher level of combat strength. Of course, the higher-level sects wouldn't accept them because it was a complete waste of time and resources. Jun Changshao thought differently. He wanted to train these disciples who were regarded as trash, and trash in the eyes of the higher-level sects, because it was very challenging. Chapter 104. The requirement to become an 8th-rate sect was to have 5 martial disciples and 5 12th-stage channel opening cultivators. The disciples brought by Jun Changshao, including Xiao Ziji, who had no cultivation, all displayed strength that far exceeded the minimum requirement. Therefore, passing the certification was a smooth affair. Sect Master Jun, on the counter, Attendant Zhao handed over a token with the word 8 engraved on it and said with a smile, "Congratulations to your sect for becoming an 8th-rate sect." Even if there were no elders of Tsang Mountain Sect present, he would still act respectfully. After all, the strength displayed by the group of disciples was too valiant. Ironbone's future was limitless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to an 8th-rate sect. The reward is 100 achievement points and 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect achievement points 100500. Ding! Sect contribution points 355500. Damn! When the sect was upgraded, it even gave achievement points and contribution points. Jun Changshao was pleasantly surprised. Actually, when he first heard that a sect needed to be certified, he had rejected it. Now that he received achievement points and contribution points, he felt great and wonderful. The system said, the higher the sect's grade, the higher the reward. Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion and said, "Attendant Zhao, what are the requirements for upgrading from an 8th-rate sect to a 7th-rate sect?" Attendant Zhao hurriedly said, "Sect Master needs to become a martial master. The number of disciples must be at least 50 martial disciples and 500 12th-stage channel opening cultivators." That many? Jun Changxiao frowned. The upper limit of a sect's disciples was only 500. It seemed that in order to upgrade to a 7th-rate sect, not only did he need to raise the cultivation of all the disciples, he also needed to upgrade the sect to a 3rd-rate sect. The 9th-rate sect on the system panel changed to an 8th-rate sect. Sect Master Jun received 100 achievement points and 200 contribution points. He walked out of the certification hall in a good mood. 8th-rate sect token. Heavens, Ironbone actually upgraded. Unbelievable, unbelievable. When the passers-by saw the 8th-rate sect token hanging on Jun Changxiao's waist, their eyes were filled with shock. More than 2 months ago, Ironbone Sect was just an obscure, trash sect in the eyes of the world. The first-generation sect leader was even beheaded because he went to a brothel and became a laughingstock. In just a few short days, under the leadership of the second-generation Sect master, not only did the sect rapidly expand, it even went from the 9th rate to the 8th rate. Many people felt that this was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Sect Master Jun, the elder of the Tsang Mountain sect, cupped his hands and said, "This Ma still has things to deal with. If you have time in the future, please come to my Tsang Mountain sect for a chat." It sounded like polite words, but many cultivators were envious. After all, not everyone was qualified to hear such polite words from a 5th-rate sect's elder. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "When I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to Tsang Mountain sect." "Goodbye, goodbye." Elder Ma left, but on the way he thought to himself, to be able to bring a group of ordinary youths to such a stage, this child is really not simple. If we meet again in the future, this Ironbone clan will probably become even stronger. For a group of disciples to be able to produce such a terrifying strength value, Elder Ma would definitely not look down on them. After the sect certification, Jun Changshao brought his disciples to the market and entered a crystal core shop, starting to choose crystal cores of various grades. Considering that the higher the grade of the crystal core, the greater the recoil of the bullet, he focused his attention on crystal cores of the 4th or 5th grade. After a round of selection, Jun Changshao chose 2 crystal cores of the 7th grade and 50 crystal cores of the 5th grade, which were similar to the Earth Fire Wolf King's crystal core. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun, 2 crystal cores of the 7th grade are 20,000 taels. 50 crystal cores of the 5th grade are 150,000 taels. The total is 170,000 taels. Oh my God, so expensive?" The disciples who followed him in opened their eyes wide. 170,000 taels. To them, they would never dream of it. Jun Changshao took out banknotes and slammed them on the counter, saying, "I'll buy it." Seeing so much money, the Ironbone disciple felt dizzy and secretly said, "Our sect master is really rich." After buying the pills, Jun Changshao went to the medicine market again. In the end, he only found a few healing pills and brought his disciples back to the sect. On the way, he unloaded the bullets of the Type 88 sniper rifle and reloaded them into the Earth Fire Wolf King's crystal core. He used the crystal cores of the 5th grade to reload 10 bullets. Arriving at a deserted place, Jun Changshao pointed at the hornet's nest hanging on the tree in front of him and said, "Sinji, shoot it down." Yes. Xiao Ziji found a spot, propped up a stand, and then used the gun to calibrate the target. In the process, Li Qingyang and the others had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Sect Master Jun also retreated and secretly said, replacing the 7th grade with a 5th grade, the recoil shouldn't be too big. Pung! While thinking, Xiao Ziji, after calibrating, decisively pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spat out a stream of light and then accurately shattered the hornet's nest. From the sound of the gunshot and the stream of light, it was obviously inferior to the condensed bullet of the 7th grade. Definitely, the higher the level of the crystal core, the stronger the condensed bullet. Although the power was much weaker, the recoil only shook Xiao Ziji half a meter away, and his shoulder only felt a slight numbness. Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "The power of this attack, even a 7th or 8th grade martial disciple with their spirit power fully activated might not be able to withstand it." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ziji stood up, rubbed his shoulders, and grinned. "Sect Master, this disciple should be fine after a while to adapt." Saying this, his smile suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao and the other disciples followed his gaze. They saw a group of hornets gathered at the place where the hornet's nest was broken. Their bodies flashed with red light, and there was a buzzing sound. "Not good," Li Qingyang said in shock. "It's the poisonous hornet." Poisonous hornet, a small group of ferocious beasts. Although their level was low, their group attack power was very strong. not to mention a martial disciple. Even a martial master might not dare to provoke them. Li Qingyang had just opened his mouth when Sect Master Jun had already taken a big step forward and shouted, "Why are you still standing there foolishly? Run!" Swish, swish. The disciples hurriedly followed in a panic. Buzz, buzz. The hornet swarm suddenly rushed over. Their stingers flashed, and their small eyes were filled with anger. "Aya!" Tian Chi screamed, "My butt!" Ah! Li Fei was chased by dozens of hornets. He hugged his head and fled, and even released his spirit power to isolate the attack. In the end, he was still hit by the omnipresent stingers. Su Xiaomo ran the fastest. However, the hornets that flew over could shoot their stingers, and in an instant they pierced his butt, and there was a scream of "ah!" Dusk came. The group returned to the sect. Except for Lu Qianqian, the other disciples were all stung by the hornets, especially Xiao Ziji. His lips were stung and were swollen like 2 sausages. Jun Changshao was also stung, and it was on his eyelids. The bulging bumps almost squeezed his eyes into a line. Sect Master. Li Qingyang covered his stung, and collapsed. Next time, don't let junior brother Xiao hit the hornet's nest. Chapter 105. With enough crystal cores, Xiao Ziji returned to the sect and spent more time practicing his marksmanship. He even hid in the bushes at the back of the mountain all night, waiting for animals to appear at night. Shooting stationary targets was nothing. The best marksmanship was shooting moving targets. Bang! Bang! In the middle of the night, gunshots could be heard occasionally. In the study, Jun Changshao was not in the mood to sleep. He continued to refresh the shop. Now that he had 355 contribution points, he could use them to his heart's content for a while. Ding! Contribution points 345,500. After the refresh, an item called Magically Modified Shoulder Guard appeared in the list of items that were displayed. He clicked on the details. Item: Magically Modified Shoulder Guard. Effect: after wearing it, it can form a defense around the shoulder. It can counteract the recoil of magically modified rifles and sniper rifles to a large extent. Effectiveness: bring it and use it immediately. Price: 20 contribution points. Jun Changshao murmured, "Counteract recoil? This is good stuff." Without hesitation, he bought it. Ding! Host has spent 20 contribution points. Magically Modified Shoulder Guard X1. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 325500. Jun Changshao continued to refresh, but his luck was very bad. He did not get anything good and was forced to spend 10 contribution points to buy an extreme skipping rope. He refreshed again. Ding! Contribution points 295500. The item that appeared this time was not bad. There was a high-level mortal martial skill called Rupturing Fist. Although its level was low, the Ironbone sect was in urgent need of martial skills. Therefore, Jun Changshao still spent 10 contribution points to buy it. Ding! Contribution points 285500. Ding! Detected that host has purchased a fist martial skill from the shop. It is automatically matched with the sect's martial skill. The words Rupturing Fist, High-Level Mortal Martial Skill, appeared on the system's data panel. It meant that the disciple could practice it. Jun Changshao made 1,000 copies and murmured, "Level 10 and above Meridian opening can practice it. I'll send it to the disciples tomorrow." The next day, under the influence of the divine music, the disciples finished their morning exercises happily. Then, each of them received a secret manual of the exploding fist, which made them even happier. Jun Changshao gave the magically modified shoulder pads to Xiao Ziji and gave the extreme jump rope to Su Xiaomo. "Thank you, Sect Master," the two said. Xiao Ziji put on the shoulder pads and arrived at the back of the mountain. He held up the Type 88 sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, but he only heard a bang sound. His body only trembled a little, but he did not fall back. So powerful? His eyes widened. As he spoke, he stood up and retracted his kickstand. Then he raised his gun and said, "It shouldn't be a problem to stand and fight, right?" Boom! He pulled the trigger again, and the moment the bullet flew out, Xiao Zuiji was pushed back a few meters. He then staggered and stabilized his body. He grimaced and said, "It hurts." Without the support of a kickstand, the recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle would definitely be greater. Fortunately, he had the magically modified shoulder pads. Otherwise, if he fired a shot, he would probably end up hanging from the southeast branch. On the training field, Su Xiaoma held the extreme jump rope and said, "Sect Master gave me this. Do you want me to jump rope?" Shua. As he spoke, he jumped down. Then, his arms began to spin on their own, and his legs began to shake uncontrollably as well. Shua, shua, shua. His speed increased and light flashed. Damn! The disciples gathered around and said in surprise, "Senior brother Su is jumping so fast." Half an hour later, the frequency of jumping rope decreased, and then it stopped. Thump! Su Xiaoma's legs trembled, and his whole body collapsed on the ground. His eyes rolled back, and white foam came out of his mouth. The extreme jump rope was used to train the strength of the legs. Once the user jumped, it would force the user to jump for an hour. The disciples continued to train as usual. Jun Changshao was also immersed in his training. Occasionally, he would take a qi gathering pill to increase the speed of his spiritual energy absorption. A few days later, his realm went from level 7 to level 8. If he meets a beast like the Earth Fire Wolf King again, he won't even need to use a gun. He can tear it apart with his bare hands. Inside the training room, Jun Changshao focused his spiritual energy on his right arm and used the rupturing fist that he learned. With a bang sound, he hit the testing machine. The strength displayed was 23,000 pounds. TSK, TISK. It actually increased by 3,000 pounds after breaking through to level 8 martial disciple. Without relying on spiritual energy, his physical strength is around 20,000. After using the rupturing fist, it increased by 3,000 pounds. The system said, "This is only common rank. If there is a higher rank martial skill, the host's strength will increase even more." Jun Changshao also wants to train a higher rank martial skill, but he needs to rely on his luck to get one. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from the outer courtyard. Jun Changshao hurriedly went out and saw the Type 88 sniper rifle on the newly built watchtower. There was a wisp of smoke coming out of the muzzle. "What happened?" he said in a low voice. Xiao Ziji stood on the watchtower, pointed at the direction of the gun, and said, "Sect Master, a black-clothed man, tried to sneak in and was shot by this disciple." Jun Changshao hurriedly went out of the sect. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, he saw a black-clothed man lying on the grass. His chest was pierced and blood flowed out. He couldn't be more dead. This assassin was moving at high speed, but he was killed by Xiao Ziji in one shot. It can be seen that his marksmanship is very accurate. Unfortunately, I didn't trigger a side quest. Jun Changshao shook his head, took the other person's interspatial ring, and burned it with exquisite fire. Drizzle building, you guys are really diligent. With Xiao Ziji on guard, Jun Changshao doesn't need to open the sect protection formation every night. He can save some contribution points. Sect Master. The next day, Li Qingyang came to see him. These few days for more junior brothers have broken through to martial disciple. This disciple has already distributed the self-severing manual to them. How's Xing Chen's cultivation? Jun Changshao asked. As the sect master, he must be concerned about the growth of every disciple. Li Qingyang said, "Yesterday I saw junior brother Yi testing in the training room. There were 7 flashes of light on his wrist. He should have broken through to channel opening stage 7. So fast? Jun Changshao was surprised. Calculating the time, Yi Xingqin joined the Iron-Bone sect for less than a month, but he has already broken through from Channel Opening Stage 1 to Channel Opening Stage 7. His speed is much faster than the other disciples. Li Qingyang said seriously, "Sect Master, junior brother Yi is not simple." Jun Changshao rubbed his nose and smiled. This person's eyes are full of vicissitudes, as if he has experienced many things. That's why I forced him to join the sect. Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother Yi is a loner and doesn't fit in with the other junior brothers. This disciple is worried that when his cultivation becomes stronger, he will not be content." Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and smiled. "Don't worry, even if that guy breaks through to Martial Emperor, I will still be able to subdue him. As the sect master, if he can't deal with a troublesome disciple, how can he be the sect master? He might as well kill himself and scatter flowers." "Sect master." At this moment, Su Xiaomo ran in, gasping for breath. "There's someone outside. They say it's Morong Xian from the Morong family." "What?" Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang were shocked. A few days ago, they were still talking about her. Who would have thought that she would come today? Is it because of Xiao Ziji? They don't come with good intentions. Jun Changshao frowned. Chapter 106. Outside the sect, a 16-year-old girl in blue stood there. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was slender. Her face was oval-shaped, and her eyebrows were like willow leaves. In terms of appearance and temperament, she was not weaker than Lu Qianshan. Morong Xian, a direct descendant of the Morong family in Sky Sea City. She had a top-grade spirit root and was the direct disciple of the 11th elder of the Lily Holy Sect. Her other identity was Xiao Ziji's ex-fiancé. This kind of beautiful and talented girl appeared in front of the Iron-Bone sect, which was unexpected. Morong Xian gently raised her head. Her eyes looked at the man standing on the sentry post in the distance and whispered, "It's really him." Some time ago, she went back to Sky Sea City to visit her relatives. She heard that her ex-fiancé participated in the martial arts competition in Azure Sun County and won the championship. This time, when she returned to the sect, she specially came to take a look. Xiao Ziji also looked at Morong Xian and said with a sullen face, "Why is this woman here?" The memory of 5 years ago appeared. It was in the hall of the Xiao family, in front of all the clansmen, accompanied by the elders of the Lily Holy Sect. Morong Xian said faintly, "I'm here to break off the engagement." The cold and proud words were like a sharp arrow that deeply pierced Xiao Ziji's heart, making him feel pain every time he thought of it during the 5 years of wandering. Xiao Ziji had no feelings for his ex-fiancée. After all, they were engaged before they were born, and he only saw her once when he was young. But a woman came to break off the engagement, and in public it was undoubtedly the same as ruthlessly trampling on his dignity. He could accept that a genius became a waste. He could also accept that he was expelled from the family. But he couldn't accept that when he was in trouble, even his fiancée came to kick him into the abyss. Seeing Morong Xian again, and thinking of her proud face, Xiao Ziji really wanted to move the muzzle of the 88 sniper rifle and pull the trigger. Creak! At this time the red door opened, and Su Xiaomo waved his hand and said, "Miss Morong, please come in." Morong Xian frowned. "Your sect master, won't you personally welcome me?" His voice was filled with arrogance. He had the right to be arrogant. After all, with his status as a direct descendant of the Morong clan, he would be welcomed by the higher-ups of the various sects in Azure Sun County. Even the Five Streams Green Mountain sect had to be courteous to the Lily Holy Sect. "Oh shit, this woman is quite arrogant, huh?" Su Xiaoma unhappily said, "Miss Morong, you're only a direct descendant of the Morong family. Why would my family's head personally welcome you? Clan head and sect head, their statuses were equal. When a direct descendant of the clan came to visit, There was nothing wrong with the sect leader not coming out to welcome him. Are you entering or not? Su Xiaoma said impatiently, If you don't enter, I'll close the door. Humph! Murong Xan snorted coldly and walked in. Her eyebrows were filled with anger. She thought to herself, a ninth-rate sect really thinks too highly of themselves. After walking in, she saw the spacious outer courtyard and the magnificent main hall. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes as she said, This iron bone is quite imposing. It's just that, looking at the disciples cultivating in the martial arts field, she disdainfully said, mediocre talent, low cultivation. No matter how luxurious the sect is, it's just a low-level existence. From this woman's arrogant behavior, it was enough to prove that Jun Changxiao's guess was right. She came with ill intentions. In the main hall, Murong Xian walked in and saw a young man in white sitting at the head of the table. She said lightly, You're the head of the Iron Bone sect. That's right. Jun Changxiao put his elbows on the armrest and clasped his fingers together. He smiled and said, I've long heard that my disciple has an extremely beautiful fiancée. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. My dear sect head, you mentioned the word fiancé. Aren't you deliberately provoking her? As expected, Murong Xian's pretty face suddenly became cold. She said, Sect head Jun, I've already broken the engagement with Xiao Ziji. Please don't joke about it. That's right, that's right. Jun Changxiao patted his forehead and pretended to remember. He said, I forgot. My disciple and Miss Murong are no longer engaged. Sigh, I'm old and my memory is not good. It was an embarrassing and clumsy performance. Miss Murong. Jun Changxiao went back to the topic. He said, Why have you come to the Iron Bone sect this time? Nothing. Murong Xian said lightly, I heard that sect head Jun's disciple took the top 4 places in the sect's martial arts competition. I've come to see if there's anything special. Jun Changxiao said to see. Qingyang, call your junior brother Xiao over. Let him accompany Miss Murong and take a good look at the Iron Bone sect. Li Qingyang was a bit depressed. Sect head. Xiao Ziji appeared at the door of the main hall. He said, I'm here. In the peach forest at the back of the mountain, Murong Xian stood in front of a peach tree. Her white fingers gently touched the peach blossoms on the branches. Xiao Ziji squatted on a rock. The Type 88 sniper rifle was wrapped in a black cloth and placed next to him. The gun never left his side. The woman's beauty was unparalleled. The man was handsome. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, under the beautiful scene, there was a solemn atmosphere. After a long time, Murong Xian put her hands behind her back and looked at Xiao Ziji. She said, You haven't opened your meridians yet? Her tone was much calmer. It was not as arrogant as before. Xiao Ziji said lightly, Miss Murong, whether I open my meridians or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Murong Xian was silent for a moment. She changed the topic and said, I told Grandpa that I wanted to break off the engagement, but he didn't agree. So don't blame me for going to the Xiao family to break off the engagement. And she paused and said, I really didn't know that your spirit root and cultivation would regress. I also didn't know your situation in the Xiao family at that time. Xiao Ziji said lightly, It happened a long time ago. You don't have to explain it to me. Murong Xian picked a peach blossom and touched the petals. She said, In these 5 years, everyone thought that I, Murong Xian, went to the Xiao family to break off the engagement because my fiancé lost his aptitude and cultivation. As she said that, she threw a bottle of pills over. There are 10 unblocking meridians pills that can increase the chances of opening meridians. Just treat it as compensation for the impulsive me when I was young. Are you pitying me? Xiao Ziji said. Murong Xian didn't say anything. Xiao Ziji said self-deprecatingly, You, Morongexan, are a proud daughter of heaven. I, Xiao Ziji, am now just a waste. Naturally, I can't afford it. Please take away the unblocking meridian's pills. Xiao! The happy football shot over and directly hit his face. Then came Jun Changxiao's scolding. Stand up for me. Swish! Xiao Ziji got up, clenched his fists, and said word by word, Morongexan, the humiliation you gave me 5 years ago, sooner or later, I, Xiao Ziji, will go to the Lily Holy Sect to get it back. At a deadline, Jun Changxiao's voice came. 10 years. Too long. 9. Okay, 3 years it is. Xiao Ziji, Morongexan raised her black hair and said with a smile, 3 years later, you will come to the Lily Holy Sect to find me? Yes. Xiao Ziji's eyes were cold. 3 years later, I will bring the divorce letter to the Lily Holy Sect and tell everyone that it was I, Xiao Ziji, who divorced you, not you, Morongexan. Morongexan was startled. She saw an unprecedented determination in this man's eyes. Even when she first met him, he didn't have this kind of determination. 3 years, huh? Morongexan said lightly, Okay, I will wait for you at the Lily Holy Sect. After saying that, she turned and left. The broken peach blossoms fluttered, and the petals gradually separated in midair. It seemed to represent that the once perfect couple had completely parted ways today. Miss Morong. Jun Changxiao's voice echoed in the back mountain. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Chapter 107. After Morongexan left, Xiao Zui placed the meridian unlocking pill on a rock, as if she regretted her impulsiveness or took pity on him. He did not want it because he did not want to accept a gift from a woman who had hurt him. Jun Changxiao walked over and put the pills into his spatial ring without any trace of politeness. He said 3 years. Work hard on your cultivation. Sect leader. Xiao Ziji said, I have nothing to do with her anymore. Do I have to go to Lily Saint Sect in 3 years? Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, Zui Ji, you're fighting for your dignity now. You're not going to prove that you're better than her in the future. You're just going to tell her that she must take back what she lost with her own hands. What I lost? Xiao Ziji muttered. What did he lose? Dignity. A man's dignity. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and said with a firm gaze, Sect leader, I understand. I will train hard, not to prove that I am better than others, but to take back what I lost with my own hands. Work hard, young man. Jun Changxiao said. Returning to the main hall, he leaned back on the chair. Zui Ji, your agreement with Morongexan is actually a kind of spur to you to become stronger. I hope you will not disappoint me. Helping his disciple set a 3-year agreement, although it was suspected that he was going to slap Morongexan's face, but more importantly, it was to set a goal for him, a goal that he had to constantly strive for. For example, to become rich, he had to earn 100 million. Sigh. Jun Changxiao stretched. Training a disciple is indeed not an easy thing. As he spoke, he took out the meridian unlocking pill and muttered, It can increase the chances of opening meridians? This pill seems pretty good. The system said hosts can decompose and refine it from medicine refinery pavilion or obtain the pill formula. There is such a function. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system's data panel and opened medicine refinery pavilion. Under the 4 types of pills, a line of words appeared out of thin air. The content was meridian unlocking pill decomposable. Decompose. Ding. Host decomposed pill. 10 contribution points consumed. Ding. Sect contribution points. 265,500. As expected, as long as the system reminded him out of kindness, he would have to spend some contribution points. Ding. Decomposition successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the meridian opening pill formula. The meridian unlocking pill appeared on the panel of the alchemy pavilion. After clicking on it, 4 types of medicinal herbs appeared. Rubbing his nose, Jun Changshao smiled. Using 10 contribution points to decipher the formula of the Meridian Unlocking Pill. This is definitely a profit. With the addition of the Meridian Unlocking Pill to the Medicine Refinery Pavilion, it was a step closer to perfection. Of course, he needed materials to refine it. Therefore, Jun Changshao decided to make a trip to Huyang City in 2 days. Right now, the most important thing is how to open sinful self's meridians. There was ultimately a limit to the strength of the body. Xiao Ziji had to open his meridians and condense his spirit energy in order to go further. Otherwise, how could he carry a gun and fight with others all day long? It wasn't impossible. However, with the help of spiritual energy, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "We have to figure out why this kid can't cultivate." "That's right. We can buy an aptitude modification liquid and let him consume it. Forcefully raise his spiritual root from a low grade to a mortal grade spiritual root. Maybe he can open his main meridians." As soon as he thought of it, Jun Changshao directly selected the aptitude modifying liquid suitable for low-grade spiritual roots. Ding! The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained the aptitude modification liquid X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 215,500. In order to make the disciple stronger, in order to regain his lost dignity after 3 years, Sect leader Jun was really giving it his all. In the training room, Xiao Ziji held the aptitude modification liquid. After knowing the effects, he was stunned on the spot. After a long time, he said in disbelief, "Sect leader, after drinking it, can it really raise the aptitude of the spiritual root?" Jun Changshao said, "Stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly." Pa! Xiao Ziji opened the bottle and raised his head without hesitation. He drank the malt-flavored medicine, and the meridians in his body seemed to be burning. Huff, huff, huff! He breathed heavily, and his exposed skin gradually turned red, like a piece of charcoal that had been burned red. What's going on? Jun Changshao was stunned. He had drunk a few bottles, and this had never happened. Could it be that this kid had an allergic reaction after drinking it? The system said, "This is the aptitude modification liquid condensing spiritual energy, helping him to raise the spiritual root and gather spiritual energy for breaking through the meridians." Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Xiao Ziji's red skin began to emit a strange mist. It smelled a little pungent. The system said, "This is poisonous gas." Poisonous gas? Jun Changshao took 2 steps back vigilantly. The system said, "If I'm not wrong, this disciple of yours should be poisoned." Poisoned? Jun Changshao said solemnly, "Could it be that this is the reason why he can't cultivate?" The poisonous gas in Xiao Ziji's body spread and filled the entire training room. Fortunately, it was only pungent and did not cause any harm. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "There's poison in his body and he can't cultivate. The situation seems to be very clear." Bang! At this moment, a sound came from Xiao Ziji's body. A slightly weak halo gathered around his wrists. This was the sign of a meridian opening. Thump! Thump! Xiao Ziji's heart beat violently, causing his chest to rise and fall. The spreading poisonous gas also seemed to gradually evaporate under the heat of his body. As for the halo gathered around his wrists, it changed from a blurry state to a clear state and finally solidified. 1 meridian opened. Jun Changshao said happily. Just as he finished speaking, a second halo appeared on Xiao Ziji's wrists. Obviously, the spiritual energy in his body had already opened a second main meridian. An hour later, the poisonous gas in the training room completely dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Xiao Ziji was as tall and straight as a mountain. 4 resplendent lights gathered around his wrists. After taking the aptitude modification liquid, His spirit root had risen from low grade to common grade. The increase in aptitude had stimulated his meridians, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage of meridian opening in one go. Sect Master. Looking at the spiritual halo that hadn't appeared for 5 years, Xiao Ziji's hands trembled violently. His voice was nearly hoarse as he said, "Disciple opened his meridians. Not bad." Jun Changshao said, "You opened your meridians." Xiao Ziji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried his best to control his emotions, but tears still gathered in his eyes uncontrollably. Swish! Suddenly his knees bent, but before he could kneel, Jun Changshao held him up and said, "Use your future strength to spread the might of my iron bone. This is the best way to thank me. Stand up." Swish! Xiao Ziji straightened his bent knees and wiped away the tears on his cheeks. He said loudly, "Disciple Xiao Ziji will definitely not disappoint Sect Master. In the future, I will strengthen the name of my iron bone and spread the might of my iron bone." Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "I have high hopes for you." Ding! The first 100 disciples have successfully opened their meridians. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Reaching Heights. The reward is 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 265500. Jun Changshao walked out of the training room. He was speechless as he thought to himself, the first 100 disciples have successfully opened their meridians? If Xiao Ziji didn't open his meridians, would he never be able to complete it? The system said, yes, this hidden mission is really F***ket up. Chapter 108. Even though Xiao Ziji's meridians were opened, what Jun Changshao didn't understand was it because of the poison that caused his realm to regress, causing him to be unable to gather spirit energy? The system said, from the poisonous gas just now, it should be caused by poison. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin. It's understandable that the poison would cause his realm to regress, but how could a supreme grade spirit root regress? If the poison in his body can suppress his spirit root, now that it has been removed, he should have recovered, not just opened for meridians. He rubbed his temples. Yuan Fang, what do you think about this? The system. Jun Changshao said, I'm asking you, say something. The system then realized that Yuan Fang was referring to itself, so it said, Falling Star Continent is a mysterious world. Maybe there are poisons that can suppress cultivation and spirit root. The poison is removed, but why didn't his spirit root and cultivation recover? Jun Changshao asked. The system was silent for a while, then said, maybe there's more than one type of poison in his body. What the host removed was only the poison that suppressed his cultivation, but there's also the poison that suppressed his spirit root. That's possible. Jun Changshao was silent. If that's the case, who would be so vicious as to use 2 types of poison to destroy Xiao Ziji, who was supposed to be a genius? The Xiao family's elder? Jun Changshao thought of the Xiao family's head elder who was filled with killing intent toward Xiao Ziji during the sect competition, and that group of assassins outside Liang City who sent them. He held his head, saying, Damn, I feel like my IQ isn't enough. Yuan Fang, are there any products that can develop brain power? The system said no. After Xiao Ziji successfully opened his meridians, he temporarily gave up on spear practice and spent the whole night running I Jin Jing, gathering spirit energy around him. Even though he only had a mortal grade spirit root, and the absorption was far from the supreme grade spirit root, he was satisfied. After all, it was much better than not being able to gather spirit energy. Spirit energy entered his body, spreading and gathering along his meridians. Xiao Ziji once again found that refreshing feeling of cultivation. Of course, he also knew that everything was given to him by the sect leader. In this life, he was willing to serve the Ironbone clan. Lily Holy Sect? In another disciple's room, Yi Xingqian finished his cultivation and said disdainfully, Back when I dominated the Falling Star continent, we were only a fifth-rate sect. Sigh. Our Lord Knight Darch is still immersed in the past and unable to come out. Who? He exhaled and murmured, "The Taishan Sutra is truly profound. I've studied it for so long, but I've only comprehended the first layer. Fortunately, I have the assistance of the body metamorphosis scripture. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to break through to the 7th level of the channel opening realm in such a short period of time." He really had to thank him properly. Without Yi Jing's 50% meridian opening rate, with Knight Emperor's current aptitude, it would have taken him a long time to achieve it. I can't just focus on cultivation. I have to combine it with actual combat. Tomorrow I'll go to the forest with ferocious beasts to gain some experience. The next day, Knight Emperor told his idea to Jun Changshao. After some consideration, the latter said, "Go with your senior, martial brother Shao. We can take care of each other." He's just trash. Although Yi Xingqian was very conflicted, he still agreed on the surface. After all, he was now an iron-bone disciple. Just like that, a powerhouse was reborn, and a genius turned into a waste. They set out to leave the sect and begin the essential wilderness training that should only be done by the protagonist. Xiao Ziji brought along his Type 88 sniper rifle. Not only did he have to practice in actual combat, but he also had to take advantage of the opportunity to hunt for cores to make up for the sect leader's previous losses. Our sect leader Jun handed over the sect's affairs to Li Qingyang and set out for Huyang City. Sect leader Lu Wanshi stood at the entrance of the dining hall and shouted, "Bring back some seasoning!" Understood. When Jun Changshao arrived at Huyang City again, he found that it was much more lively than last time. Occasionally, he would meet martial artists with weapons. Can't the AI clan hurry up? They have to wait a month before auctioning it. The AI clan can refine this kind of healing pill that can instantly heal injuries. They even put it up for auction. What's the big deal about waiting a period of time? I heard that several large clans and sects have sent people over. Poor people like us can only stand on the sidelines and watch the competition between them. The martial artists on the road discussed incessantly. Obviously, they were all foreigners who had gathered in the city to wait for the AI clan to auction the healing pills for the second time. Many clans and sects had gathered their strength. Once the pills were put up for auction, they would get it no matter what price they had to pay. It had to be said that the AI clan was very good at doing business. After the first auction and continuous publicity, they had successfully whetted the appetite of the martial artists in the various counties. The auction of the healing pills had nothing to do with Jun Changshao. He was also too lazy to show his face in public. Therefore, he went to the market first and bought a lot of seasoning before entering the AI clan's medicine shop. Shopkeeper Ma, who was paying the bill at the counter, saw Jun Changshao walk in. He didn't wait for the servants to greet him. He personally walked out and said with a smile, "Sect leader Jun, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." Before the first auction, the AI clan master had already ordered that the Iron Bone sect leader was a VIP of the AI clan. If he came to the shop, they must not neglect him. Jun Changshao said, "Where is the AI clan master? I want to talk to him about a big business deal." Another big business deal? Shopkeeper Ma hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Sect leader Jun, please take a seat. I will inform the clan master now." As he spoke, he gave the servant a look to serve tea and hurriedly left the shop for the AI clan. Jun Changshao didn't sit down. He went to the medicine rack and looked at the medicinal herbs in the bamboo basket. When he saw something that caught his interest, he raised his hand to touch it. "Don't touch it." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Jun Changshao turned around and saw a white-haired old man in the corner of the shop holding a small pair of scissors and trimming a potted plant. "Crazy old man!" The servant in the shop scolded. "This is sect leader Iron Bone. Sect leader Jun, don't be rude." As he spoke, he hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Sect leader June, he is a temporary worker who was hired to trim the medicinal herbs a few days ago. He doesn't know the rules. Please don't lower yourself to his level. June Changshao curiously asked, Why can't I touch it? The old man didn't even raise his head. As he trimmed the medicinal herbs, he said, That medicinal herb is called rotten leaf grass. Its leaves gather spiritual energy. If a person touches it, the spiritual energy will decay and the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. The servant rolled his eyes and said, I move the rotten leaf grass here and there every day. I come across it many times. Can't I still use it to refine pills? You crazy old man are talking nonsense again. Sigh. The old man sighed and said, It's because of careless people like you. The medicinal herbs that can be used to 100% of their medicinal effect can only be used to 50% or 60% after being refined into pills. It's really sad. Okay. You are so professional. I don't want to talk to you. The servant seemed to have argued with the old man more than once. He didn't continue to argue with him. Instead, he smiled and said, Sect leader June, please look around. June Changshao became interested and said, Senior, you seem to know a lot about medicinal herbs. The old man stood up and said, Sect leader June is the leader of a sect. I can't accept the title of senior. Elders should be respected. I deserve it. June Chang smiled. The old man looked surprised and shook his head. The Falling Star continent has always respected martial arts and seniors. This is the first time I've heard of it. June Changshao wanted to continue the conversation, but Ai Shang had already rushed over. As soon as he entered the shop, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Sect leader June, what brings you here? Chapter 109. In the parlor, June Changshao placed the prescription of the meridian opening pill on the table. He clasped his fingers together and smiled. Master AI, how many of these ingredients does your AI clan have? AI Shang glanced at it and pondered for a moment. Sect Master June, my AI clan doesn't have many of these 4 ingredients. We only have about 300 of each. I want all of them. June Changshao said straightforwardly. The meridian opening pill increased the meridian opening rate, and the body metamorphosis scripture also increased the meridian opening rate. Wouldn't the combination be heaven-defying? Therefore, he had to refine them as soon as possible. Ai Shang smiled. Sect Master June, please wait a moment. He gave shopkeeper Ma a look, and the latter hurried to the inner courtyard. He then took out a few spatial rings and placed them on the table. The ingredients for the meridian opening pill weren't too precious, so the pharmacy had them in stock. After June Changshao inspected the goods, he said, Master AI, name your price. AI Shang said, These ingredients cost a total of 110,000 taels. Sect Master June, give me 100,000 taels. If it were any other customer, they definitely wouldn't bargain. But whether or not the AI clan could make a fortune with the healing pill in the future depended on this god of wealth. June Changshao said deal. The two followed the rules and signed. The transaction was completed. Oh, right. June Changshao pointed at the old man trimming the herbs outside and asked curiously, Who is this senior? Ai Shang said a herbalist. Herbalist? June Changshao had never heard of it. The original owner lived in Clear Sun Village and later joined the Ironbone Sect. He rarely went out, so he didn't know much about the continent. Ai Shang explained, a herbalist is a profession that cultivates and grows medicinal herbs. I see. June Changshao understood. No wonder he knows so much about medicinal herbs. Ai Shang shook his head. Sect Master June, this person is only a grade 3 herbalist. There are many herbalists who are stronger and more knowledgeable than him. Herbalists also had ranks similar to martial arts, such as disciple, master, grandmaster, and king. It was the same for alchemists and spirit stones. Grade 3 herbalist It was very common on the Starfall continent. Compared to other professions, herbalists were relatively common. Their status was not considered noble, and they were even jokingly called herbalists. Of course, without them, it would be hard to meet the huge demand of the Starfall continent just by digging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. Therefore, herbalists were indispensable. Many forces would specially hire herbalists to open up herb gardens, cultivate and plant herbs, and become self-sufficient. A grade 3 alchemist is also an alchemist. Don't look down on me, Master AI. The white-haired old man retorted when he heard AI Shang's words. Aya, you crazy old man. How dare you speak to our family head like that? Are you tired of living? The servant rolled up his sleeves and walked over in an imposing manner. AI Shangdi waved his hand and said, Leave. The servant glared at the old man before leaving resentfully. Jun Changshao walked out and said with a smile, Senior, my Ironbone group is still lacking a herbalist. Are you interested in joining? The old man waved his hand and said, There are plenty of herbalists who are better than this old man. Sect Master Jun, please find someone else. Tithe! The servant snorted and muttered, It's your fortune to be chosen by Sect Master Jun. You're actually rejecting him. What a crazy old man. AI Shang smiled and said, Sect Master Jun, my AI family has many herbalists. Most of them are grade 7 or grade 8. If your sect lacks one, I can, Jun Changshao interrupted. Just let me have this senior. AI Shang's mouth twitched and said, Sect Master Jun, Elder Wei is only a temporary worker of my AI family. Whether he goes or not, it's up to him. Is that so? Jun Changshao said, Senior, I'm willing to hire you at a high price. Are you willing to go to Ironbone and take up the position of herbalist? AI Shang was a little confused. Grade 3 alchemists could be found everywhere. There were at least 10 of them in the AI family. Why would Ironbone's sect master take a fancy to this crazy old man? Elder Wei said, Sect Master Jun, you really want to hire me as an Ironbone herbalist? That's right, Jun Changshao said. Elder Wei put the scissors on the shelf and said, I've been a herbalist for 60 years now. Only Sect Master Jun is willing to invite me. Jun Changshao said, Horses of 1,000 li are common, but a talent scout is hard to find. Talent scout? Elder Wei smiled and said, If Sect Master Jun is sincere, I'm willing to go to Ironbone. But how much is the salary? 10,000 taels a month. Jun Changshao said. AI Shang was stunned. His grade 8 and grade 9 alchemists only earned 10,000 taels a month. A grade 3 alchemist earning 1,000 taels a month was already very high. Elder Wei said, Sect Master Jun is very sincere. Once I return to my family, I'll go to Ironbone with you. Jun Changshao said, AI family head, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take this person with me, right? No problem, no problem. South of the city, in a deep alley, Jun Changshao followed Elder Wei to his residence. The house was very dilapidated and the environment was dark. As soon as he walked in, a group of 8 or 9-year-old children surrounded him and called him Grandpa. They all had innocent smiles on their faces. Jun Changshao said, Elder Wei has many children and grandchildren. He's a lucky man. Elder Wei handed out the candies he bought one by one and said with a loving expression, These are all orphans I've adopted. Jun Changshao was stunned. In this cruel world, it was inconceivable that someone would adopt orphans. Sect Master Jun thought too much of the world of martial arts. In reality, there would always be good people doing seemingly laughable good deeds in any place. Sect Master Jun, Elder Wei said, Can you give him a salary in advance? Sure. Jun Changshao took out 1,000 taels without hesitation. After Elder Wei took it, he only gave 300 taels to the older boy. After giving him some instructions, he packed his luggage and left. On the way, Jun Changshao said, Elder Wei, you can actually bring them to the iron bone. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "This world is very cruel. They have to learn to face it on their own. I can only help them for a while, not forever." So, Jun Changshao said, "You gave them a few hundred taels because you don't want them to rely on you too much." "That's right," Elder Wei said. "This old man must have had extraordinary experiences." Ding. Side quest completed. Host receives 50 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points 313,500. After Jun Changshao and AI Shangyao completed the transaction, the side quest was triggered. The content was hire Elder Wei as an iron bone herb refiner. No wonder he was willing to hire him with a monthly salary of 10,000 taels. In fact, even without the side quest, Jun Changshao would still hire Elder Wei, because his intuition told him that this was not a simple person. Fine, your iron bone herb refiner is a person with a story. We'll just sit and listen to your stories. Sect Master Jun Elder Wei said, "Since you're hiring this old man as an iron bone herb refiner, does the sect have any medicinal seeds?" "Go by them," Jun Changshao said. The two of them went to the medicinal market and bought many kinds of medicinal herbs before returning to the iron bone herb refiner. As soon as they returned to the sect, Li Qingyang handed over something and said, "Sect Master, 2 hours ago, someone sent a letter." "Oh." Jun Changshao took the letter and opened it. On it was written, 3 days later, Iron Bone Sect Master is invited to the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect for a battle. Signed by Inner Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Mo Shangfei. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "Sect Master, this is a letter of challenge." Jun Changshao held the letter in his hand and said with a faint smile, "The Sacred Spring Sect can't sit still anymore. They only sent an inner disciple. Aren't they looking down on me, Jun Changshao?" Chapter 110. After destroying the Spirit Spring Sect, Jun Changshao had thought that the Sacred Spring Sect would come to find trouble with him, but he did not expect it to be in the form of a letter of challenge. That's right. If Wei Yishi did not play tricks at the beginning and used this method to resolve the grievances between the two sects, how could he destroy the sect? "Sect Master," Li Qingyang said solemnly, "to be able to become an inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, your talent and strength must be outstanding." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Since you asked me to send a letter of challenge, as the sect master, if I fight, wouldn't I be a laughingstock?" "Qingyang," he paused and said, "you will accept the challenge." "Yes," Li Qingyang said. Jun Changshao said, "This battle is related to the glory of the sect. No matter what, you must win for me." Li Qingyang shouted, "Disciple will do his best." In fact, he was quite pressured. After all, the opponent was an inner disciple of the fifth-rate Sacred Spring Sect, and may not be weaker than him in terms of talent and strength. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said, "What I want is to win." "Yes," Li Qingyang said loudly. 3 days later, disciple will win." Jun Changshao waved his hand and threw over 10 qi gathering pills and 3 spirit stones, saying, "Don't worry about anything these 2 days. Cultivate well for the battle 3 days later." The 10 spirit stones were obtained from the sect's martial arts competition, and he was unwilling to use them. Now that the Sacred Spring Sect came to fight, he did not hesitate to give Li Qingyang 3 spirit stones, hoping that he can become stronger in the shortest time possible so that he can have a 100% chance of winning. Li Qingyang took the spirit stones and pills and said with a firm gaze, "Disciple will not let the sect master down." With that, he left the hall to cultivate. Lu Qianshan leaned on the door and said lightly, "Why don't you let me fight?" Jun Changshao said, "Qingyang is steady and can see the big picture. I hope that he can become stronger and more confident to assist me in managing the Iron Bone Sect." Lu Qianqian said lightly, "So this is the reason that the sect master found for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper in the future." Jun Changshao clutched his chest and collapsed on the back of the chair, pretending to be weak, saying, I can't, my heart hurts." Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and said, "The Holy Spring sect came to fight this time. It shows that they care about the Spirit Spring sect. Our Ironbone sect, and such a sect, can be considered to have formed a grudge." Jun Changshao stopped his awkward act and spread out his hands. "As long as they don't play tricks, I don't mind playing with them." If these words were heard by outsiders, they would definitely be speechless, where is he responsible for taking care of it? Sect Master, please send a few disciples to assist this old man in reclaiming the wasteland. Elder Wei, who had just settled down, did not intend to rest. Instead, he began to perform his duties. Jun Changshao called Su Xiaoma, Tianqi, Li Fei and others to assist in reclaiming the wasteland. In just half a day, more than 10 acres of wasteland had been plowed by them. The soil was soft and suitable for planting. Elder Wei carefully took out the medicinal seeds. Then he hunched his body and planted them step by step. "Elder Wei," Su Xiaoma said, "will help you." Elder Wei waved his hand and said, "Planting medicinal seeds requires a sincere heart to nurture medicinal herbs that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You little kids are too impatient. Let this old man do it alone." The Ironbone disciples were speechless. Since they were not allowed to help, they left the back mountain and went to cultivate. It was not until dusk came that Elder Wei planted medicinal seeds in more than 10 acres of land. The distance between each medicinal herb and the depth of the hole was very particular. If a peer saw this, they would praise him sincerely, professional. Since he had hired Elder Wei, Jun Changshao did not ask any more. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his room and pulled out the alchemy pavilion. After a series of clinking sounds, he refined 300 meridian unlocking pills. This thing together with Yi Jin Jing will definitely open meridians easily. I'll let Dudu try it tomorrow. As he muttered, he waved his hand and took out a spirit stone. Li Qingyang needed to cultivate. He also needed to cultivate because the battle with the Sacred Spring sect meant that he would have to face a 5th-rate sect. His cultivation must improve as soon as possible. How do I use it? Holding the spirit stone, Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded. The system said, "It's the same as communicating with a crystal core. Communicate with the spirit stone and draw out the spiritual energy inside. Slowly refine it and integrate it into the cyclone." Oh, Jun Changshao did as he was told. When his consciousness entered the spirit stone, he felt the majestic spiritual energy inside and could not help but exclaim, "It's so pure!" Nonsense. The system said, "If it's not pure, can it be 10,000 taels for one?" Jun Changshao ignored it and began to guide the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. It gradually formed a soft line and flew out, entering his body through his nostrils. Yi Jinjing activated and began to refine it slowly. After a night, the spirit stone in his hand turned from a crystal to a dull gray. The cyclone in Jun Changshao's dantian was obviously stronger than before. He secretly exclaimed, "If I absorb 4 or 5 more spirit stones, breaking through from the 8th grade to the 9th grade will definitely be a piece of cake." Jun Changshao had estimated that even if he took qi gathering pills and cultivated continuously, it would take at least half a month. Now that he had spirit stones, he could break through in 2 or 3 days. It was simply too terrifying. The systems said, "Spirit stones are the most important cultivation resource in the Falling Star continent. Many cultivators have toiled their entire lives for them and even lost their lives. How do I obtain spirit stones?" Jun Changshao asked. The systems said, "Either find a mine or find a spirit master to refine it from a high-grade crystal core." Jun Chang Shao rubbed his chin and said, I already have a medicinal master. It seems that I have to find a time to go down the mountain and hire a spirit master. The system poured cold water on him. Spirit master is an extremely rare profession. Even the lowest level of spirit apostle is less than 10 in the entire Azure Sun County. If the host really wants to hire one, then be prepared to take out 1,000,000 tales of courage. 1,000,000? That's daylight robbery. The next day, Jun Changshao called Lu Wanshur over and said, Didu, what level are you at now? When are you going to break through your meridians? Lu Wanshur said, Sect Master, I'm at the 4th stage of the channel opening stage and have already condensed spiritual energy. I can break through my meridians at any time. Her culinary skills were superb, but her spiritual root was only at the common grade. She also had to be responsible for the meals of her seniors, so she had only reached the 4th meridian when she entered the sect with Yi Xingchen. Here, Jun Changshao said, this is a channel opening pill. It can help you successfully open your meridians. Lu Wanshur took the pill and stared with her big round eyes. She said in disbelief, channel opening pill? That's a very expensive pill. Sect Master, are you really going to give it to me? Seeing the little girl's cute appearance, Jun Changshao really wanted to pinch her cheeks. Hurry up and break through. N. Lu Wanshur didn't leave. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the floor of the main hall and took the channel opening pill. She operated the body metamorphose scripture. The result, she opened her meridians. To be exact, when the little girl gathered her spiritual energy to break through the blocked meridians, she easily opened them. Hoo-hoo! Her spiritual energy passed through the 5th main meridian. Lu Wanshur's wrist condensed a 5th ring of light. She couldn't contain her joy and said, Sect Master, I've opened my 5th meridian. She seemed to be too excited. She jumped up and threw herself at Jun Changshao. Shua, Sect Master Jun took a sidestep and perfectly dodged. Then he heard a pung sound. The petite Lu Wanshur fell to the ground with her arms and legs spread out. This was definitely an instinctive dodging reaction, formed after practicing martial arts for a long time. Lu Wanshur stood up and rubbed her forehead. Her eyes were full of tears. She said pitifully, Sect Master, why didn't you catch me? P.S. Thank you for the gifts. Students who have tickets, don't hide them. Throw them all at me. I definitely won't avoid them like the single dog Jun Changshao. Chapter 111. With the combination of the meridian unlocking pill and body metamorphose scripture, Lu Wanshur easily opened her 5th meridian. After that, Jun Changshao gathered all the disciples who had not reached stage 12. There were not many of them, only 13. 4 of them were at stage 10, and 9 were at stage 11. It was not that they did not work hard enough, but that they were too unlucky. Sometimes, even with the body metamorphose scripture success rate, they would fail continuously, so the gap between them gradually widened. Seeing that most of their fellow disciples had reached stage 12, the 13 disciples blamed themselves and felt depressed. They felt ashamed of the support the sect leader had given them. Jun Changshao could see this, so he gave each of them 3 meridian unlocking pills and encouraged them. Failure for a while does not mean failure forever. Work hard and you can do it. The system said the host is becoming more and more like the sect leader. What was this saying? Was I not like the sect leader before? Before, I was very weak and did not have the demeanor of a sect leader. Now that my cultivation has increased, my body has become stronger, and my charisma has been revealed. I really did have the look of a sect leader. But what were the flaws? They lacked the demeanor of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. This kind of temperament was not easy to cultivate. First, the sect leader had to be a true expert. Second, the sect had to be strong. Even if it could not dominate the continent, it had to be powerful. Someone who had been in a high position for a long time was nothing. Since I, Jun Changshao, came to the falling star continent, I will be the strongest sect leader who controls the world and lies drunk on beauty's knees. The system complained, single dog, go wash up and sleep. After the 13 disciples took the meridian unlocking pills, 9 of them broke through to stage 12, and the other 4 entered stage 11. What was this? A 100% success rate. The next day, after learning that all the disciples had opened their meridians, Jun Changshao said happily, "When we recruit new disciples, as long as they gather enough spirit energy, opening their meridians will be a small matter." Sinful Self and Xing Qin went out to train. Otherwise, if I gave them a few pills each, they would definitely improve greatly. The combination of body metamorphose scripture and meridian unlocking pills could allow a meridian opening martial artist to have a 100% success rate. This was very terrifying. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Unfortunately, no one knew. In the eyes of many high-level cultivators, Ironbone was like a lowly ant, slowly climbing up a mountain. The day before the battle, Li Qingyang sat cross-legged in the center of the spiritual energy array. He focused his mind and circulated the tendon-changing scripture. His body was shrouded in layers of spiritual energy, like a cocoon wrapping him up. Su Xiaoma and the others knew that their second senior brother was going to fight with the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect, so they didn't enter the array formation for 2 days, fearing that they would accidentally disturb the battle. Plop! After a short while, the last spirit stone fell to the ground with a dull color because all of its energy had been sucked dry. Who? Li Qingyang took a deep breath and absorbed all the spiritual qi in his body. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed. 4th grade martial disciple. There shouldn't be any problems. During the martial arts competition, he had already become a rank 1 martial disciple. After returning for a while, he finally became a rank 2 martial disciple. Now, with the help of spirit stones and qi-gathering pills, he had advanced 2 levels in 2 days. As the number 1 genius of Qingyang City, Li Qingyang's aptitude was unquestionable. However, the reason why his cultivation was slow before was that he had to help the sect leader deal with a lot of internal affairs, which indirectly delayed a lot of cultivation time. He didn't have any complaints because this was the sect leader's trust in him. He could only do his best to do everything well. Night came. Li Qingyang walked out of the array formation and entered the training room. He began the final shaping of his body for the battle with the disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. On the roof of the main hall, Jun Changshao sat on the ridge with his elbows on his legs and his palms folded together. He held his chin with the back of his hand and said, "Qingyang, you've worked hard during this time." Lu Qianqian was cold and indifferent. Xiao Ziji was decadent and depressed. Su Xiaoma was naughty and carefree. All the disciples were talents. However, a sect couldn't rely on the sect leader alone. The steady Li Qingyang was undoubtedly what Jun Changshao needed and liked the most. The reason why he let him fight this time was because he hoped to gather enough prestige to better assist him in leading the sect's junior brothers. The next day, the sky had just brightened. Lu Wancher cooked early and made a sumptuous breakfast. Ma Yongning and the 2 assassins brought it to the dining table. After a while, the disciples came to eat. Li Qingyang also came. Although he cultivated for a night in the shaping room, he looked full of energy. Su Xiaoma walked over with a bowl in his hand and said, "Junior brother wishes second senior brother to defeat the disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect and spread the might of my iron bone." As he spoke, he drank the soup in 1 gulp. He quickly stuck out his tongue and exhaled. Hot! Hot! The other disciples also came to give their blessings. The atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly became warm. Lu Wancher, who was wearing an apron, poked her head out from the side of the kitchen. She shook the spoon in her hand and said with a smile, "I especially woke up early today to make a sumptuous meal for second senior brother." Plop! everyone fell down together. Li Qingyang staggered and supported himself on the table. Black lines appeared on his forehead. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm. Not long after, Jun Changshao walked in. After eating a sumptuous meal with the disciples, he brought Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and a few other main disciples on the road without any worries. Yaoyang City, Spirit Spring Mountain. The first time he came, Jun Changshao destroyed the Spirit Spring sect. The second time he accepted the challenge. He's here. Ironbone really accepted the challenge. I thought that guy wouldn't dare to come against the Sacred Spring sect. Jun Changshao walked up the mountain with a few disciples and saw many martial artists in different attire gathered outside the ruins of the Spirit Spring sect. He didn't go down the mountain these few days, so he didn't know that the news of the Sacred Spring sect challenging his sect had already spread in Azure Sun County. The various sects and martial artists who received the news naturally wouldn't miss it and came to Yaoyang City as early as yesterday. Many sects of the 100 Sect Alliance also came. For example, the patriarch of the Tiger's Howl School and the Iron Fist Gang leader who was punched out by Xiao Ziji. When they saw Jun Changshao and the Iron Bone disciples coming up, the corners of their mouths curled up and a faint sneer appeared. Brat, fortunately you left the alliance. The Sacred Spring sect is magnanimous and didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let you go. Jun Changshao smiled and said, It's just a challenge, but it's even livelier than the grand tournament. This seat is a bit surprised. Sect Master Jun, the patriarch of the Tiger's Howl School, lightly said, The people of the Sacred Spring sect are waiting for you at the Spirit Spring sect's martial field. After you go in, they might give you a shock. After the meeting in Azure Sun City, the 100 Sect Alliance would definitely not welcome Jun Changshao. The reason they came this time was naturally to see how he would be bullied by a fifth-rate sect. Thinking about how arrogant that guy was at the Star Moon Pavilion and the panicked expression he would show when facing the Sacred Spring sect, the elders of the various sects immediately smiled. The Spirit Spring sect is just a pile of ruins. How could it scare the seat? Jun Changshao led his disciples and walked forward. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 chairs placed in front of the collapsed main hall. There were 3 people sitting on the chairs. In the middle was a middle-aged man with a resolute face. His hands were clasped together, and his head was slightly lowered. The person on the left was also a middle-aged man. He supported his face with one hand, and his expression was slightly gloomy. On the right was a man with wrinkles on his head. One leg was crossed over the other, and he was picking his ear with his pinky finger, looking very sloppy. Although the 3 had different appearances, they had one thing in common. They were all emitting a vigorous aura, and their cultivation was definitely not weaker than the elders of the Blue Mountain sect. Jun Changshao touched his nose and thought, if these 3 wore the uniform of the Navy and put on the long cloak of justice, they would be the 3 admirals of the Navy. Chapter 112. The auras of the 3 martial artists sitting in the ruins of the main hall were thick, giving off a very strong feeling. Even the air became oppressive. They were the 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder of the Holy Spring sect. Their cultivation was at the Wuzong level. In this battle, they had sent out 3 martial ancestor elders. It seemed that they wanted to tell the world that the Spirit Spring sect, which was related to the Sacred Spring sect, could not be destroyed so easily. On the right side of the 3 stood a group of martial artists in blue robes. They were the disciples of the Holy Spring sect. On the left side there were many martial artists, including the Lord of Green Sun City, Xie Guangquan, the Alliance Master of the 100 Sect Alliance, Qin Haoren, and the 6th-rate Sect Master of Green Sun County. What a great lineup! No wonder the patriarch of the Tiger's Howl sect had to stand outside. Xie Guangquan secretly said, Sect Master Jun, the Holy Spring sect sent 3 elders this time. It looks like a battle, but in reality they are pressuring you. I really can't help you. A fifth-rate sect was a colossus. Although he was the lord of Green Sun City, he was powerless. Qin Haoran and the sect master of the sixth-rate sect looked at Jun Changshao with a mocking gaze. Little brat, facing this lineup, can you still be as arrogant as the Star Moon Pavilion? Jun Changshao stopped outside the martial arts field with his disciples. The stone slabs in front of him were burnt black. Wasn't it because he set fire to the Spirit Spring sect? The third elder, who was sitting in the middle seat, slowly raised his head and said, "You are the leader of the Iron Bone sect?" His eyes were sharp, and his voice was loud like a bell. Waves of spirit aura filled the air. Jun Changshao straightened his chest, put his hands behind his back, and calmly said, "Yes." The disciples standing behind him, except for Lu Qianjian, also held their heads high. There was not the slightest trace of fear on their faces. What was the Iron Bone sect's first motto? To be a man of iron bone, to do things of iron bone. Although there were 3 Wuzong level experts in front of them, and the aura that filled the air made them feel extremely oppressed, their iron bones would not be bent because of this. Xie Guangquan was secretly impressed. The Iron Bones clan, they have iron bones. Even Jun Changshao himself, facing the 3 Wuzong masters, finally understood why the first sect leader named the sect the Iron Bone sect. At that moment, the great soul of sect leader Wang, who had failed to break out of prison after visiting a brothel, seemed to have appeared in the sky. He opened his wide arms and poured out the Iron Bones buff, allowing them to face a strong enemy without panicking. "Humph!" Alliance Master Qin sneered and said to himself, pretending to be calm. He thought differently from Xie Guangquan. He thought that Jun Changshao and the Iron Bone disciples were only pretending to be strong. They must be very scared and nervous. Pretending? It didn't exist. If the situation permitted, sect leader Jun would play mahjong with his disciples. The third elder of the Holy Spring sect clasped his fingers together, and a looming spiritual power appeared. He said in a deep voice, "The Holy Spring sect was also destroyed by you?" Spiritual might rippled. If it was an ordinary person, feeling the heavy aura, they would definitely be paralyzed on the ground. Jun Changshao said disapprovingly, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and call Verger Glider out to fight with my disciples. You think you're awesome just because you have a strong aura? If you have the ability, come and kill me." The third elder wouldn't kill him because this was an open battle. If he ignored his status and killed him, he would be ridiculed by other sections. Jun Changshao had calculated this point, which was why he was able to meet his gaze without fear. No matter how awesome you are, your aura and eyes can't kill people. The system said, if it's a martial emperor, looking back and smiling can make the host collapse into nothingness. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. A martial emperor looking back and smiling shyly at him like a woman. That scene is definitely a new material for Ghost Beast. Don't talk nonsense. Xie Guangquan covered his face and collapsed. This kid dares to say anything. Alliance Master Qin and the other sect leaders smiled even more. Yes, this is the arrogance. Don't be afraid. Keep it up. TSK Tisk. The fifth elder on the right grinned. A ninth-rate sect leader is quite arrogant. No wonder he dared to kill an outer disciple of the Holy Spring sect. The words outer disciple made Xie Guangquan understand that the Holy Spring sect's trip was to tell the world, not for the destruction of the Holy Spring sect, but for the death of their disciples. The other sects have nothing to say about how to deal with the Iron Bone. Jun Changshao was quite surprised. The outer disciple, you said, is the patriarch and elder of the Holy Spring sect. Yes, the fifth elder said. TSK. Jun Changshao said, I heard that the Holy Spring sect is a famous righteous sect. I thought that Wei Yishi, who colluded with the bandits and assassins, was just a temporary worker. I didn't expect him to be a disciple of your sect. The third elder's face darkened. Of course, Jun Changshao said again. If the Holy Spring sect thinks that June is slandering people, I can take out the letter of Wei Yishi colluding with the bandit Zhou Tianba as evidence. The three were silent. The fourth elder, who had not spoken from beginning to end, said lightly, Wei Yishi and his brothers were just former outer disciples. They were expelled many years ago. Their collusion with the bandits is their own business. It has nothing to do with the Holy Spring sect. A fifth-rate sect also wants face. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. You discovered the bad behavior of the four outer disciples early on and expelled them. The Holy Spring sect is indeed a famous righteous sect. Jun admires you. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Xia Guangquan secretly said, This kid's mouth is really powerful. No wonder Situ Wang vomited blood on the spot. Now that Wei Yishi had been labeled as expelled, the Sacred Spring sect naturally could not use the fact that their outer court disciple was killed to look for trouble. Sect leader Jun, the third elder, said lightly, It's clearly written in the letter of challenge that the inner disciple of the Holy Spring sect, Mo Shangfei, challenged you, not an iron-bone disciple. Jun Changshao shrugged. I'm the leader of a sect. It's not honorable to win against a disciple of your sect. So it's the fairest for disciples to fight each other. Qin Haoren looked at him with disdain, as if you can really win against an inner disciple of the Holy Spring sect. The three elders of the Holy Spring sect looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit agreement. The third elder said, If that's the case, then let my sect's disciples experience the skills of the Iron Bone faction's disciples. Shangfei. He waved and said, Let's fight. Yes. The disciple named Mo Shangfei walked out. This person was tall and strong. His exposed muscles were very solid. At first glance, one could tell that his strength was extraordinary. Jun Changshao thought to himself, What's his cultivation? The system said, an 8th grade martial disciple, about 17,000 pounds of pure physical strength. So high? Jun Changshao frowned. The previous leader of the Long Blade School, a 9th grade martial disciple, only had a strength of 14,000 pounds. The Holy Spring sect's disciple was 1 grade lower, but his strength was 3,000 pounds higher. Qingyang, he said in a low voice, the opponent is not weak, be careful. Li Qingyang walked to the center of the training field, a few meters away from Mo Shangfei. He cupped his hands and said, Li Qingyang of the Iron Bone School. The Sacred Spring sect's 5th elder picked his ears and said indifferently, Sect head Jun, the disciple my sect sent out is an 8th grade martial disciple. You sent out a 4th grade martial disciple. Aren't you deliberately sending yourself to be abused? Chapter 113. Rank 8 Martial Disciple. Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and the other disciples' expressions changed. The difference between rank 4 and rank 8 was too big. Could second senior brother win? Lu Qianqian frowned and said in a low voice, Sect Master, the opponent is too strong. Let me fight. She didn't think that second junior brother could win with Mo Shangfei's strength. Jun Changshao took out a chair from his interspatial ring and sat down. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and said, You are the senior sister. No matter when or where, you must have confidence in your junior brother. Lu Qianqian was silent. She stood behind with the other junior brothers. Li Qingyang's talent is not bad, but Mo Shangfei of the Holy Spring sect also has a high-grade spirit root. He has no chance of winning. Iron Bone is the only one who can take out this disciple, right? Alliance Master Qin and the other sect master sneered. This was such a good opportunity. If they didn't mock Iron Bone, how could they vent their anger at Star Moon Pavilion? Of course, they didn't think that Li Qingyang was bad. But with the same talent, Mo Shangfei was much better than the other in terms of resources and mentors. If this #1 genius of Qingyang City joined Blue Mountain Sect, he would definitely be an inner disciple. His achievements would definitely be better than now. Sigh, such a waste of good talent. The elders of the various sects were regretful, but in reality, they were just mocking Ironbone and Jun Changshao in different ways. Xia Guangquan thought. 2 months ago, Li Qingyang was only a 10th stage meridian opening. Now, he is a rank 4 martial disciple. His growth speed is already not bad. You guys are really blind. They weren't blind. They were being black for the sake of being black. Jun Changshao didn't care about other people's mockery. He looked into the distance and saw a flash of light. He thought, Sinful Ji is also here. Yes, Xiao Ziji was also here. He was crouching on a high slope 800 meters away. His body was wrapped in the grass, and one of his eyes was stuck to the lens. The muzzle of the Type 88 sniper rifle was already aimed at Mo Shangfei. When he was training in the wild, Xiao Ziji heard about the battle and rushed over in advance. He had been hiding in the bushes for a day and a night. Even the 3 Wuzong experts who came later did not expect a phantom sniper to be hiding in the dark. Sect leader, the gun was ready. Whoever you point at, this disciple will beat them up. Yi Xingqian lay on a rock far away and thought to himself, if I didn't use the Taishan Sutra to conceal your presence, do you really think no one would notice you lying in the grass? Sacred Spring Sect, Mo Shangfei. Mo Shangfei indifferently reported his name. His tone and eyes were full of disdain. He had heard of Li Qingyang before, but he did not take him seriously. After all, if he joined an unrated sect, he would definitely be slowly assimilated into trash. After reporting each other's names, the battle was supposed to start. However, third elder said, Sect leader Jun, fists and feet have no eyes. If my disciple injures your disciple, please forgive him. Was he trying to tell him that the guy would be very fierce in his attacks? Jun Changshao shook his head and cupped his hands. If my disciple injures your disciple, please forgive him. Qin Haoren and the others rolled their eyes. A rank 4 martial artist injuring a rank 8 martial artist was definitely a joke. Third elder was too lazy to argue with Jun Changshao. Instead, he said indifferently, you may begin. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Shangfei took a big stride forward. He gathered spiritual energy in his right fist and punched with great force. It was very fast and very sudden. Bang! Li Qingyang did not have time to dodge. He hastily crossed his arms and took the opponent's punch head-on. Thump, thump, thump. He frantically retreated more than 10 steps and barely managed to stabilize his body. Judging from the degree of spiritual energy rippling in the air, that guy's punch was at least 20,000 pounds. Phew! Li Qingyang shook his slightly numb arm. Mo Shangfei retracted his fist and said in surprise, to be able to take my Gale fist without batting an eyelid, your physical defense is not bad. However, he smiled and said, how many times can I take it? Swoosh! He rushed over with his movement technique. Before he arrived, his left and right fists frequently swung. Under the support of spiritual energy, they turned into shadows of fists. Middle-tier Gale fist was known for its speed and fierceness. Mo Shangfei had comprehended it to the extreme. When he displayed it, Alliance Master Qin and the others were amazed. Su Xiaoma and Tian Qi's faces changed in shock. If it were them, they would not be able to dodge such a fast fist speed and power. They would definitely be battered and exhausted. Li Qingyang frowned slightly. He crossed his arms again, but with a few bangs he took all the powerful shadows of fists. His body also retreated step by step. Ta! He retreated to the edge of the martial arts field and stepped on the stone floor with 1 foot to stabilize his body. Mo Shangfei, who was unforgiving, quickly followed. He rose into the air, and his right fist was supported by spiritual energy. It flashed with light and blasted over. This attack was very strong. Alliance Master Qin and the other sect leaders instantly judged that Li Qingyang could not dodge left and right. He could either retreat or take it head-on. If he retreated, he would lose. After taking a few punches in succession, he would definitely be injured if he took it head-on. At this time, they hoped that Li Qingyang would retreat because it was equivalent to losing. He had lost without making a move from the beginning. They would definitely laugh at him. Jun Changxiao's fingers tapped rhythmically. It was not deliberate because he was panicking, but because his state of mind was really stable. Ta! At this time, Li Qingyang suddenly stepped on the ground with one foot. His right fist was at his abdomen. Spiritual energy crazily poured into his arm from his meridians, and a dazzling light gathered in his fist. Exploding fist. With a cold shout, his right fist suddenly blasted out. At the same time, the light flashed, and a whirlpool was formed 1 meter under his feet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions resounded in the martial arts field like a string of firecrackers being lit. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyang's fist, which carried the power of explosion, directly hit Mo Shangfei's fist and sent him flying. Thump, thump, thump. The inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect staggered and fell to the ground. He was forced to retreat more than 20 meters before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock as he felt an intense pain from his right fist. The strength of his Gale fist had reached 22,000 pounds. When he faced Mo Shangfei head-on, he was completely at a disadvantage. Alliance Master Qin and the others, who had already prepared a line to mock Ironbone, were all stunned when they saw Mo Shangfei being beaten back. It was unbelievable that he could still turn the situation around in such a situation. Exploding fist? What kind of martial arts technique was this? Why had they not heard of it? With the cultivation of a 4th-grade martial disciple, he was able to defeat an 8th-grade martial disciple who used the Gale fist. Could it be a middle-grade fist technique? Yi Xingqian, who was watching from the high slope, was secretly shocked. This fist technique is definitely not simple. Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Qingyang rushed over. At the same time, his right fist turned into a palm knife. He poured spiritual energy into his palm and waved it in the air. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 crescent moon-like flowing lights, dragging arcs of light, shot out from 3 directions. Wherever they passed, faint light shadows were left behind. That's right, I slashed. Xia, Guangkuan exclaimed. Spiritual force type martial arts technique. Qin Haoren and the other sect leaders widened their eyes. Their eyes were finally filled with shock. Even the 3 elders of the Sacred Spring Sect, who were sitting calmly on the fishing platform, almost couldn't help but stand up when they saw Li Qingyang slashing out 3 crescent, moon-like flowing lights. Spiritual force type martial arts technique. The Sacred Spring Sect also had it, but the lowest level was middle grade. Only martial masters could use it. The weak cyclone in the dantian of a martial disciple was extremely difficult to use. Jun Changxiao copied the 5th elder and crossed one leg over the other. He smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be so surprised, right?" Chapter 114. Li Qingyang's Self-Slash, a spiritual energy type martial skill, immediately shocked everyone. Unbelievable. Night Emperor was also shocked. In his previous life, he had practiced many kinds of spiritual martial arts, so he knew the weakness of this kind of martial arts. For example, the Sun and Moon Slash he practiced was also a spiritual martial arts, but the requirement was to reach Wushang's level. Moreover, one slash would consume 60% of the energy of the cyclone. What about Li Qingyang? He just raised his hand and slashed out 3 rays of light. The process was too easy. The rupturing fist and the self-chop shocked Yi Xingqian deeply. He realized that the iron bone martial arts were not bad. Breaking through to martial disciple and practicing the martial arts of this sect seems to be better than practicing the martial arts of this emperor. He thought to himself. Yi Xingqian, who was originally only interested in Yi Jinjing, had a strong impression of rupturing fist and self-chop. Swoosh! 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 On the martial arts practice field, 3 rays of crescent light shot out in different trajectories. Mo Shangfei, who had just stabilized his body, suddenly changed his expression. He hurriedly used Gale Fist to meet them. Bang! Bang! His fists collided with the crescent light coming from the left and right, causing his arms to tremble violently. He felt as if his muscles were being torn apart. Mo Shangfei didn't have time to grit his teeth because the 3rd ray of crescent light shot out from the ground. It drew a 90-degree arc from bottom to top and smashed into his chin. Swoosh! The strong force sent his whole body flying. Finally, he fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Being able to block 2 self-chop, this Sacred Spring Sect inner disciple's performance was not bad. However, the 3rd attack was from a tricky angle. There was no way to dodge it. Damn it. Mo Shangfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. It seemed that his body was very strong. He was only slightly injured after being hit. This was because Li Qingyang didn't use all of his spiritual power. Otherwise, his bones would have been broken if he only used his fists to block the self-chop. The 3 elders' faces suddenly became gloomy. He had thought that his sect's disciple would be able to defeat his opponent easily, but who would have thought that he would be injured by his opponent's successive attacks? Qin Haran said, although the spiritual energy martial technique is powerful, its weakness is that it cannot be sustained for long. If the Sacred Spring Sect disciples can withstand it, there is nothing to be afraid of. The Iron Bone disciple must have used up a lot of energy after using 3 moves in a row. He must be exhausted if he continues fighting. These elders of the 100 Sect Alliance seemed to be discussing amongst themselves, but their voices were very loud. It was obvious that they were reminding the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect not to be impatient and to slowly exhaust him to death. Mo Shangfei didn't need to be reminded. He also knew the weakness of spiritual power-type martial techniques. He shook his arms and said with a cold gaze, I was careless just now and let you seize the opportunity. This time he was serious and no longer underestimated the enemy. The 5th elder picked his ears and grinned. The show has just begun. Not bad. Jun Changshao shook his legs and scratched his nose. The show has just begun. Shua. After adjusting himself, Mo Shangfei rushed over once again. He used the Gale Fist, and his speed was obviously much faster than before. Instantly, more than 10 fist shadows appeared, and the power was quite explosive. Bang! 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 Li Qingyang used the rupturing fist. The sound of firecrackers and the sound of fist fighting spread out together. Faint spiritual energy rippled in the air. In just a moment, the 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves with fist techniques. The dust under their feet collided with each other, forming a whirlwind around them and tearing the broken leaves into strips. Bang! The 2 of them exchanged another punch, and both of them retreated 4 to 5 meters. Li Qingyang stretched out his 10 fingers, and his arms were numb from the shock. Mo Shangfei wasn't any better. This kind of intense confrontation was like a rock hitting a rock. It hurt both the enemy and oneself. Looks like it will be hard to determine the winner in a short time. This is really strange. A 4th grade martial disciple can actually fight evenly with an 8th grade martial disciple. The quality of the fist technique used by the Iron Bone disciple is not low. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. The Holy Spring Sect disciple's realm is high, and the spiritual energy in his cyclone is boundless. It won't be a problem for him to fight a protracted battle. The Iron Bone disciple's hands are shaking. In my opinion, the spiritual energy in his Dantian cyclone has been consumed by 70 to 80%. Swish! Li Qingyang waved his hand and said, I chop! Whoosh! The crescent-shaped flowing light burst out. He could still use spiritual energy-type martial arts? The sect leaders who were discussing saw the flowing light rushing over, and they were all dumbfounded on the spot. I chop! I chop! In a very short time, Li Qingyang waved his hand again and slashed out 2 crescent-shaped flowing lights. He used practical actions to fiercely slap a group of big shots in the face and tell them that his spiritual energy was abundant. Bang! 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 Mo Shangfei was alert. He used his body movement to dodge at the first moment. The 3 flowing lights bombarded the stone slabs one after another, smashing them into pieces. This time, it was Li Qingyang's turn to be unforgiving. Taking advantage of the other party's escape, he turned his body sideways and continuously made cutting motions like playing table tennis. Crescent-shaped flowing lights shot out one after another. Watching the crescent-shaped flowing lights fly past their eyes in different arcs on the training field, the expressions on the faces of Alliance Master Qin and the martial artists of the various sects stiffened. A spiritual energy, type martial arts, with high consumption was thrown out with a wave of his hand. The scene was simply too frightening. Although Mo Shangfei tried to show off his coquettish movement in the light of the blade and sword, he could only dodge 3 flowing lights and was mercilessly hit by the following flowing lights on his face, shoulders, hands, and feet. Plop! Finally, after being bombarded, he fell on all 4s on the ground. Blood spurted out from the side of his face, and he also rolled his eyes and fainted. Although the power of Li Qingyang's eye chop was not strong, it could not withstand the wild bombardment, not to mention an 8th grade martial disciple. Even a 9th grade martial disciple would not be able to withstand it. We won. Second senior brother won. Su Xiaoma and Tian Qi were so excited that they jumped up. Although Lu Qianqian was expressionless, she secretly said in her heart, "When we go back, I have to cultivate my eye chop." This woman was the same as Yi Xingchen. She was only interested in Yi Jingjing. As for rupturing fist and eye chop, although she had them long ago, she never cultivated them. Seeing that his senior brother had one, Xiao Ziji gently raised his head and his index finger also loosened from the trigger. He was always on high alert. If the battle just now was not favorable to second senior brother, he would have killed Mo Shangfei immediately. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji grinned and said, "Second senior brother won." "TSK?" the cold and aloof Knight Emperor said disdainfully. "Do you have to be so happy after winning against an 8th grade martial disciple?" His state of mind was calm because he had not integrated himself into the iron bone. He did not have the sect's sense of honor. Xiao Ziji was different. He recognized the iron bone, the sect leader, and his senior and junior brothers. Therefore, the joy brought by Li Qingyang's victory was no less than that of personally winning. "Aya." Jun Changshao stood up and said apologetically, "Fists and legs have no eyes. I'm really sorry to beat up your sect's disciples like this." The Sacred Springs sect disciples, standing on the left, had anger in their eyes. Some of their hands were already on the hilt of their swords. Lu Qianqian took 2 steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader. Her jade hand was also on the hilt of her sword. Her pair of starry eyes flashed with coldness. "My sister Qian is ruthless and doesn't talk much." Su Xiaoma and Tian Qi also came over. Their hands were on the hilt of cold-edged sword. They glared angrily and did not show any weakness. Xiao Ziji once again approached the 8-fold scope. The crosshair locked onto the head of the Sacred Springs sect, disciple closest to the sect leader. As long as he dared to move, his head would explode. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. The atmosphere was solemn. Chapter 115. The Holy Springs sect disciples found it hard to accept that Mo Shangfei had fainted, so they placed their hands on the hilt of their swords, as if they were planning to attack. Lu Qianqian and Su Xiaoma were not afraid either. As long as you dare to attack, we will definitely dare to draw our swords." At this moment, the iron bones of the Iron Bones sect were vividly displayed. Once in the Black Wind stronghold, a disciple was greedy for life and did not hesitate to betray the sect and join the bandits, which made Jun Changshao very disappointed. Now, facing the Holy Spring sect, this disciple did not have the slightest fear, and even dared to roll up his sleeves and face off against a strong enemy, which made him feel even more gratified. I don't expect my disciples to be so talented. I also don't care if my disciples are noble or not. I only hope that my disciples are sincere and see themselves as a member of the Iron Bones sect, living and dying together, sharing riches and honor together. Sect leader Jun, the third elder of the Holy Spring sect, said disdainfully, "What does your disciple mean?" Jun Changshao said indifferently, "What your disciple means is what my disciple means. Don't pretend to be confused." His disciples were all so hot-blooded. If he was scared, how could he be a sect leader? How could he be a main character? Damn it, isn't it just a fight? This daddy's hard to withdraw blade has long been thirsty. At that moment, Jun Changshao wished he could take off his shirt, reveal the azure dragon on his left and the white tiger on his right, and use the one young finger and lion's roar on his chest, shouting, "Come here!" No wonder he was so calm. He had the hard to withdraw blade to rely on. Qin Haoren and the other sect leaders laughed. Daring to talk back to the elder of the Holy Spring sect like this, it would be difficult for you to leave the Spirit Spring sect with your disciples. At this moment, Xie Guangquan came out and advised, "Elder C, sect leader Jun, it's just a spar between disciples. There's no need to be so hostile." He was more inclined towards Jun Changshao, hoping that he could get through this calamity. "Thank you, City Lord." Qin Haoren said indifferently, "Elder C is one of the 8 elders of the Holy Spring sect, a mere sect leader of a 9th-rate sect. Speaking in such a tone, isn't it too presumptuous?" "Alliance head, Qin." Jun Changshao took out his sect level waist tag and said indifferently, "Please open your dog eyes and let me see clearly. My Iron Bone sect is now an 8th-rate sect." Qin Haoren was furious. "What did you say? You didn't hear clearly?" Jun Changshao raised his middle finger and raised his head. "I say, you, the alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance, are but a dog in front of the Sacred Spring sect." He wouldn't say anything if he just wanted to make a fool of himself. But if he wanted to fan the flames in a strange way, he had to go straight to the point without going through the proper procedure. As the sect leader of a 6th-rate sect and the alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance, how could Qin Haoren tolerate such humiliation? The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Tsk tisk." The Sacred Spring sect's 5th elder said, "An 8th-rate sect dares to humiliate Alliance Lord Qin in such an arrogant manner. It looks like they don't have any dignity in the Azure Sun County." He also knew how to fan the flames, and he was even more adept at it. Crack! Qin Haoren clenched his fists and took a step forward. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard a bang from afar. A fist-sized hole appeared on the stone slab a few inches in front of his feet. Swoosh! 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 The 3 elders of the Sacred Spring sect stood up and looked coldly in the direction where the light came from. They saw a person standing on the slope with a smoking long object in his hand. Xie Guangquan and the leaders of the various sects also looked over, and their hearts were filled with shock. The light was so fast that they almost missed it. Was that a hidden weapon? The 3 elders of the Sacred Spring sect looked at each other in dismay, their eyes showing a rare solemnity. From the speed and power of the light, they could tell that if they didn't have spiritual energy to protect their bodies, they would be severely injured if they were hit. Everyone. Jun Changshao sat on a chair and crossed his legs. He interlocked his fingers and smiled. "The person above is a disciple of my sect. He's proficient in 36,000 types of hidden weapons. The hidden weapon he's holding is one of them." It's called the Divine Might Flamethrower. Divine Might Flamethrower? Everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of it. Jun Chang Shao continued. Sect leader Qin, that was just a warning. If you think my iron bone is easy to bully, I don't mind letting my disciple reward you with another one. There were 3 Wuzong from the Sacred Spring Sect, and Qin Haoren was also a Wuzong. Surrounded by strong opponents, he dared to let Xiao Ziji fire as a warning. What courage! Xia Guangquan secretly said. Sect leader Jun is really amazing. Qin Haoren, who was warned, had an ugly expression. After a little consideration, he retracted his leg. When the light exploded in front of him, the power it emitted scared him. It was hard to tell if the Type 88 sniper rifle could kill a Wuzong, but one thing was certain. It was hard to catch it with a high firing rate. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Sect leader Qin was also a little afraid that the disciple would fire another hidden weapon. Moreover, there was no need for him to take the initiative in the matter between Iron Bone and the Sacred Spring Sect. Of course, it was hard to swallow the anger of being described as a dog. Iron Bone and the 100 Sect Alliance had just parted ways. Now they had completely fallen out. Xiao Ziji's warning shocked Sect leader Qin and the other sect leaders, as well as the Sacred Spring Sect disciples. Even though they had the urge to draw their swords, they did not plan to attack. After all, there was an Iron Bone disciple who was proficient in more than 30,000 hidden weapons. Humph! The 3rd elder of the Sacred Spring Sect said indifferently, Sect leader Jun is so arrogant. I would like to see what you're capable of. The purpose of this battle was to embarrass Iron Bone and let others know that even the disciples expelled by their sect could not be provoked. But now, the disciple they sent out was defeated by an Iron Bone disciple. The plot was different from what they expected. It would be hard for them to just let it go. Therefore, they directly challenged Jun Chang Shao with their status as sect leader. Qin Haoren and the others sneered. Wuzong level sect leader challenged this guy to battle. If he accepted, he would definitely be beaten like a dog. Can I reject? Jun Chang Shao rubbed his nose and asked. He was not afraid of a battle. After all, there was a talisman that could increase one's strength. The key was that there was no mission. If he won, it would be a loss. A 6th-rate sect leader said indifferently, You're a sect leader. The one you challenged is an elder of a sect. If you reject, you will be ridiculed by the people of Jianghu. Oh, Jun Chang Shao replied. Damn you. Hurry up and give me a side mission. Let me fight him fair and square. Unfortunately, there was no response. The 3rd elder said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, do you dare to accept the challenge? His eyes and tone were full of disdain. Does he think I don't dare to accept the challenge? Jun Changshao thought to himself, what's his realm? How much strength does he have? The system said, 1st grade Wuzong. It's hard to accurately gauge his strength, but it's at least 200,000 pounds. 200,000 pounds? More than that? That's too high. My strength is around 25,000. Even with a 5 times boost from the talisman, it's still a far cry from his 200,000. The system poured cold water on him. Not only is there a difference in strength between the host and him, there is also a difference in realm. If you accept the challenge, your chances of winning are 0. The difference in strength between martial disciples was not big. It was not rare to beat someone above one's realm. But if a martial disciple were to fight a Wuzong, it would be suicide. Damn it, this is a bit of a dilemma. Do I have to waste the only talisman I have and use it? Ha ha ha. Just at that moment, a burst of laughter came from behind. Elder Ma and a few other disciples of the Tsang Mountain sect strode over and said, Elder C of the Grandmaster Realm wants to challenge our little friend Jun, who is only a martial disciple. Sect leader C's face darkened. Ma Yunting. Chapter 116. Sect leader June was in a dilemma as to whether or not to use the unstoppable blade against the Holy Spring Sect's third elder when Tsang Mountain Sect's elder Ma arrived. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief and said, "The opening talisman is safe." Elder Ma Yun walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jun Changshao. He smiled and said, "Little friend June, I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted in Qingyang City." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Qingyang County is too small, we meet everywhere." "Ha ha ha." Ma Yunting laughed and said, "What a good, we meet everywhere." Qin Haoren and the other sect leaders' faces changed. Elder Ma called June little friend and was talking and laughing. This meant that the two had a close relationship. Damn it. Since when did little Iron Bone hug Song Mountain Sect's thigh? Jun Changshao really didn't hug any thigh. He only gave Ma Yunteng some pointers, which made him feel grateful. When he heard about the Holy Spring Sect's challenge, he hurried over. They came at the right time. Otherwise, once our sect leader June unsheathed his 40-meter-long blade, it would be difficult to take it back. The three elders of the Holy Spring Sect had ugly expressions. Could it be that the Tsang Mountain Sect had rushed over to support the Ironbone Sect? Elder C. Ma Yunting said indifferently, "Although you and little friend June are sect leaders, Wu Zong is challenging a martial disciple. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Humph." Elder C said coldly, "I was just joking." "Elder Ma, don't take it seriously." "Haha. Tsang Mountain Sect came to make a joke. If they didn't come, then it wouldn't be a joke. So it's like this." Ma Yuntang pretended to be enlightened and said, "Like I said, how could a Wuzong challenge a martial disciple?" Alliance leader Qin and the other sect leaders suddenly realized that Tsang Mountain Sect wanted to support Ironbone. They couldn't help but sigh. It was good to have a thigh to hug. Elder C's eyes became gloomy. Tsang Mountain Sect was also a fifth-rate sect, their strength not weaker than the Holy Spring Sect. If they really wanted to protect Ironbone, they would have to return without success. Elder C. Ma Yunting said, "I've heard a little about the Spiritual Spring Sect. Is your Holy Spring Sect here to denounce us?" Elder C said indifferently, "Elder Ma, please don't misunderstand. The Wei brothers have long been expelled and have nothing to do with our Sacred Spring Sect. This trip is only to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao with Ironbone. It's not a punitive expedition." The two of them had a casual conversation, but it felt like neither of them was willing to give an inch. As expected of a fifth-rate sect, their exchange of words was like a battle between two experts. Ma Yunting glanced at Mo Shangfei, who had fainted on the martial arts practice field, and said, "If I'm not wrong, your disciple seems to have been defeated, and the result of the sparring has been decided, right?" At the mention of this, the faces of the three elders of the Sacred Spring Sect turned even uglier. Jun Changshao seized the opportunity and said, "Elder C, if you feel that it's not enough, you and I can send another disciple to have a friendly match." "No need." Elder C pulled a long face and said, "If fate wills it in the future, let's have another match." Mo Shangfei was the best inner disciple he had brought, but he had been beaten unconscious. If the other disciples went up to fight one-on-one, they definitely wouldn't have an advantage. Elder C glanced at the two elders behind him and cupped his hands, saying, "Elder Ma, the sect's affairs are busy, so we'll take our leave first." After saying that, he started to walk away. Perhaps because he had a belly full of anger, he didn't even bother to greet Alliance head Qin and the others. Wait a moment. However, just as he reached the door, Jun Changshao shouted. Elder C stopped but didn't turn around. He said, "Sect head Jun, is there something else?" Jun Changshao also had his back to him. He lowered his head and rubbed his fingers, saying, "Our Ironbone Sect's #1 motto is to not reciprocate." Changed again. Quickly write it down. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma slightly closed their eyes, engraving the newest motto in their hearts. If conditions permitted, they might take out a small notebook and write it down. Not reciprocate is impolite, Elder C said in a low voice. Sect head Jun, what do you mean by this? Jun Changshao rubbed his nose and said, 1 year later, this seat will personally lead the sect's disciples to the Holy Spring Sect to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. Xie Guangquan and the other sect heads immediately widened their eyes. Although there was an extra year, it was undoubtedly a challenge to the Holy Spring Sect. An 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect. This was absolutely unprecedented. Elder C said disdainfully, Sect head Jun, to say something unpleasant. Your Ironbone sect really doesn't have the qualifications to come to my Holy Spring Sect to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. Indeed, the difference between an 8th-rate sect and a 5th-rate sect was too great. Jun Changshao smiled faintly. I don't have the qualifications now, but that doesn't mean I won't have the qualifications a year later. Good. Elder C said straightforwardly. My Holy Spring Sect accepts the challenge. 1 year later, we will wait for Sect head Jun and our disciples to come to Holy Spring Mountain to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. However, Elder C's eyes darkened. When the time comes, Sect head Jun must not miss the appointment. Jun Changshao said, Elder C, please rest assured. My Ironbone Sect's first mission is to be civilized, harmonious, honest, and friendly. We will not do anything that goes back on our word. The cultivators, present all, twitched their mouths. They even wanted to take the liberty to ask, Sect head Jun, how many of your Ironbone Sect's first missions are there? Elder C said indifferently, 1 year later, my Holy Spring Sect respectfully awaits the arrival of Ironbone Sect. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and angrily left with the other elders and disciples. He had originally wanted to punish Ironbone Sect in front of everyone, but in the end his inner disciple had been beaten unconscious and he had to carry him back. This loss of face was too great, so it would be strange if he wasn't angry. After the Holy Spring Sect left, the excitement died down. The various sect heads walked over and bid farewell to Ma Yunting with a smile. However, just as Qin Haoren walked to the door, Jun Changshao said, Alliance head Qin, after some time my Ironbone Sect will also go to Haochi Sect to spar. Humph. Qin Haoren said indifferently, this Qin will be waiting. After he left with the various sect heads, Xie Guangquan walked over and cupped his fists towards Elder Ma. Then he shook his head and said, Sect head Jun, you first set a 1-year appointment with the Holy Spring Sect, then set a battle appointment with Haochi Sect. Aren't you making enemies everywhere? Jun Changshao said, City Lord Xia, do you think my Ironbone Sect can still get along peacefully with the 100 Sect Alliance and Alliance head Qin? No, Xie Guangquan said. From the moment this brat called Qin Haoren a dog, he knew that both sides had completely fallen out. The next time they met in the wild, if they didn't fight, they would be letting down the bitter hatred between them. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, Since we are enemies, why not set a battle appointment and let everyone know? Hearing this, Xie Guangquan was enlightened. He immediately raised his thumb and praised, Sect head Jun's move is brilliant. This Xie admires. As long as the news of the battle appointment with Alliance head Qin spread to the Jianghu, no matter if it was Haochi Sect or the Alliance members, no one would be able to find trouble with Ironbone Sect directly. Otherwise, they would be criticized. This was a good plan. However, Xie Guangquan also knew that once the battle was set, they would be able to avoid being disturbed by the Alliance. But sooner or later, they would have to accept the battle. Would Sect leader Jun and his Ironbone Sect be able to defeat the 6 Streams vast Qi Sect? P.S. Please vote. Chapter 117. The people of the Holy Spring Sect left. Qin Haoren and the other sect leaders also left. Although they left at different times, what they had in common was that they all left with a belly full of anger. One failed to teach Jun Changshao a lesson, One was scolded like a dog, and the rest wanted to see a joke but failed. It would be strange if they were happy. The other forces who came to join in the fun were shocked. Iron Bone, Li Qingyang defeated an 8th grade martial disciple with the cultivation of a 4th grade martial disciple. This was absolutely valiant. What was even more valiant was that Jun Changshao was not afraid of a giant like the Holy Spring Sect. He even set an appointment to spar with the Holy Spring Sect 1 year later. Was he sick in the head? This was what all the martial artists were thinking as they went down the mountain road. They could understand that disciples relied on special martial skills to win. An 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect. This was absolutely a joke. Iron Bone sect leader is really bold, daring to challenge the Holy Spring Sect. He really doesn't know how much he's worth. In my opinion, he can't even pass the test of Alliance Leader Qin, let alone go to the Holy Spring Sect. That guy didn't say a specific time limit. Who knows when he will go to the vast Qi Sect to spar. Ever since Sect Master Jun made a name for himself in the 100 Sect recruitment, our Azure Sun County hasn't been peaceful. Many martial artists were discussing in private, but they were also looking forward to Jun Changshao taking his disciples to the vast Qi Sect as soon as possible. After all, this would add a little fun to their boring cultivation life. Not to mention, it was not good for the Jianghu to be too peaceful outside the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect. Jun Changshao walked out and said gratefully, "Elder Ma, thank you for coming in time. Otherwise, Jun really doesn't know how to face the Holy Spring Sect." Ma Yunting said, "My Blue Mountain Sect is in the Azure Sun County after all. Naturally, we will not tolerate the Holy Spring Sect bullying little friend Jun." Jun Changshao said seriously, "Jun will remember today's help. If Elder Ma needs my iron bone in the future, I will not spare any effort to help." His principle was, if you are bad to me, I am worse than you. You treat me well, and I treat you even better. What's more, the 5 Streams Green Mountain Sect had a solid foundation. If he could make friends with them, it would really be a good thigh for him. Jun Changshao would not take the initiative to hug a thigh, but since the thigh had extended itself to him, he would definitely hug it. If he was so shameless as to pluck the leg hair one by one, then his brain would definitely be clamped by the door. Elder Ma smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun, I do have a request." "Please speak," Jun Changshao said. Elder Ma looked at the disciples behind him and said, "These good-for-nothing disciples have encountered some trouble on the path of martial arts. Little friend Jun, please give us some pointers." Jun Changshao said no problem. As he spoke, he crushed a primary grade insight talisman and began to listen to the Blue Mountain Sect disciples talk about their own problems in martial arts, giving them the most correct pointers. At the same time, he also practiced the martial arts of the Tsang Mountain Sect. He couldn't be blamed. With the enhancement of the insight talisman, as long as he obtained the cultivation technique, he would be able to comprehend it within minutes. Of course, this kind of magical insight talisman had a drawback, which was that it was only applicable to the martial arts of the Falling Star continent and had no effect on the martial arts of them all. It was impossible for Jun Changshao to comprehend the martial arts of them all with the insight talisman. Fortunately, the 3 martial arts of the mall that had been refreshed during this period were not too difficult to learn. In just more than 10 minutes, the disciples of the Tsang Mountain Sect were guided one by one. They were all lost in thought, and their confusion about martial arts suddenly became clear. Xie Guangquan, who was next to him, was dumbfounded. The disciples of the 5th-rate sect were enlightened by the 8th-rate sect leader one by one. This scene was really unimaginable. He leaned over and said, rather embarrassedly, "Sect Master Jun, I also have a problem on the path of martial arts. I wonder if you can solve it for me?" "Please go ahead," Jun Changshao said. Just now in the martial arts practice field, when City Lord Xia came forward to persuade him, he knew that he was on his side, so he didn't mind giving him some pointers. Xia Guangquin told him about a kind of fist technique that he was practicing and even demonstrated it on the spot. Jun Changshao was silent for a while, then gave him professional technical guidance and slightly changed the way he operated the fist technique. Of course, he also learned the martial arts technique. This changed Stun City, Lord Xia, for a long time. In the end, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Sect Master Jun's slight change solved my confusion for many years. You are really a god." Jun Changshao said humbly, "This is my only strong point. My martial arts are not worth mentioning. I will have to rely on City, Lord Xia in the future." When it was time to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. When it was time to build a good relationship, he would have to build a good relationship. After all, there was still a long way to go. If he offended the whole world, he would die sooner or later unless he had the protagonist's halo. Xie Guangquin was also a wily old fox. How could he not understand the meaning of his words? So he said seriously, "Sect Master Jun, please rest assured. As long as you are in the territory of Qingyang City, anyone who dares to touch your iron bone will be the enemy of the 6 million people of Qingyang City." This city lord was a little cute to be able to pull out 6 million people without saying anything. However, he didn't expect that one day in the future, the flames of war would spread to Qingyang County. Tens of thousands of cavalry would arrive at Qingyang City, and a fierce man and some fierce disciples would stand on the city walls to protect the 6 million people with their iron bones. His disciple had received some pointers and needed to go into seclusion to comprehend them. So Ma Yunting bid farewell. However, before he left, he gave Xie Guangquin 1,000,000 taels as thanks for the pointers. Jun Changshao said in surprise, 1,000,000 taels in one go. Elder Ma is really rich. Xie Guangquin said, "Although the Blue Mountain Sect lives in seclusion in the Blue Mountain Sect and rarely travels in the Jianghu, they have properties in every city and are managed by Elder Ma. Their financial power cannot be underestimated." As expected, Jun Changshao thought, whether it is the previous world or the present world, this surnamed Ma is really amazing. The system said, "Go and call your father." Scram! Jun Changshao brought his disciple and Xie Guangquin down the mountain and returned to Qingyang City. As for Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian, they continued to cultivate. Not long after, the news of Iron Bone's one-year battle with the Sacred Spring Sect spread throughout Qingyang County. Without a doubt, it caused a huge uproar. Have you heard about the matter of the Spiritual Spring Sect? This was the first sentence that martial artists said when they met. If someone said that they had not heard about it, then they were definitely fat otakus and would be despised by everyone. The one-year battle. Not only did it spread throughout Qingyang County, it also spread to other counties. After the families and sects of the counties heard the news, not only did they remember the unknown Iron Bone, they also unanimously believed that they were courting death. In fact, the reason why Jun Changshao dared to issue the battle was just like Xiao Ziji's 3-year battle. He had set a goal for himself, such as defeating a 5th-rate sect a year later, not starting with an 8th-rate or 7th-rate sect, but directly aiming for a 5th-rate sect. This was really a bit too valiant. If one did not become stronger while courting death, one would be singing a sad song while courting death. This was very exciting. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao gathered his disciples and said, "1 year later, we will go to the Sacred Spring Sect to spar. Your mission is to become stronger and stronger. Tell me loudly, can you do it?" Yes. The disciples shouted with their hands behind their backs. OJ8K disband. Chapter 118. The 1-year agreement with the Sacred Spring Sect and the sparring at the Haochi Sect made the atmosphere in Iron Bone more serious, and the disciples worked harder on their cultivation. But it was far from enough, not to mention fighting against a 5th-rate sect. Just facing a 6th-rate sect was like a huge mountain in front of them, and it was very difficult to surmount. After returning, Jun Changshao had been thinking about this problem, and finally came to the conclusion that to make the disciples stronger, they could only rely on elixirs and spirit stones. The system said, elixirs and spirit stones are only supplementary goods. The disciple's spirit root aptitude determines everything. That's right. Jun Changshao agreed. Elixirs and spirit stones can certainly improve cultivation quickly, but the disciple's spirit roots are ordinary, and sooner or later they will be unable to continue. If I can use the aptitude-modifying elixir to improve my spirit root, the other disciples must be able to as well. Jun Changshao murmured. A bold idea rose in his mind, to use the aptitude-modifying elixir to improve the quality of the disciples' spirit roots. In the shopping list, there were 3 types of aptitude-modifying elixirs, which could easily make a disciple with a low-grade spirit root reach the high-grade level. But to buy all 3 types, it would cost 150 contribution points. With the current contribution points limit, he could only buy 3 sets to help 3 disciples improve. Jun Changshao murmured, with my current ability, I can't train all of them, but I can let some of them become stronger first. Every sect had an inner sect division, and the inner sect was equal to the elites and enjoyed enough resources. Jun Changshao wanted to let some of the disciples become stronger first, and in fact it was equivalent to dividing the inner and outer sect disciples. In a large sect, to become an inner sect disciple, one must rely on one's own aptitude and hard work to fight for it. Jun Changshao wanted to choose a few first. Li Qingyang with the high-grade spirit root and the mysterious Lu Qianqian could be excluded, and he quickly drew up the list of disciples to focus on. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaomao, Tianqi, Li Fei, and Yi Xingchen. The next day, Jun Changshao officially announced that from today onwards, Ironbone would be divided into inner and outer disciples. The first batch of inner disciples would consist of 7. I treat all of you equally. If you want to become an inner sect disciple, you must prove yourself with your strength, he added. The disciples didn't feel dispirited at all. Instead, they became even more determined to become stronger. Work hard. Work harder. Use your own strength to become an inner court disciple. The division between the inner and outer sects once again stimulated the Ironbone disciples' passion for cultivation. After all, it was tantamount to giving them a goal to strive for. Sect leader. After disbanding, Lu Qianqian walked into the main hall and said, since we're going to divide the inner and outer sect, the rewards and punishments must also be set. Only then will the junior brothers have more motivation to cultivate and not slack off. Leaning on the chair, Jun Changshao smiled. What do you think? Lu Qianqian said, there will be a strength assessment every month, a small disciple competition every 3 months, and a big disciple competition every year. This system was used by many sections. How many protagonists in novels didn't shine in various competitions in academies and sects, and eventually become gods, demons, emperors, and celestial lords? Yes, Jun Changshao said, the existence of the system had its reasons. He couldn't avoid it. Moreover, didn't the world's top student also stand out in the annual assessment and become an existence that everyone looked up to? How are the rewards and punishments? The champion of the big disciple competition every year will become an inner court disciple. The top 9 will be rewarded. The same goes for the top 10 in the small competition every 3 months. In the strength assessment every month, the outstanding will be rewarded accordingly. The bottom will have to do labor for a certain period of time. Hearing Lu Qianqian explain the various rewards and punishments in such detail, Li Qingyang couldn't help but think, this is definitely the first time Senior's sister has spoken so much. Jun Changshao said yes. He adopted Lu Qianqian's suggestion to set up various tests and small competitions for Ironbone. He also thought seriously about the rewards. In the strength assessment every month, the winner will receive 3 Qi gathering pills. In the small competition every 3 months, the champion will receive 10 Qi gathering pills. The second and third place will receive 5, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 3 each. The rewards of the big competition every year were more generous. The champion will not only become an inner core disciple, but will also be rewarded with the basic cold edge sword and 20 chi gathering pills. The top 9 will also receive different amounts of rewards. This was only a temporary reward system. When the sect became stronger and had more martial arts resources, it would definitely be improved. Unlike other sects, as long as a disciple joined, there would be various benefits. For example, the sect's martial arts could be practiced freely. The basic body-shaping pill would be given to everyone, and the meridian opening pill would be given out at a fixed time. Just this point alone made even the most powerful sects feel ashamed of their inferiority. Late at night, Jun Changshao sat on the roof of the main hall and took a puff of his cigar. He blew out a smoke ring and said, "The division of disciples and the rewards and punishments have been established. It represents the formal establishment of the sect. My goal is," holding the cigar and pointing to the sky, he said heroically, "to conquer the sea of stars." Bang! Plop! Oh my God, Li Fei, you kicked the sect leader down. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dark and damp mountain forest, a figure bent over and ran quickly. Then he stuck to a moss-covered rock and sprinkled a handful of grass leaves, which then drifted away with the wind. This was Xiao Ziji, locating the wind direction and speed. Shwa! Suddenly he appeared from the rock, holding up the Type 88 sniper rifle. His index finger suddenly pulled the trigger, only to hear a bang sound. A stream of light burst out, accurately hitting the head of the bear that was tearing at the corpse 800 meters away. He didn't use the 8x scope. It was completely a shoulder shot. Very accurate, super accurate. Dang, dang, dang. Because of the recoil, Xiao Ziji took a few steps back. Shooting with the support of the magic modified shoulder pads, he could ignore it, but shooting while standing still couldn't withstand it. After a while, he came to the front of the slain 5th rank beast and took out its core with the cold edge sword. A bright smile appeared on his face. Boom! The sound of a fist came from another area. Yi Xingqian's fist wind bombarded a 1st rank tiger beast and finally cruelly cut open its stomach. Blood and minced meat splattered, making him look like a killing god. Xiao Ziji secretly said, "Junior brother Ye's killing intent is very strong." Just after his rebirth, he was forced to join the Iron Bone Club and suffered the torture of happy football. Now that he was training in the wilderness, if Night Emperor didn't vent his anger and killing intent, he might suffer internal injuries. Not counting the Spirit Spring Mountain, the two had been training in the wilderness for 7 days. Relying on the I Ching Jing, Xiao Ziji entered the 5th stage from the 4th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, and Yi Xingqian entered the 9th stage. The increase in realm was secondary. The most important thing was that under the 7 days of training, the two's combat experience had increased. For example, Yi Xingqian had perfectly adapted to his body during this period of training. Relying on the martial arts experience of his previous life, he could seize the initiative when facing an enemy. However, due to his body's aptitude, his spiritual energy, reaction time, and various factors were limited. If he challenged a high-level vicious beast, he would definitely be abused. As long as I comprehend the 2nd stage of the Taishan Sutra, my spiritual root aptitude can be raised from the low grade to the common grade. Yi Xingqian secretly said. He was full of hope for his future because he had the Taishan Sutra and the I Ching Jing. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a flowing light bullet shot out. Yi Xingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, he wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Bang! The flowing light bullet flew past his ear, directly exploding the head of the low-level vicious beast pouncing from behind. Plop! Its huge body crashed to the ground, blood flowing out. Yi Xingqian's forehead oozed a drop of cold sweat. In the 0.1 second just now, he calculated that if he died, would his next rebirth take thousands or tens of thousands of years. Junior brother Yi, Xiao Ziji steadied his body and placed the gun on his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Retrieve the crystal core." Chapter 119. On the 6th day after the Spirit Spring Mountain battle, all the Ironbone disciples except for Lu Wanshi had broken through to the 12th stage of the Channel Opening Realm. Sect Master Li Qingyang reported, "In the past few days, more disciples have broken through to the martial disciple realm. The number of disciples has reached 19. 19 martial disciples and 79 12th stage of the Channel Opening Realm. Very strong. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of disciples in the sect. Even if all of them became strong, they would not be able to reach the 7th rate." Jun Changshao muttered, "It's time to open the sect and accept disciples." Once the sect became official, the number of disciples had to increase. Therefore, he went to Qingyang City on the same day and went to the city lord's mansion. "Thank you, city lord." As soon as he entered the hall, Jun Changshao went back to the main topic. "I want to recruit disciples. Can I borrow the signboard?" "No problem," Xie Guangquan said straightforwardly. As a result, the Ironbone sect's recruitment advertisements appeared on every street bulletin board in every district of Qingyang City. Every recruitment notice was different. East of the city, join the Ironbone clan and create a dream together. South of the city, gather all the talents in the world and recruit talents. Ironbone clan, you are trustworthy. North of the city, don't think that you are not a fine horse. In fact, you just lack a talent scout. West of the city, if you want to fly, I will give you a pair of wings. The recruitment announcements of the various sects in the Falling Star continent were either literary or classical. Ironbone's short and unique recruitment announcement immediately attracted a lot of attention, not only in Qingyang City. Jun Changshao relied on the AI clan's connections and also made recruitment announcements in Huyang City. However, after a few days, the number of martial artists who signed up was very few. Caw-caw, crows flew in the sky and cried out. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate, held his chin and collapsed. "We have done a lot of big things in this period of time. Why hasn't anyone signed up?" Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, our sect has a battle agreement with the Sacred Spring Sect and the Grand Spirit Sect. We are at the heart of the storm. I am afraid that many people are afraid to sign up." "That makes sense," Jun Changshao said. "Actually, this wasn't a bad idea. At least they could get rid of some hooligans. Those who dared to sign up were definitely not afraid of trouble. They really wanted to join Ironbone. Ta." At this moment, a young man in white walked up the stairs. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was gently fanning himself. A cool breeze blew away his scattered black hair, revealing a handsome face. When Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang looked over, their first thought was, "How flirtatious!" Schwa. The young man in white closed his folding fan and walked to the front of the registration counter. He said in a gentle and elegant manner, "Sect leader Jun, I have admired the Ironbone clan for a long time, so I came here to be your disciple." The direction of the cupped hands was Li Qingyang. Jun Changshao raised his hand and pushed the second disciple away. Then he picked up the brush and wrote the words, "I am the sect leader," on a piece of paper. He then slapped the paper on his forehead. "Let me ask you, is it clear enough?" Seeing this, the young man in white said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." "Please don't take offense, sect leader Jun." "Take offense? How is that possible? I can hold a boat in my stomach." Jun Changshao crossed his legs and waved the brush in his fingers. He said in a bad mood, "What's your name?" "Long Xiang," the young man in white said. Jun Changshao was stunned. He pulled the paper off his head and looked at the person carefully. He thought to himself, so polite he should have received higher education. Also, his surname is Long, so his identity is definitely not simple. After a brief consideration, he took the entry form and asked, "Gender?" "Male." "Age?" just over 16. Realm. Level 9 Meridian Opening. Jun Changshao did not ask about spirit roots, because as long as he was interested, low grade and supreme grade were meaningless. Pa! He directly stamped it. Ding! Sect member 103500. Ding! Sect contribution points 302500. Jun Changshao said, Qingyang, take your junior brother to the sect. Arrange a room and give him the school uniform. Oh, right, don't forget to give him the sect's mission and rules booklet. Yes. Li Qingyang brought Lan Ziang into the sect. Jun Changshao continued to cultivate Yi Jingjing while waiting. Not long after, a muscular man came up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Excuse me, are you still recruiting? Yes, Jun Changshao said. The man walked over and put his hands on the table. He said while panting, I want to join the Iron Bone sect. Jun Changshao held his chin and looked at him. He said, Your body looks good. Why are you so tired from climbing the mountain? The man held his breath. I ran all the way here from Huyang City. Jun Changshao was shocked. The Iron Bone sect was hundreds of miles away from Huyang City. To be able to run all the way here in one breath, his body was very strong. Name: Yang Yuhua. Such a muscular man, yet his name was quite elegant. Age: 15 years old. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the man's body and head. He then looked at the man's angular face and said in surprise, You're only 15 years old. Yang Yuhua scratched his head and said, Others say that I look old. You're not old. You just look a little rushed. Jun Changshao said stage. Yang Yuhua said softly, 3rd stage meridian opening. He was so muscular and could run all the way to the Iron Bone sect in one breath. He was only at the 3rd stage meridian opening. It seemed that his body was developed, but his spirit root was weaker. Brother, can I join? Yang Yuhua said weakly. Jun Changshao stamped the sect master seal and pointed at the door. Take the form and go in. Someone will arrange everything for you. Ding. Sect members 104500. Ding. Sect contribution points 3,500. Yang Yuhua took the form and walked into the sect. He did not forget to turn back and say gratefully, Thank you, brother. Kid, Jun Changshao said indifferently, I'm holding the sect master seal and you're calling me brother. Ga. Yang Yuhua stopped in his tracks and turned his head. His expression changed and he quickly cupped his hands. I'm sorry, brother. Sect master. Sect master. More people came to sign up. However, Jun Changshao would first make a judgment based on his intuition and then decide whether to accept them or not. In one day, more than 10 people signed up, including Lan Ziang and Yang Yuhua. Only 5 disciples were recruited. The rest were all eliminated. It was not that he did not want to accept them, but that some of them were too weird. For example, the last person was a hunchbacked old man in his 70s or 80s. Sigh. Perhaps Li Qingyang was right. The sect is in the teeth of the storm. There are very few martial artists who dare to sign up. 10 days later, Iron Bone only recruited 46 disciples. Jun Changshao handed the matter over to Li Qingyang. Then he called Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and Li Fei to the study room. In view of your good performance, each of you will be rewarded with a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid. Aptitude-changing liquid? Su Xiaoma asked with a puzzled expression. Sect master, what is this? After consuming it, it will allow you to break through 1 grade from your original spirit roots. Jun Changshao said. He said it very casually, but the 3 of them opened their eyes wide and their mouths wide open. It should be more than enough to stuff 2 eggs. Su Xiaoma's spirit root was of the common grade. His aptitude, changing liquid, was suitable for common grade. Tian Qi and Li Fei's were suitable for lower grade. The three of them returned to their rooms as if they had found a treasure. They carefully drank the liquid. Not only did their spirit roots improve, their cultivation was also increased. They all broke through to the second grade martial disciple. Too magical. They were happy, but Sect Master Jun spent 150 contribution points. Now, he only had 185 points left. The system said, using the contribution points on them is a bit of a waste. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said proudly, in the Spirit Spring Mountain, I am not afraid of the Sacred Spring Sect. I am willing to use contribution points to cultivate such unyielding disciples. What can you do? Chapter 120. Transforming Su Xiaoma, and the other two was just the beginning. Jun Changshao left 2 bottles of contribution points for Xiao, Ziji, and Yi Xingchen, waiting for them to return. Li Qingyan and Lu Qianqian, because he didn't have the higher quality transformation liquid. He could only temporarily give them qi gathering pills to help them quickly increase their cultivation. With more than 100 disciples, Jun Changshao couldn't divide them equally. Yes, divide them equally. If you want to be dirty, hurry up and face the wall. He decided on a few main disciples first, hoping that after a year on the Sacred Spring Mountain, they would have a stunning performance and loudly tell the world that the Ironbone clan was not simple. In fact, Jun Changshao could buy 1 less bottle, because Yi Xingchen, who was cultivating in the wild, had comprehended the Taishan Sutra to the 2nd stage, and his spiritual root had entered the mortal grade from the low grade. His realm had also broken through from the 9th stage to the 12th stage, and was only 1 step away from becoming a martial disciple. Ha ha ha. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, feeling the sublimation of his spiritual root and the improvement of his body, Yi Xingchen unscrupulously laughed out loud. I will strengthen my body and enter the divine grade spiritual root. That will be the day when I return to the peak. He clenched his fists and said with a cold look in his eyes, At that time, I will make the heavens unable to cover my eyes and the earth unable to bury my heart. I will make the so-called Empress of the Eternal Era disappear. Whoosh whoosh. His body emitted a special aura. This was the domineering aura of a former martial emperor. Unfortunately, his soul suffered a setback in his previous life, and he was nurtured in the Earth's core for thousands of years. After breaking through the mortal grade spiritual root, only a little of it was revealed. Xiao Ziji, who was awakened by the laughter, said, Junior brother Yi, why are you laughing in the middle of the night? Humph. Yi Xingchen coldly snorted and said, Vulgar mortal! Roar. Suddenly a roar came from outside the cave and the ground shook. Not good. Xiao Ziji carried the Type 88 sniper rifle and rushed out of the cave. In the distance, a huge black bear stood up, and a thick tree was directly cut in half by the bear's paw. Yi Xingchen walked out, glanced at the big guy, and said disdainfully, Trash! Shwa! Xiao Ziji raised his gun and aimed at the black bear's head. Wait! Yi Xingchen raised his hand and stood in front of him. He said coldly, Leave it to me. Xiao Ziji said, Junior brother, this is a black demon bear comparable to a peak martial disciple. Roar! The dark demon bear swung its arms and smashed the trees around it. It roared furiously at the two of them, bringing with it a strong wind that brought with it a nauseating stench. Trash! As Yi Xingchen spoke, he took 2 steps back and said, I'm too lazy to do anything. Roar! Just at this moment, the black demon bear dragged its huge body and rushed over. The trees and rocks along the way were either knocked away or smashed into pieces. Boom! Gunshots rang out in the forest. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Acting coquettishly in front of you. I-O meow, 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 meow. Early morning, martial arts practice field. The magically modified sound system was playing a brand new divine song, and all the disciples of Ironbone were dancing to the rhythm. Lu Wancher was following the melody of the music. Sometimes she clenched her small fists, put them in front of her cheeks, and sometimes she nodded gently. She looked extremely cute. Seeing the little girl jumping happily, Jun Changshao whispered, Dudu was born in the wrong world. If he was born on Earth, he would definitely be a group of dead fat otakus. Suddenly he thought of something and said, Since there are guns in the mall, are there any rockets or spaceships? Yes, the system said. Jun Changshao was overjoyed, but the system habitually poured cold water on him and said, Only high-level malls can refresh, so the host should take back the immature idea of crossing the universe and returning to Earth. Jun Changshao said disapprovingly, As long as there is such a thing, there is a possibility of returning to Earth. The system said, There is spiritual power in the high-level world, and the lifespan of living beings is much higher than that of Earth. Why does the host have to go back? You don't understand. Jun Changshao looked at the distant sky and said longingly, That is my home. My friends are there and also my first love and relatives. I don't think I have any relatives. The system said, So the host's purpose of returning to Earth is to bring the high-level world's cultivation to show off. Annoying, you have to expose me. Of course. Jun Changshao said, American movies don't always have some Iron Man, green hat, and save the world. When I go back, I will call all the people from the Women's Federation over and beat them up one by one. Let's see how awesome they are. The system was speechless. That's just a movie. Not to mention, if these superheroes really exist, then the entire Earth and even the Milky Way will be Simidas. This retort. Jun Changshao said sharp. Oh, right. The system said again, Asian Games Hero League Exhibition Competition in Jakarta. Your country's players defeated the Korean team 3-1 and won the gold medal. As an ex-bronze ranked player in Hero League, Jun Changshao was stunned. The system said, The career of a game player is very short. To be able to make the host country's flag fly in the competition once every 4 years, this is worthy of respect. Shua. Jun Changshao tore off his long shirt and rushed into the training field. He followed the disciples and danced to the beat. He was as happy as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Babies, let's get high. My heart is thumping. I am infatuated with your evil smile. If you don't say you love me, I will meow, meow, meow. After the morning exercise, the disciples went back to their own training. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other disciples who had just entered the sect had ugly expressions. It was obvious that they had not gotten used to the shameful morning exercise. I was actually dancing just now. I was actually twisting just now. Xiang Yuhua. Su Xiaomo waved his hand and smiled. Come, come. Senior brother will bring you to training. Oh, Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other new disciples followed and entered the training room. One by one, they entered the muscle-building room and went through 2 hours of building. At night, this group of new disciples was paralyzed on the training field. The next day, after they regained their energy, they began to learn how to play football. In the end, after Li Fei used his face to catch the ball, they squatted in a corner like children and covered their faces as they wailed. Mom, there are too many bad people in the sect. I want to go home. Go home? That did not exist. The moment they stepped into the Iron Bone Zheng sect, they were destined to either become stronger in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames or sing in the abyss of hell. After the new disciples entered the sect, everyone received a copy of the tendon-changing scripture and the muscle-building pill and began to learn how to integrate into the life of the sect. Jun Changshao then began to think about how to quickly increase his contribution points. The fastest way to earn contribution points was to recruit all the disciples. This way, he could obtain 352 contribution points and also activate the sect mission. However, it was not easy to recruit. Li Qingyang sat outside for 2 days and did not see anyone. My head hurts. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. Sect leader, Elder Wei walked into the main hall and said, "The planted herbs have sprouted." "So fast?" Jun Changshao was rather surprised. Calculating the time, it had only been slightly more than 10 days. Elder Wei said, "Herbs are not like crops. If you cultivate them diligently, they will feel it and express their gratitude by growing quickly." "So mysterious?" Jun Changshao said with interest, "Elder Wei, you are not simple. Is it convenient for you to tell me your story?" Elder Wei laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I am only a third-grade apothecary. I have done nothing for most of my life. What story can I have?" Jun Changshao said, "Elder Wei is very professional in cultivating herbs. Only a third-grade apothecary? I will never believe it." Elder Wei did not want to talk about this topic and said, "I need a few disciples to go to the mountains to fetch spring water to water the herbs." Everyone had their own secrets. If he did not say, Jun Changshao would not force him. He immediately arranged for Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other new disciples to help Elder Wei fetch water from the mountains. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang hurriedly walked in from outside. With a serious expression, he said, "Star Cloud Sect elder brought disciples to spar." Star Cloud Sect? Jun Changshao had never heard of it. Li Qingyang said, "One of the 4 seventh-rate sects in Qingyang County. The sect leader is called Meng Xingda. The one who brought disciples to spar is the 7th elder." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "This 7th-rate Star Cloud Sect should be a member of the 100 Sect Alliance." "That's right," Li Qingyang said. Chapter 121. The 100 Sect Alliance's Nebulous Sect came to find him to spar. Even a fool could see that they had some dirty dealings with Alliance Leader Qin. Alliance Leader Qin. Jun Changshao rubbed his fingers and laughed. "We have a battle agreement. It's not convenient for you to make a move. So you sent other sects to stir up trouble. Very particular, very particular." Ding. Side mission activated. The system notification sounded. Damn. Finally a mission came. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the data panel. The side mission was defeat Nebula Sect's 7th Elder Song Kai Zero of 1 elite mission. There was a second mission. The mission was disciple beat up Nebula Sect's Disciple 0/5. It was fine if he didn't come, but when he came, he got 2. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Jun Changshao waved his sleeves and stood up confidently. "Quickly, invite the Nebula Sect's elder in." "Yes." Li Qingyang turned and left. He was puzzled. Sect leader looks very happy? He lacked contribution points, but someone sent him 2 missions. Of course. Sect leader Jun was happy. He couldn't wait to turn on the stereo and start dancing. Martial arts arena. The Iron Bone disciples stopped cultivating and stood behind the sect leader. Jun Changshao sat on a chair with one leg propped up. He couldn't stop the smile from appearing on his face. Opposite, the Nebula Sect's elder stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood 5 disciples. From their aura, they were definitely martial disciples, and their ranks weren't low. In Jun Changshao's eyes, contribution points were floating above these people's heads. The system said 5 disciples. From left to right, 5th grade, 4th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, and 2nd grade martial disciples. TSKSK. Jun Changshao thought, worthy of being a 7th-rate sect. Their disciples are awesome. Sect leader Jun Songkai cupped his hands and said, "Your sect's disciples took the top 4 spots in the Great Sect competition. My nebulous sect admires you. Today, I brought my disciples here to learn from you." The nebulous sect also participated in the Great Sect competition. However, they sent their outer sect disciples. Their cultivation wasn't high, and they were eliminated in the last few rounds. It wasn't that they didn't want to send high-ranking disciples, but there was a clear rule in the inter-sect tournament. A disciple could only participate once, and they had to be under the age of 18. Jun Changshao said, making friends through martial arts, exchanging pointers, and discussing the Tao. Why aren't you welcoming them? Pa, pa, pa. All the disciples applauded in unison to welcome him. The corner of Song Kai's mouth twitched. Very quickly, he said seriously, this song has brought 5 inner sect disciples from my nebulous sect. I hope to have 5 one-on-one matches with your sect's disciples. What do you think, Sect Master Jun? Did this guy think that only Li Qingyang was stronger than Ironbone, so he deliberately chose to have more people fight more battles? Jun Changshao said sure. Qingyang. He waved his hand and said, Go and spar with the guests who came from afar. Yes. Li Qingyang took a step forward, only to hear the sect leader whisper, Give him a good beating. Beat him until he cries for his father and mother. The side mission was to beat the nebulous sect's disciples. If it was easy to defeat them, then it definitely wouldn't meet the requirements. Li Qingyang nodded and walked to the center of the martial arts practice field. Song Kai also sent out a disciple, who was the weakest of the 5, a second-grade martial disciple. Jun Changshao disdainfully said, My Huaxia ancestors played a leftover trick, and they still have the face to show it. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, a disciple came in with tea. Li Qingyang, Jia Tengying. Uft! Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of tea. Both sides reported their names, and the battle began. Shua! Jia Tengying took the initiative and rushed forward. 2 fingers condensed spiritual light, and with a schwa, schwa schwa sound she stabbed out. This was a middle-grade mortal martial art, quick shadow finger. From the speed and the appearance of the finger shadows, it showed that this person had been immersed in this technique for a long time. Otherwise it would be impossible to reach such a level. Li Qingyang put his hands behind his back and moved rhythmically, dodging the finger shadows. He defeated Mo Shangfei of the Sacred Spring Sect. Against a second-grade martial disciple, it could only be described as easy. Even if he kept stabbing until the sky turned dark, he might not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Jia Tengying knew that there was a big gap between her and her opponent, but as a martial artist, how could she admit defeat? She continued to use the quick shadow finger to poke wildly. Pa! Suddenly, Li Qingyang, who was dodging, grabbed her wrist with one hand and lightly pushed her away with his shoulder. Jia Tengying, who had retreated more than 10 steps, had not yet stabilized her body when a hand grabbed her collar and lifted her up forcefully. Plop! She flew 160 degrees and fell to the ground. Then she flew 160 degrees in the opposite direction and fell to the ground again. Bang! 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 Li Qingyang, who was standing on the martial arts practice field, had one hand behind his back and the other hand grabbed Jia Tengying's collar and threw her left and right. After a while, she was dizzy from being thrown around. Her mouth and eyes were crooked. Ding! Disciple brutally thrashing star cloud. Sect Disciple 15. Li Qingyang's bullying met the requirement of brutality. 1 mission completed. Qingyang, sparring and discussing Tao, that's enough. Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang dragged Jia Tengying, who was foaming at the mouth, to the edge of the martial arts practice field and threw her out. Second senior brother won. The disciples immediately cheered. When the new disciples saw a martial disciple being brutally thrashed, they immediately worshipped their second senior brother. Humph! Song Kai snorted coldly. His disciple's defeat was within his expectations. Li Qingyang had already fought, so the Ironbone sect did not have any outstanding disciples. For the next 4 rounds, the Star Cloud sect would control the entire field. Indeed, they controlled the entire field. This was because the second disciple who went up was kicked all over the martial arts practice field by Li Fei. Every stone under his feet experienced the fear of being controlled by Li Fei's feet. In the end, he ran until he was exhausted. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Ding! Disciple, Thrash Star Cloud, Sect Disciple 25. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, "Sorry, my disciple was a little heavy-handed." Song Kai's old face fell. That iron-boned sect disciple was clearly only a second-grade martial disciple. How could he thrash his own third-grade martial disciple so miserably? If he knew that this was a man who had even kicked the sect leader down, he would understand. The problem was not big. The problem was not big. There were not many disciples who had the ability to fight above their level. As long as they won the next 3 rounds, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Song Kai raised his hand. The 4th-grade martial disciple walked up to the martial arts practice field. Jun Changshao originally planned to let Tian Qi or Su Xiaoma fight, but before he could open his mouth, he saw 2 people appear at the gate. Who? Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen. Their hair was disheveled and their faces were dirty. Their school uniforms were torn in strips. It was obvious that they were scratched by the claws of fierce beasts. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched and said, "When you went out, you had an imposing appearance. How did you come back as refugees?" "Sect leader, we're back." Xiao Ziji grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Just in time, Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Star Cloud Sect has come to exchange pointers. You'll be the 3rd opponent, right?" Ah, Xiao Ziji was dumbfounded. He and Yi Xingchen went deep into the mountain forest. In the end, they were chased by a group of fierce beasts. In the end, they risked their lives to escape. Then they returned to the sect. Without resting, they fought with others. This was too exciting. Chapter 122. Xiao Ziji had just returned and was already assigned to fight. This made him feel very excited. Yi Xingchen was not interested at all and was about to take a bath. "Xingchen," Jun Changshao shouted, "you will fight in the 4th round. Let me see how much your strength has improved after this wilderness training." "Damn it, you want me to fight with a little brat." Although he was unwilling, he still stopped and looked at the Star Cloud Sect disciple. His gaze was filled with the strong disdain of a martial emperor. Song Kai glanced at the 2 and said lightly, "Sect leader Jun, your 2 disciples look very tired. Isn't it a little too casual to send them?" "It's very casual," Jun Changshao said. This tone, this meaning. It was as if he did not take the Star Cloud Sect seriously at all. "You." Song Kai suppressed his anger and said lightly, "If sect leader Jun doesn't feel that the Star Cloud Sect is bullying you, you can send them to fight." Haha, this must be what he wanted. Xiao Ziji did not even change his school uniform. He dragged his dirty body and stood on the training field. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Ziji." The Star Cloud Sect disciple looked at him and said, "So you are the champion of the inter-sect tournament?" Then he cupped his hands in disdain and said, "Zhang Yi." In his opinion, this guy who did not open his meridians was very lucky to win the championship. If he participated, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. Not to mention, in the inter-sect tournament, with Xiao Ziji's strength, facing a rank 4 martial disciple would be a tragedy. But now bang, 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 bang. After the fight began, the Star Cloud Sect disciple called Zhang Yi was beaten by Xiao Ziji's strong body and strength. He was spinning around in the training field dizzily. At this time, if the sound system was turned on, it would be very appropriate with a cat meowing song. Plop! Zhang Yi spun around for a while and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. As for the arrogant and disdainful expression, just now, it was destined to be replaced by a dead fish face for a long time because of the beating. Ding! Disciple beat Star Cloud. Sect Disciple 35. Not bad, not bad, Jun Changshao said with satisfaction. After this experience, the improvement is very obvious. After dealing with his opponent, Xiao Ziji walked out of the training grounds and said, "Sect leader, I'm going to take a bath." "Go, go," Jun Changshao said. Song Kai was dumbfounded. The disciple participating in the battle was a 4th grade martial disciple. From the aura of the Ironbone disciple, it seemed that he was only at the 6th stage of the channel opening realm. Xiao Ziji's cultivation was weak. However, ever since he opened his meridians, he was able to gather spirit energy in his body. Coupled with his highly tempered body, his combat strength had definitely skyrocketed. 4th grade martial disciple. Sorry, it's just a punching bag. They had lost 3 out of 5 matches. This time the Nebulous Sect, which was ordered by Alliance Master Qin to challenge the Sect, had lost their face in front of Ironbone. Jun Changshao said, "Elder Song, do you still want to spar?" "Spar," Song Kai said solemnly. They had already lost, but if they could win the next 2 matches and make it 2, 3, they could at least regain some face. "Xingqian, go on stage," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian snorted coldly and walked onto the training grounds. He pointed at the 5th grade martial disciple who was supposed to be the last to fight and said disdainfully, "You, get up here." He directly chose the strongest. Brother Qin was very social. The Nebulous Sect disciple who was pointed at glanced at Song Kai and walked onto the training grounds after receiving instructions. He looked at Yi Xingqian with a strong sense of disdain. He was the strongest among the 5 disciples brought by Song Kai. To be able to break through to the 5th grade martial disciple before the age of 20, he indeed had the qualifications to look down on others. However, he looked down on Su Xiaoma and Tianqi. It was not a problem. However, the person he looked down on was one of the 10 great martial emperors, the Night Emperor. This was a big problem. Yi Xingqian, who was not interested in the battle between brats, saw the contempt and disdain in his eyes. His entire face immediately darkened. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Kid, I will make you suffer." Pum! The Nebulous Sect disciple bent his arms and clenched his fists. A wave of chi burst out and instantly tore his shirt, revealing a gaudy tattoo. It could be said that he was incomparably fierce. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "You didn't tear your pants. Bad. Untattooed Peppa Pig. Bad." TSK, Yi Xingqian was disdainful. Song Kai said indifferently, "Sect leader Jun, this disciple of mine is proficient in 32 saber techniques. I wonder if we can use weapons in the battle." "Yes," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched. Facing a 5th grade martial disciple with a weapon. This should at least give me a weapon to fight, right? Unfortunately, Jun Changshao did not intend to give him a weapon. Instead, he clasped his fingers and said, "This disciple of mine is proficient in 72 grappling techniques. He has always fought with his bare hands." Yi Xingqian's expression suddenly became interesting. The Nebulous Sect disciple waved his hand and summoned his treasured saber from his spatial ring. The saber was not long and was similar to a watermelon knife. However, the blade shone brightly. It looked very sharp. Lu Kunlong. He reported his name. Yi Xingqian did not report his name. Instead, he was thinking about how he should deal with a 5th grade martial disciple with a weapon with his bare hands. Shua, shua, shua. At this moment, Lu Kunlong waved his saber. The saber shadows surrounded his body. Then he raised his saber with one hand and stood in a golden rooster stance. He was indeed proficient in 32 saber techniques. What a professional! Good. Jun Changshao clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. The disciples behind him also clapped as if they were watching that guy perform a saber show. Lu Kunlong said indifferently, "If you don't report your name, then I will use my saber." Trash. Yi Xingqian said indifferently, "Shua." At this moment, Lu Kunlong took a step forward and waved his saber crazily. In an instant, dense saber shadows were intertwined. It looked very scary. Yi Xingqian retreated step by step, avoiding the saber intent that swept towards him. At the same time, he was looking for his opponent's weakness. The improvement of his spiritual root and his cultivation level reaching stage 12 made him more compatible with his body. Not only could he catch the saber shadows, but he could also dodge them in advance. However, once the opponent's 32 saber techniques were used, not only did it form an attack, but it also protected his body. It was difficult to find a weakness to counterattack. Shua, shua. Lu Kunlong's saber momentum increased, and more saber shadows appeared. Yi Xingqian realized that if he could not finish him off in the shortest time possible, once he was surrounded by an inescapable net of attacks, he could only be attacked passively. Damn it! A mere 5th grade martial disciple was enough to make this emperor feel helpless? Yi Xingqian's anger rose. The little bit of domineering aura that he had just recovered burst out instantly. Huff huff! The aura spread out invisibly. Lu Kunlong, who was using his saber technique, was enveloped by the aura. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, his soul seemed to have fallen into hell. His heart suffered endless torment. His hand went limp, and the saber he was holding fell to the ground with a clang. This kind of terrifying aura that came from a martial emperor's oppression disappeared in a flash. When Lu Kunlong regained his senses and realized that the saber had fallen, he saw that Yi Xingqian had already raised his waist, holding the saber in his hand. Brat, Night Emperor said coldly, you can't even hold a saber, and you dare to use your saber technique in front of me? Shua. As he spoke, he swung his saber. Puchi. A deep saber mark appeared on Lu Kunlong's chest. Blood gushed out. You. His face became ferocious. Yi Xingqian stepped forward and said coldly, Today, I will let you know that sabers are used to cut people, not for juggling. Shua. The saber slashed down again. Blood splattered. Another saber mark appeared on Lu Kunlong's chest. He endured the pain and hurriedly turned around to run. Yi Xingqian chased after him with large strides. He raised his saber and slashed down. Puchi, Puchi. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Poor Lu Kunlong. His equipment was picked up by Yi Xingqian and counterattacked. In the end, he lay on the ground covered in blood. Chapter 123. If it had been someone else, Lu Kunlong would not have been knocked to the ground. At most, he would have been beaten up. However, his opponent was Yi Xingqian. Who was he? One of the 10 great martial emperors. Not only had he killed people in his past life, but he had also killed many people. When his bones were piled up, they could form a mountain. He was definitely a ruthless character who killed without batting an eye. Thinking about how he had been chased by a group of vicious beasts and was now being looked down upon by a junior, Yi Xingqian's anger turned into killing intent. He raised his saber and slashed down again. Xingqian. Jun Changshao stopped him. It's just a spar. There's no need to kill. Yi Xingqian stopped slashing and threw the saber on the ground. He snorted, Sect leader, don't let me fight trash like this in the future. It's a waste of time. After saying that, he turned around and went to take a bath. He can actually counterattack a rank 5 martial disciple. Junior brother, Yi is too awesome. The disciples exclaimed. Su Xiaomao was surprised. Junior brother, Yi has grown so fast. If it were him, he could use his speed to fight against Lu Kunlong, but he definitely couldn't use his sword to counterattack like Yi Xingqian. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, There seemed to be a wave of qi just now. Because of the distance, he caught a glimpse of Yi Xingqian's domineering aura. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was terrifying. The system said, This is spiritual force. Spiritual force? When a martial artist's soul energy is strong, they can form spiritual force to intimidate others. Jun Changshao said, You mean Xing Chen's spiritual force shocked Lu Kunlong's mind. That's why his saber fell. That's right, the system said. Looking at the receding figure, Jun Changshao said to himself, This disciple of mine is not simple. Not just a little. The system said, Lu Kunlong could have exchanged blows with Yi Xingchen. However, his mind was disturbed by Xing Chen's domineering aura, and he ended up being slashed to the ground. It was not that he was not strong, but that his opponent was too evil. Song Kai, who was standing at the back, retracted his condensed spiritual energy. Anger appeared in his eyes. If Yi Xingchen had dared to slash down, he would have attacked regardless of the consequences. After all, Lu Kunlong was the most valued inner disciple of the Nebula Sect. Jun Changshao said, "Elder Song, your Star Cloud sect has lost 4 rounds. Is there a need to continue?" These words were very hurtful, causing Song Kai's heart to ache. He said solemnly, "Continue." If he stopped now, the score would be 4-0. However, if he insisted on continuing, the score would be 5-0. Because the next contestant was Lu Qianchan. This cold beauty of few words released a tsunami-like spiritual power as soon as she entered the arena, directly scaring the Nebula Sect disciple to the ground. Bang! Bang! His spiritual energy transformed into small fists and pounded on that guy's chest. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out gloriously. The Iron Bone disciples' mouths twitched. It turned out that our beautiful senior sister was even fiercer than Yi Xingchen when she fought. Long Xiang Yang Yuhua and the other new disciples secretly said, "Senior sister is the most ferocious person in the sect. Don't provoke her." Ding! Disciple thrashed Nebulous Sect Disciple 55. Ding! Side mission completed. Host received 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 230500. Comfortable. Jun Changshao stood up and smiled. "Elder Song, thank you for letting me win." Song Kai's entire face darkened. When he came, he promised Qin Haoren that he would definitely be able to kill the Iron Bone disciples. In the end, he lost all 5 rounds and was shaved bald. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be embarrassing. "Elder Song," Jun Changshao said again, "I see that you don't look good. You seem to be unconvinced by your loss. How about this, you and I have a spar?" Song Kai's expression suddenly froze. He couldn't bear the loss of his disciples. He was still thinking about whether to spar with that guy. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to speak. "Very good, very good." Song Kai cupped his hands and said, "Since Sect Leader Jun has said so, I will respectfully accept." As he spoke, he walked to the center of the training field and fed Lu Kunlong a healing pill. Then he dragged him down. Jun Changshao walked over and thought, "How much strength does this guy have?" "About 30,000. The system said. "Only 30,000. Jun Changshao disdained. Although he was only an 8th grade martial disciple, his strength had long exceeded 20,000. The system said this elder's aptitude is average. He is only an ordinary 1st grade martial master. The host has undergone physique transformation and muscle molding. Naturally, he is not an ordinary person." "Oh, that's true," Jun Changshao said. "It wasn't just him. Disciples who cultivated the body metamorphosis scripture, took the body molding pill, and went through the tempering of the body molding room all had combat power far stronger than ordinary people. When they cultivated their spiritual roots and cultivation, their strength, just thinking about it made people's blood boil. The sect leader is about to make a move." When Jun Changshao stood in the middle of the training field, the Iron Bone disciples immediately began to discuss. After all, the last time the sect leader made a move was when he tortured Ma Yongning. The Star Cloud sect's elder is a martial master. Can the sect leader win? A new disciple whispered, "Nonsense, he can definitely win." The early disciples had 100% unconditional trust in Jun Changshao. The sect leader will win. The sect leader will win. Lu Wanshi raised her small fist and shouted. For a moment, the Iron Bone disciples were motivated and shouted in unison, cheering for the sect leader. "Humph! Song Kai lightly snorted, but on the surface he cupped his hands and said gracefully, Sect Leader June, shall we compete with weapons or fists? Fists. June Changshao said. Song Kai said, all right. As he spoke, thick spiritual energy condensed in his palms. His aura was quite good. In the falling star continent, martial disciples were also known as the spirit condensation stage. It meant that they condensed spiritual energy and opened up a cyclone in their dantian. Martial masters were known as the spirit manipulation stage because martial artists who reached this stage were more proficient in the absorption of spiritual energy and the use of spiritual energy. Although Song Kai was very mediocre in all aspects, he was still a genuine martial master. The spiritual energy in his palms was 2 streets ahead of a martial disciple. Kid, when the battle begins, I will defeat you in front of your disciples as quickly as possible to save the face of my star cloud sect. Song Kai said, Sect Leader June, can we start? We can start. June Changshao said. Swish. Song Kai strode over and clenched his right hand into a fist. The spiritual energy in the cyclone instantly poured into it, and a visible wave of air suddenly appeared. It was quite urgent. June Changshao smiled faintly, raised his right palm and cut through the void, and said, I slash! Xiao! A crescent-shaped stream of light burst out. Song Kai raised his eyebrows. His right fist blasted out with a strong wind and violently broke it on the spot. His eyes were filled with strong disdain. However, when he looked at June Changshao, he saw that the guy's left and right hand seemed to have turned into 2 kitchen knives. He kept chopping as if he was chopping dumplings. I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash. Xiao, 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 xiao. In an instant, dozens of streaks of light shot out from different angles. This. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. It was a little scary that the sect leader used I slash to such an extent. Of course, Song Kai, who was a little disdainful at first, saw the dense streams of light rushing from all angles. His expression suddenly became interesting. Dodge! 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 This was the thought in his heart, but he couldn't dodge at all. He could only condense his spiritual energy in a hurry and constantly bombard the incoming streams of light. Bang! 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 Song Kai was still quite strong. He broke all the incoming streams of light. I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, slash, slash. Sect Leader June stood in the same place. He twisted his, but as if he was cheating, and continuously waved his hand. The crescent-shaped streams of light flew out with a xiao-xiao sound. Facing this kind of endless bombardment, Elder Song, who was a martial master, could only passively defend. However, there were too many of them. In the end, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks. He could only use his body parts to block them. Boom! 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 5 minutes later, June Changshao stood in the martial arts arena, panting. Although the consumption of I slash wasn't high, it couldn't be used so recklessly. Therefore, the energy of the cyclone in his dantian had been consumed by 70 to 80%. Song Kai stood outside the martial arts arena with trembling legs. In the end, he couldn't support his body and sat on the ground. Ding! Defeat the 7th elder of the Star Cloud sect, Song Kai, 1-point elite mission. Ding! Side mission completed. Host receives 100 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 330500. Li Qingyang and the other disciples looked at the sect leader with admiration. There was only one thought in their minds. Awesome! Chapter 124. Song Kai was defeated before he could even get close to June Changshao. This was undoubtedly a tragedy. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, it was that June Changshao was cheating. The self-slash was modified by a mysterious almighty and consumed very little energy. If it were any other martial master, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, due to the realm, it was difficult to perfectly display the power of the self-slash. It only made Song Kai's body sore and consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If Junchang Shao was a martial master, Elder Song wouldn't have collapsed to the ground. Instead, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground. In any case, an 8th grade martial disciple defeating a martial master was already powerful enough. If it was a martial technique from the Falling Star continent, unless it was of high quality, it would be extremely difficult to achieve this. Sect leader is mighty! Sect leader is mighty! After being stunned for a moment, the disciples cheered excitedly. When the new disciples saw the sect leader defeating a martial master with the cultivation of a martial disciple, they immediately prostrated themselves in worship. Elder Song, Jun Chang Shao cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After completing 2 side missions and obtaining 150 contribution points, he was in a good mood. Song Kai endured the pain and stood up. His weak face was filled with anger. The energy streams were obviously not very powerful, but there were too many of them, causing him to be unable to deal with them. He was really unwilling to accept this. Jun Chang Shao said, "Elder Song, if you are not convinced, you can choose another day to spar with my sect. I welcome you at any time." Song Kai snorted coldly and cupped his fists. "Goodbye." After saying that, he left with the injured disciples in disgrace. Originally, they were ordered by Alliance Master Qin to deliberately cause trouble at the Ironbone sect. In the end, they were defeated 6-0, embarrassing themselves to the extreme. Clean up the martial arts practice field and continue to cultivate, Jun Changshao said. Yes. The disciples hurriedly fetched water to wash away the bloodstains on the martial arts practice field. Then they cleaned it up and cultivated as usual. Senior Brother Su, the sect leader, is really strong. Of course. Was what the sect leader used just now a spiritual martial technique? Of course. Senior Brother Su, can we learn it? As long as you break through to martial disciple, you can cultivate unconditionally. The new disciple's eyes burned with passion, and his desire to become stronger became even more resolute. Long Xiang, who was sitting to the side, thought to himself, this iron bone was indeed the right choice. I also need to break through to martial disciple as soon as possible. He had joined the Iron Bone Club, not because he had seen the advertisement, but because he had heard about how Li Qingyang had defeated Mo Shangfei using a spiritual force martial skill on Spirit Spring Mountain. To be exact, he had come for me. Long Xiang secretly praised his decision to join the Iron Bone sect after witnessing the sect leader's display of power as a martial disciple and exhausting a martial master. Humph! Wait until I practice this unfathomable martial skill. When I return to the clan, I will definitely shock all of you. Boom! Li Fei waved his hand and said, Junior Brother Long, why are you in a daze? Come and play with us. Mom, it's too scary. I want to go home now. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji took a shower and changed into a clean set of school uniforms. They were called to the study by Jun Changshao. Not bad, not bad. Sect Master Jun crossed his legs and placed them on the desk. You didn't disappoint me during this training. Seeing him like this, Yi Xingqian wanted to rush up and press his head on the table, then raise his fist and beat him up. Sect leader Xiao Ziji said, this disciple obtained a lot of crystal nuclei in the wild. Is that so? Jun Changshao said. Xiao Ziji waved his hand, and the crystal nuclei in the interspatial ring appeared on the ground. There were quite a few of them, about 40 to 50. Among them, some were personally killed by him, and some were shot by the Type 88 sniper rifle. The highest was a peak vicious beast, and the lowest was a low second grade. So many? Jun Changshao was surprised. He chose a few suitable crystal nuclei to make bullets for Xiao Ziji and took the rest. Crystal nuclei had many uses, so he could keep them for now. Idiot, Yi Xingqian secretly said. So many crystal nuclei to sell and exchange for martial arts resources. Wouldn't that be perfect? Why did he have to foolishly pay? Sect leader Xiao Ziji said honestly, Junior brother, Yi also has a few crystal nuclei. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched, and there were tens of thousands of grass mud horses running wildly in his heart. Jun Changshao looked over with a smile. Can you keep one? No. Yi Xingqian reluctantly took out a few crystal nuclei from his chest and put them on the table. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, Don't you feel uncomfortable putting this stone-like thing in your chest? Yi Xingqian was silent. Yes, it was a little uncomfortable. Here. Jun Changshao threw an interspatial ring and said, This is an interspatial ring. It can hold things. Damn it. This guy thinks that I haven't even heard of an interspatial ring? At that moment, the prideful Night Emperor couldn't wait to throw the interspatial ring on the ground and step on it. There are 5 meridian opening pills, 5 qi gathering pills, and 1 qi revolving pill in the ring. The qi revolving pill can quickly condense a qi revolving pill and break through to the martial disciple level. Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian put it on his middle finger and thought, the size is just right. Xin Ji, Xingqian. Jun Changshao said, I have divided the inner and outer sect. The 2 of you are inner sect disciples, so work hard and don't let me down. He took out a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid and threw it to Xiao Ziji, saying, This is an aptitude-changing liquid suitable for mortal spiritual roots. Take it and consume it. Xiao Ziji hurriedly caught it, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He, who had consumed the aptitude-changing liquid before, naturally knew how heaven-defying this thing was. Aptitude-changing liquid? Yi Xingqian said blankly, What is this? Jun Changshao said, It's a type of liquid that can immediately increase the quality of your spiritual roots after consumption. Yi Xingqian's expression suddenly became sluggish. It can change the quality of spiritual roots, and immediately? That was nonsense, wasn't it? As a former martial emperor, he had never heard of a medicine that could change spiritual roots in the falling star continent. There was none in this world, but there was one in the system store. Gulp! At that moment, Xiao Ziji anxiously opened the bottle and swallowed the liquid. Huff, huff! In just a moment, white smoke rose from his body, and then his temperament changed. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened. He could feel that not only did Xiao Ziji's temperament change, but his cultivation level also seemed to have increased. And this happened in the blink of an eye. Oh my God! Is there really such a heaven-defying medicine in this world? Jun Changshao said, Xingqian, you have a low-grade spiritual root. I have a bottle that is suitable for low-grade spiritual roots. Wait! Yi Xingqian raised his hand and said, Sect Master, let me calm down first. Huff! He patted his face, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Xiao Ziji again. After confirming that this guy's temperament had changed greatly, he said seriously, Sect Master, it's suitable for low-grade spiritual roots, so it's only effective for low-grade spiritual roots. That's right. Jun Changshao said, low-grade spiritual roots can break through to the mortal grade, and mortal-grade spiritual roots can be upgraded to the medium grade. Your senior brother Xiao used the mortal-grade spiritual root, and now he has a medium-grade spiritual root. Yi Xingqian hurriedly said, Sect Master, I actually have a mortal-grade spiritual root. When I filled in the sect application form, I deliberately hid it. You have a mortal-grade spiritual root? Jun Changshao was surprised. Yes, Yi Xingqian said. At this time he could not hide it. After all, he could give a mortal-grade spiritual root. If he gave a low-grade spiritual root, it would be useless. Jun Changshao thought to himself, since this guy has a mortal-grade spiritual root, I can save a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid. Chapter 125. Yi Xingqian originally planned to hide his spirit root. After all, the Taishan Sutra was one of the 2 biggest secrets in his heart. The other secret was his rebirth. However, He had no choice but to tell the truth. If he was only given one bottle and a low-grade one, he would not be able to improve his spirit root. The higher the comprehension of the Taishan Sutra, the stronger the spirit root. However, it would take time. Yi Xingqian wanted to improve his spirit root as soon as possible. Jun Changshao thought, since you have a mortal grade spirit root, I will save 50 points to buy a low-grade one. Here, take it. He threw the mortal grade aptitude modifying liquid over. Yi Xingqian caught it and asked cautiously, Sect leader, will there be any side effects after taking this medicine? That was a very professional question. In the Falling Star continent, there were pills that could forcibly improve one's cultivation. Although one could break through after taking it, one could only rely on pills in the future. Until one reached a certain level, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation level without stronger pills. Jun Changshao said, if you're worried, you don't have to take it. Yi Xingqian did not say anything else. He walked out of the study and returned to his residence. Then he closed the door and looked down at the aptitude-modifying liquid in his hand. He was considering whether to take it or not. Yi Xingqian, Yi Xingqian. Back then, you went through a lot for the Taishan Sutra. Now, you're still thinking about the medicine to improve your aptitude? Smack! He opened the bottle and drank it. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the liquid entered his body, his meridians, blood, muscles, and even every inch of his skin transformed. His spirit root also entered the medium grade from the mortal grade in an instant. Because it was stage 12 meridian opening, there was no cyclone. It only improved his aptitude, but it did not increase his cultivation level. Yi Xingqian said in shock, unbelievable! The Taishan Sutra could improve one's aptitude because it was a supreme cultivation technique that surpassed the divine grade. A bottle of medicine could do it easily. It was completely beyond his knowledge of medicine. Could it be a celestial medicine from the upper realm? Yi Xingqian guessed. The upper realm was a higher existence than the Falling Star continent. Only martial emperors and those who had broken through the void were qualified to go there. That was an even more vast world. Even he, who had once dominated the continent, would be as insignificant as an ant in that world. But that didn't stop Yi Xingqian from longing for it, because it was said that the secret of immortality could be found there. The lifespan of the creatures in the world of martial arts was very long, but there would be a day when they would burn out. Therefore, having an unlimited lifespan was the lifelong pursuit of the strong. Yi Xingqian said with a solemn expression, if it's an immortal medicine from the upper realm, then this Jun Changshao must be extraordinary to be able to give it to his disciples so casually. He had never taken the sect leader seriously, but after consuming the aptitude-altering elixir, there was a slight change in his mentality. Coincidentally, Jun Changshao was also trying to figure him out in the room. He thought to himself, he hid the fact that he has a mortal grade spiritual root? Do you really think I, the sect leader, am a fool? Yuan Fong, what do you think? The system pondered for a moment before saying, to be able to upgrade a low-grade spiritual root to a common grade in such a short time, there must be something fishy about this. Isn't that obvious? Jun Changshao said. The system said, according to my research on the Falling Star continent, there is no way to forcefully upgrade a spiritual root in this world, unless what? A mental cultivation method above the divine grade. Isn't the divine grade the highest? Jun Changshao was surprised. The system said, there are many types of martial arts in the Falling Star continent. After countless years, they have been divided into different grades by the later generations. However, there are some rare martial arts that are not included in this list. For example, Jun Changshao asked. The system said, tens of thousands of years ago, a peerless expert appeared in the Falling Star continent. He called himself the Old Man of Taishan. He created 2 mental cultivation methods that were known as peerless treasures. One of them was the Taishan Ice Heart Technique, and the other was the Taishan Sutra. The names sound awesome, Jun Changshao said. The system said, 10,000 years ago, a fortuitous person obtained one of the fragments of the supreme profound ice heart incantation. Later, he cultivated it to great perfection and advanced to martial emperor. Then he established the supreme profound holy sect. Even now, it is still a first-rate sect. Jun Changshao was surprised. He created a first-rate sect with just a remnant mental cultivation method? Is he really that awesome? The system said the old man of Taishan is a legendary figure. The two mental cultivation methods he created are regarded as being above the divine grade. The Taishan ice heart technique has been found. Only the Sutra of Taishan is missing. Many Wu Sheng and martial emperors have been searching for it their whole lives. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and said, Even I want to look for it. The system poured cold water on him. This kind of magical mental cultivation method can only be found by the protagonist of a novel. Host, don't count on it. You should just rely on the system to get rich. That's true. Jun Changshao dispelled the idea of looking for a peerless mental cultivation method and said, Yi Xingqian's spirit root improved. Did he cultivate a peerless divine grade mental cultivation method? Most likely. The system didn't dare to be 100% sure. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, If this guess is correct, he can obtain a peerless mental cultivation method. Doesn't that mean he has a protagonist's life? A genius turned into trash, and the other obtained a peerless mental cultivation method. Aya, my little iron bone, is full of all kinds of protagonist-level bosses. Just thinking about training them makes me a little shy. The system said, Host, you can trick Yi Xingqian. If you have a peerless divine grade mental cultivation method, you can trick him to cultivate it. Jun Changshao spread his hands and said, Didn't you just say that I can just rely on the system to get rich? What's the use of learning other people's martial arts? The system was speechless. Jun Changshao didn't try to trick Yi Xingqian. The main reason was that even if he did have a peerless mental cultivation method, he definitely wouldn't say it. If he accidentally made him vigilant and worried that his martial arts method would be stolen, he would escape from the sect. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, the items bought from the system were also very heaven-defying. Why would he waste time and effort to cultivate such a profound mental cultivation method? Since he didn't want to find out about the mental cultivation method, the only thing he could do was to cooperate with Yi Xingqian and pretend that he was a normal person. If Jun Changshao knew that this disciple not only obtained the peerless mental cultivation method that he and the system just talked about, but was also a reincarnated martial emperor, he would probably jump from his bed to the roof. The night was long, and no one was in the mood to sleep. Jun Changshao stopped cultivating and muttered, Let's refresh the system store and see if I can find something good. Ding! Sect contribution points, 220500. After refreshing, new items appeared. Jun Changshao scanned through them one by one. His eyes fixed on a product called dazzling light sunglasses. Sunglasses were also for sale, and they were dazzling. He clicked on the detailed description. Item, dazzling light sunglasses. Effect. After wearing it, the user can use their mind to activate the prying function and quickly analyze the target's spirit root, cultivation, strength, weapon, protective gear, and other data. Time limit. Use immediately. Price. 50 contribution points. Note, dazzling light sunglasses can only be used by the host. The degree of prying depends on the host's cultivation. Powerful cultivators, or those with cultivation methods and treasures, will not be displayed. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. This is awesome! Although the system could roughly detect the target's cultivation and strength, it would not look at the spirit root, weapon, or protective gear's grade. Buy. He clicked on it without hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained dazzling light sunglasses X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 170500. Before Jun Changxiao's mind could enter the spatial ring to take out the dazzling light sunglasses he just bought, a sound rang in his ears. Ding! Side mission activated. Another mission? He pulled open the system's data panel. The content was, kill the assassin 05 incomplete. TSK. This drizzle building really never gets tired of it. They sent another assassin. Pung! At this time, the sound of gunfire came from outside. After Xiao Ziji fired the first shot, he quickly moved the Type 88 sniper rifle. The scope of the scope locked onto the distant mountain rock. Ding! Killed the assassin 15. At the same time the notification sounded, Jun Changxiao climbed up the sentry tower. He put his hand on the stone platform that was used as a cover and said, "Where are the other 4? "They are all behind the rock," Xiao Ziji said, and the 4 assassins stuck to the back of the rock and did not dare to show their heads, especially when they saw the dead bodies of their companions. A chill ran down their spines and their scalps became numb. Chapter 126. The 4 assassins hid behind the boulder, trembling like frightened cats. With a loud bang, the assassin's head burst open. This sudden change was too frightening. They had also received professional training, so their mental fortitude was extremely high. If it was a normal martial artist, if their mental fortitude wasn't strong enough, they would definitely be paralyzed on the ground. Calm down, calm down. The 4 assassins hid behind the boulder and took a deep breath. Their mental fortitude gradually calmed down, and the fear in their eyes weakened a lot. "Fourth brother, we've been discovered." What kind of hidden weapon was that flying light? It could actually kill 5th brother in an instant. "This iron bone is a bit strange. Let's retreat." Just as they were discussing, Jun Changxiao put on the dazzling light ink mirror, and in front of him appeared all kinds of precise analysis scenes. Damn, it's really professional. "Give me the gun." Xiao Ziji handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao held the gun, his eyes on the 8x scope, and lightly said, "Since you dared to assassinate me, don't even think about leaving." Ding! The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode, using 5 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 165,500. This guy activated the cheat. Under the X-ray vision, the 4 assassins were exposed to the scope. "Fourth brother, I also agree to retreat. This iron bone is definitely not ordinary. The plan needs to be changed. Fourth brother, we can wait for them to leave the sect, then secretly set up an ambush and kill them one by one." "That's a good idea, but," the leader called fourth brother frowned. "The flying light just now was extremely fast. I'm afraid we'll be attacked again after we leave. We can rush out from different directions. The enemy will definitely be at a loss." "I agree. I also agree." The assassin called fourth brother thought for a bit and said, "Let's go down the mountain and meet at the same place." "Meet at the same place? Sorry, you won't have the chance." Jun Changxiao, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, raised the corner of his mouth into a sneer. "I've already activated the cheat. If you guys can escape under my nose, how will I have the face to meet the gods in the future?" The 4 assassins didn't immediately move, calmly analyzing the escape route before reaching an agreement. "Let's move." They moved to the left and right sides of the boulder. To be honest, the fact that these assassins were able to remain calm and come up with a new plan when the situation was extremely disadvantageous to them was truly very professional. After getting into position, they looked at each other, and the one called fourth brother rushed over first. Buzz! The black shadow flashed, and the crosshairs on the screen of the sunglasses instantly locked on. Quickly analyzing the realm, Peak Martial Disciple. Actually, there were many more functions, but Jun Changxiao only activated the realm for now. Peak Martial Disciple. TSK, you're not weak. Shwa. Right at this moment, the other 3 black-clothed men rushed in from the left and right sides. They were all 9th grade martial disciples. No wonder he was so calm, so professional, and so strong. Boom! At this moment, an explosion was heard. A stream of light shot out from the muzzle and pierced through the chest of one of the assassins. Boom! Boom! The muzzle of the gun moved, and the other 2 assassins were also pierced through their chests. Then they fell to the ground like broken leaves. 3 shots, not a single one missed. 8th brother, 7th brother. The assassin called 4th brother saw that his companions were all dead, and grief appeared in his eyes. However, there was no time to think, and he quickly rushed down the slope. Iron Bone, I'll be back. As he spoke, he jumped up, spread his arms, and jumped down like an eagle spreading its wings to pounce on its prey. Boom! The loud sound was heard again. The assassin's heart was suddenly filled with a strong sense of death. He looked back in horror and saw a stream of light shoot through the grass and trees. No. He turned pale with fright. Boom! The bullet hit between his buttocks, and he fell to the ground and died miserably. Sect leader June couldn't be blamed for his actions, but that guy curled up into a ball after jumping, leaving only his buttocks to hit. Idiot! Jun Chang Shao put away his gun and took off his sunglasses. Why didn't you just jump down and be done with it? Why did you have to jump so confidently like a martial arts expert? Ding! Assassins killed 55. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this side mission. You have received 100 Sect contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 265,500. That's a lot of contribution points. The system said the higher the cultivation of the target killed, the higher the reward. So that's how it is. Jun Chang Shao threw the gun to Xiao Ziji and got down from the fort. The latter said in admiration, Sect leader didn't have shoulder pads, but he didn't even move after shooting 4 times. He's simply too strong. What made him even more shocked was that he found the bodies of the 4 assassins. All 3 of them had been shot in the chest, where their hearts were without any error. This spear technique was so terrifying. Xiao Ziji secretly said, I have to work harder too. I have to learn Sect leader's godly spear technique as soon as possible. Young man, give up on this unrealistic idea. No matter how strong your technique is, you can't compare to a cheat-like deity. The 5 assassins each had a spatial ring, but there wasn't anything valuable inside. Jun Chang Shao used Ling Long fire to burn it, and then returned to the Sect. No. Sitting in the study, his hands clasped together, his gaze cold. Drizzle building must be dealt with as soon as possible. The system said, didn't the host want to use it to earn contribution points? At first, that was what Jun Changshao thought. But after hearing the assassin's conversation, especially about the ambush outside, he had to reconsider. Disciples cultivating in the Sect would definitely be safe, but going out to train or doing things was a must. If the assassins from Drizzle Building used that kind of tactic, it would be troublesome. His disciples were his own flesh and blood. He definitely couldn't tolerate them being killed. The best way was to eliminate the threat, even if he didn't earn any contribution points. I've decided. Jun Changxiao's killing intent spread out. Destroy Drizzle Building. If it was a sect, he might consider whether to destroy it or not. But if it was a dark and evil organization, even if he destroyed 100 of them, he would still feel that he was being very righteous. Here came the problem. Where was Drizzle Building? Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said regretfully, if I knew, I would have left one alive to follow them. That's right. He slapped his forehead. There are still 2 assassins at Iron Bone. During this period of time, the 2 assassins performed very well in the cafeteria. Because the food was too fragrant, they even forgot that they were assassins and fully immersed themselves in the role of waiters. The next day, Jun Changxiao let Lu Wanshi cook a sumptuous meal and placed it neatly on the table. He smiled. "The two of you, are you used to living in my iron bone?" Gulp. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, the two assassins swallowed their saliva and hurriedly nodded. "Used to it, used to it." Jun Changshao said, "You came to kill this lord, and this lord repaid your hatred with kindness by providing you with food and shelter. No matter what, you should express your gratitude, right?" The two assassins were speechless. "Big brother, you locked us up before. What does this have to do with repaying hatred with kindness?" Sect Master Jun, the gold medal assassin, said, "How do you want to thank us?" Jun Changshao said, "Very simple. Tell me the location of Drizzle Building's headquarters." The two assassins were startled. An unyielding aura suddenly appeared around them as they said in unison, "No comment!" Assassins must have the professionalism of assassins. Being a helper here was already very spineless. How could they betray the organization? Not saying even if they were beaten to death. Seeing that they were quite unyielding, Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "Gulp! Pour this rice into the bucket and feed it to the cows and sheep." Lu Wanshi walked over and held 2 bowls of fried rice. She said sadly with tears in her eyes, "Brother Ihei, Brother Arai, these dishes were personally made by Gulp for you. It's a pity to throw it away." The two assassins lowered their heads. Sigh. Lu Wanshi carried the fried rice to the bucket. Just as she was about to pour it in, the gold medal assassin clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Sect Master Jun, if we tell you, can we always stay in iron bone?" Jun Changshao said, "Yes." "I'll tell you." Chapter 127. The two assassins put down their professionalism and told her about their organization. It was not because of the sumptuous meal nor the 2 bowls of fried rice, but because of Lu Wanshi. They were imprisoned in iron bone, just like prisoners. When they came to the cafeteria to do chores, Lu Wanshi did not treat herself as a prisoner, but as a friend. Not only did she cook delicious food, she would also ask about assassins. At first, they resisted, but as time passed, their cold hearts were gradually moved by the innocent and cute Lu Wanshi. They forgot their identity as assassins and treated themselves as waiters. They even took the initiative to talk to the little girl about their past after the disciple ate. Brother Ihei, Brother Arai. One day, Lu Wanshi held her chin and asked, "You hide in the dark all day, hiding in the dark. Aren't you afraid and lonely?" The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. The two assassins put down their bowls and chopsticks and were silent for a long time. No one was born cold-blooded, and no one was born heartless. Who would like the days of being accompanied by the dark all day and walking on a tightrope on the edge of a knife? Lu Wanshi's words touched the two assassins' cold hearts. Just now, when they saw her holding 2 bowls of fried rice with tears in her eyes, they felt heartache for the first time. Brother Ihei, Brother Arai, every dish that Dida makes, every bowl of rice is filled with feelings. You must finish it. There can't be any waste. This was a sentence that Lu Wanshi often said. So, when she stood in front of the swill bucket, the two assassins finally gave up the quality that an assassin should have. In order to not let the innocent and cute little girl be sad, they would rather bear the crime of betraying the organization for a bowl of rice. These two assassins, and were not too cold. After getting the exact coordinates of the Drizzle building, Jun Changshao looked at the two assassins who were wolfing down their food and said, "In this period of time I have seen your performance. You can join Iron Bone." However, he paused and said in a deep voice, "Once a person of iron bone for a day, a person of iron bone for a lifetime. A difference of a year, a difference of a day, or a difference of 2 hours is not a lifetime. So I need your absolute loyalty. Sect leader, please rest assured." Lu Wanshi raised her hand and said with a serious look in her eyes, "I will use my life to guarantee for Brother Ihei and Brother Arai that they will definitely be loyal to Iron Bone." The two killers put down their bowls and chopsticks. Their mouths were full of rice, and their tears flowed down uncontrollably. I blacked out. I'm Mary. Even if he were to die, he would stay in Ironbone and be at Lu Wansher's beck and call. All right. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, Qingyang, go get the entry form. Yes. After filling in the first and second black forms and stamping them with the Sect master seal, the number of Ironbone disciples increased from 148 to 150, and the contribution points increased to 267 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Renounce the darkness for the light. The reward is 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 317,500. This hidden mission was definitely related to the 4-word idiom. Humph! Ma Yongning, who was standing in front of the kitchen, held his knife and looked at the 2 assassins. He said disdainfully, useless guys. Uncle Ma. Lu Wansher waved her hand and blinked her big eyes as she shouted, Do you want to join Ironbone? Little girl, you're underestimating Uncle Ma's dignity as a swordsman. Ding! Sect members, 151500. Ding! Sect contribution points, 318,500. Sect Hall. Li Qingyang said, Seriously, Sect Master, you asked about the location of the Drizzle Building's headquarters. Could it be? That's right. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said with a cold gaze, We'll wipe them out in one go. Li Qingyang said, According to Ihei, the Drizzle Building's leader is a 5th grade martial master. There are also 4 ace assassins at the peak of martial disciple level. They are almost comparable to a 7th-rate sect. Not to mention, he paused and said, this kind of assassin organization likes to hide in the dark and is extremely good at sneak attacks. It will be very difficult to wipe them out in one go. At any time, Li Qingyang would analyze rationally. Qingyang, the best way to deal with this kind of shady organization is to be even more shady than them and be even more secretive. Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang understood. The sect master wanted to use the assassin's best method to wipe out the Drizzle Building. Jun Changshao said, You will temporarily take care of the sect. Zue Ji and I will deal with those disgusting flies hiding in the dark. Li Qingyang originally wanted to go with them, but he remembered that the sect master was a man of his word. He nodded and said, I will take care of Ironbone. The Drizzle Building was not in Qingyang County. It was in a deep mountain forest in the outer county. This organization had existed in the Jianghu for a long time. Their business was, if you give me money, I'll help you get rid of disasters. Many sects or martial artists had enemies that needed to be dealt with. They would often contact the Drizzle Building through underground channels and send assassins to deal with all their problems. The internal division of the Drizzle Building was very clear. The building master was the highest commander, followed by the Ace Assassin, Gold Assassin, and Silver Assassin. First Black was a Gold Assassin, and Second Black was a Silver Assassin. This kind of organization had strict rules. Betraying the organization, accepting a mission without permission, or not returning late would basically be sentenced to death. First Black and Second Black knew that they had broken the rules by not returning late, so they were one of the reasons why they confessed. Bang! Suddenly, the quiet forest was broken by a loud sound, startling the birds and beasts. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 black figures flew out from the dark and landed under a big tree. Seeing that their companion's chest was pierced, they immediately became alert. They looked towards the direction of the gunshot and found that there was no one except for the big tree and bushes. Damn it! Who has the guts to ambush our Drizzle Building assassins in the dark? One of the black figures said angrily. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot came from the side. Hot blood splashed on his face. His companion beside him also fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. That Drizzle Building assassin was so scared that his scalp was about to explode. He quickly turned around and tried to escape. Ka! Just as he turned around, a cold object was pressed against his forehead. Jun Changshao, who was wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, held the Desert Eagle in his right hand. When he pulled the trigger, he said calmly, "May there be no guns in heaven." Bang! The gunshot sounded again, shaking the leaves until they fell. After taking care of the 3 drizzle building assassins, Jun Changshao habitually searched his body. After making sure that there was nothing good, he gestured to Xiao Ziji in the dark and quickly disappeared. Not long after, the drizzle building assassins who were alarmed by the gunshot all rushed over. When they saw that their 3 companions had died, their eyes were filled with killing intent. This was their territory, and they were ambushed by others. 1, 2, 3! Xiao Ziji, who was leaning against the mossy rock and covered in weeds, looked like he was wearing a ghillie suit. He was counting the number of targets. 10 people, huh? Xiao Ziji's eyes leaned on the scope and aimed at the chest of an assassin. Then he pulled the trigger. With a bang sound, the bullet shot out and directly pierced through the chest of 2 assassins who were close to each other. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on a tree branch far away, saw this and grinned. 1 against 2, not bad, not bad. After taking care of the 2 assassins, Xiao Ziji picked up the Type 88 sniper rifle and bent down to hide in the grass. With the help of the ghillie suit, he changed to another hiding place. Only in the complicated forest could it be considered a ghost duel between a sniper and an assassin. However, from the looks of it, the drizzle building assassins were in the open, while Xiao Ziji was hiding in the dark.